Morning, everybody, and still Happy New Year. Like I always said, I prefer to continue say it in January, so I keep the good spirit, if I can say that, and I pushed away the blue one. So everything that is the best for you and for your families, and I really look forward to continue working with you this year. Mirela Atanasiu is my name, and I'm the head of Unit of Operations and Communications, and I'm going to be your host today, together with my team. I will not go in more details, but just to say we have a full day of presentations, keynote speeches, introductions, messages, and really look forward myself to hear them. With no other, I don't want to take more of your time, and I would like to introduce already my executive director, Valérie Bouillon-Delport.
Thank you, Mirela, and good morning to all of you. Thank you for being here today with us the whole day. It will be a very packed day, but I'm sure you will be able to cope with it. It's really an honor for me to be here today as Executive Director of the Clean Hydrogen Partnership and to open this Info Day call for 2025. As you know, this edition is a premiere to me in my role of Executive Director, and I'm very happy to be with you today. I would like to thank you again for being here, and I would like also to thank my governing board member to always be here, whatever event we organize, and to be with us and do the opening speeches alongside with me. So thank you, Danica, thank you, Luigi, thank you, Rosalind, and I'm sure we will listen very carefully to what you have to share with us today. I would like to use this opportunity to remind everyone what is the Clean Hydrogen Partnership and what we are doing. We are at the forefront of Europe's effort to lead the hydrogen ecosystem and to lead the clean hydrogen transition. I'm really thrilled to share today our vision for the future of hydrogen technologies and the role that each one of you will have to play in order to make it happen. The Clean Hydrogen Partnership is Europe's flagship program for supporting research, development, and demonstration of clean hydrogen technologies under Horizon Europe. Our mission is clear: to accelerate the deployment of hydrogen technologies and facilitate their integration into Europe's energy and industrial system. We aim to unlock, and that's a very crucial task, unlocking the potential of hydrogen by supporting projects that will reduce cost, increase efficiency, and foster the widespread adoption of clean hydrogen solutions. How do we do this? We do this through strategic funding, creating synergies, working with stakeholders across the whole value chain and across all sectors of society. As you will see, this call 2025 fully reflects our mission. Through this call 2025, we have a unique opportunity to fund high-impact, innovative projects that will drive the hydrogen transition. Contributing to the objectives for 2025, a Clean Hydrogen Joint Undertaking will continue its support for cutting-edge research and innovation in hydrogen technology across the whole value chain. For instance, the call will focus on improving lifetime and cost efficiency of clean hydrogen production technologies, as well as on the scale-up and optimization of manufacturing processes for electrolyzer materials, cells, and stacks. This year's call will also support research to better understand the potential and how to exploit natural hydrogen in Europe, and will expand its support for innovation in hydrogen storage, transport, and distribution. Key focus area will also include the development of advanced technologies that enable efficient and scalable hydrogen infrastructure, such as novel underground, compression, and ammonia cracking technologies. Research and innovation in the transport sector will focus on improving manufacturing processes for fuel cell components, but also the further development and optimization of fuel cells for non-road mobile machinery and maritime. The Call 2025 also intends to demonstrate how fuel cells can complement other renewable energy technologies for the decarbonization of energy communities. We will also support several cross-cutting initiatives designed to enhance sustainability, safety, and knowledge dissemination across the hydrogen value chain. These efforts aim to address the key challenges that impact multiple areas of hydrogen technologies, from materials recycling to environmental safety and regulation, including the development and implementation of training programs aimed specifically this year at civil servants, safety officials, and permitting staff processes in order to make your life easier on the field. We are particularly interested in projects that demonstrate real-world impact, bring together different stakeholders, and showcase practical, scalable solutions. We continue, of course, to support the creation of hydrogen valleys, local integrated hydrogen ecosystem that fully demonstrate the entire value chain, and this year still with the support of REPowerEU. In 2025, the Clean Hydrogen Joint Undertaking will continue supporting several flagship hydrogen valleys of different scale, large one, small one, and 80 million euro are allocated to do this. Just to remind you, so far we already funded 20 hydrogen valleys. As you see, the Clean Hydrogen Partnership is not just about funding. It is also about creating a network of innovation, fostering collaboration, and supporting the scaling up of breakthrough technologies. I'm a true believer of the value of collaboration. By working together, we can address the barriers facing the hydrogen sector, and there are many of them, including cost, infrastructure, and regulatory challenges, and ensure that hydrogen plays a role, a central one, in achieving Europe's climate objectives. For this, we expect to support in 2025 also studies to further unlock the use of clean hydrogen in ports, to provide support for the implementation of data requirements, including in the alternative fuels infrastructure regulation, and to provide an updated assessment of legal and administrative processes relevant to fuel cell and hydrogen technologies across Europe. In conclusion, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all of you for the interest in our call for proposal and for being here today. I really encouraged you to submit ambitious proposals, and I look forward to the project and partnership that will emerge from this call. Together, we can help building a sustainable future for Europe, so let's just do it. Thank you. And so now it's with great pleasure that I would like to introduce on stage Rosalind van der Vlies, European Commission Director, Clean Planet. Rosalind, please join me on stage.
So good morning, everybody, and Happy New Year. Thank you so much, Valérie, for the invitation to be here. It's really a great pleasure to be here at this very important Info Day. And I really am very curious to know what will be revealed in terms of opportunities for collaboration on hydrogen in the context of the Clean Hydrogen Partnership. But before I will talk a bit about the new commission, because we have a new College of Commissioners that recently started, I'm just very curious about the audience here. I think it's packed, and I was just wondering how many of you actually are based in Brussels? Okay, very good. That is still less than half of the room. So I think that is really great because, as Valerie mentioned, we are here to bring together all the key players of the whole hydrogen value chain and to foster collaborations across borders, because this is what Europe is all about. Collaboration is really in our DNA, and collaboration is really a strength of being part of the European Union. So 2025, I hope you all had a good start of the year. Of course, many changes in 2025. I think one of the important things is that we will be celebrating 10 years of the Paris Agreement. And of course, we have a geographical situation that will be very, very challenging and interesting, but also offering great opportunities for the European Union. And for the European Commission, it will be very clear. On the one hand, we will continue to implement our European Green Deal. We are continuing on our pathway of decarbonization. We really want to be leaders in the world in terms of climate action. And at the same time, we will be focusing a lot also on fostering the competitiveness of our European industry, on the resilience of our European economy, on the safety of our European economy and for our citizens, and affordability. I think the societal dimension of the transitions that we are here promoting and accelerating is extremely important and should not be forgotten. We want to make sure that the transition is affordable for everyone and that we leave no one behind. So you can expect a lot of new initiatives that will be coming out in the coming weeks from the European Commission. The first flagship initiative that we are waiting for, that will be presented by the end of this month, will be a competitiveness compass, and that will really be the blueprint for the European economy, how to decarbonize and make it also competitive for the next 5 years. Next to the competitiveness compass, we are also preparing a clean industrial deal. And it's very clear that we want to make sure that Europe will be an attractive place for companies, big and small, to stay and thrive inside the European Union. So with this clean industrial deal, we really want to make sure that we create an environment, a business environment that is attractive for the companies. And at the same time, we also want to make sure that the companies that are in Europe can be leaders in terms of decarbonization and at the same time be competitive. We also want to make sure that the companies in the European Union will have easier access to funding, access to capital, and of course this funding will go beyond research and innovation. We'll also look in how we can really scale up the innovative solutions that we are developing here in the European Union. And at the same time, we want to make sure that we have also the right skilled workforce inside the European Union. So the Clean Industrial Deal will be a really important part of the agenda of this current Commission, and I'm really convinced that hydrogen and also the Clean Hydrogen Partnership can play a very important role to support our Clean Industrial Deal objectives. Now, on the energy side, we will continue to accelerate the energy transition inside the European Union, where we have 2 key initiatives that will be coming up shortly. One will be a roadmap in order to make us fully independent from Russia when it comes to our energy imports. And secondly, we want to focus on making also energy affordable in the European Union. Affordable for businesses, but also affordable for our citizens. Another very important proposal that will be coming probably around the summer will be a proposal from the European Commission on the next multi-annual financial framework. And this includes also, of course, a proposal for a next framework program for research and innovation at European level. And here it's very clear, the President has already said research and innovation need to be placed at the heart of the European economy, but I think we all have an opportunity here to make our voice heard, how important it is for the European Union to continue to invest in research and innovation, and in particular how important it is to collaborate between the public and the private sector in partnerships. So let's all also be very vocal about also successes that we have achieved in previous projects from the Clean Hydrogen Partnership, for example, to make sure that the Commission proposal in the next multi-annual financial framework will really have a magnificent also budget for research and innovation, because we need to continue to invest in research and innovation, not only in the short term to make sure that the existing technologies that we have can become more cost efficient, more effective, but also we need to take into account the longer term competitiveness of the European Union. So we also need to look for new solutions, and in particular this message. For some politicians, it is less attractive because, of course, political mandates, they have typically an end date, but I do think that it is really important to drive home this message. We also need to think longer term, and that's why we need to develop also new innovative solutions. Now, on the research and innovation side, we also have a new commissioner, Commissioner Zahareva, who for the first time in history is not only responsible for research and innovation, but also for startups. And in this context, she will be presenting a strategy to stimulate, in particular, startups in the European Union very shortly. Part of her agenda is also to come forward with legal proposals. She will make a legal proposal on innovation, the so-called Innovation Act, again to make sure that the European Union can become an innovative and attractive powerhouse in the world. And she will also make a legal proposal to drive forward the European research area. And in the European research area, it's really this collaboration across the borders that is so important. Now, as I said, hydrogen will be a very important element of our clean industrial deal. And also, I think hydrogen will be important on our strategy to become completely independent from the Russian energy imports in order to really stimulate also the hydrogen production inside the European Union. Valerie mentioned hydrogen valleys, already 20 funded by the Clean Hydrogen Partnership, more coming up. And I think here it's also important that we move also our hydrogen valleys to scaling up and to production. We made a quick calculation, and we calculated that with the current hydrogen valleys that we have developed inside the European Union, if they would all be up and running, we would be able to produce at least 7 million tons of hydrogen per year through these hydrogen valleys. So I think additional efforts here will be very important, also attracting additional investments, including from the private sector, to these hydrogen valleys. Then on the affordability, I also think that the work that the partnership has been doing and is also supporting reducing the costs of hydrogen production. And here I think it will be very important also to be really vocal about the results that we have achieved in the past years. And then lastly, also very important, as I mentioned, as a Commission priority as well, the workforce, making sure we have the skills inside the European Union. And again, the partnership through, for example, the Hydrogen Academy makes a very important contribution to that as well. So, as I mentioned today, very important day. Please take the opportunity from the fact that we are meeting in person and that we have people from not only Brussels in the room, because collaboration, as I mentioned in the beginning, is really at the DNA of our European project, in the DNA of our partnership. And I think it's really important that we start looking at each other as Team Europe. We should not see each other as competitors located in different member states. We should really collaborate across the borders. And of course, you will find many interesting funding opportunities in the course of today through the Clean Hydrogen Partnership. Let's not forget that also, of course, at the national level, there are funding opportunities from the private sector. And I think it's really important that we exchange information and that we find also complementarities between existing and planned projects in research and innovation. Because we have no time to lose. We need to really make sure that we collaborate across the different sectors, so the public sector, the private sector, and also to make sure that we align our activities here in the European Union very well with what's happening at the national level. And here, I think the Strategic Energy Technology Plan, the SET plan, is a very important tool to make sure that we can have this clear alignment and synergies between the different activities that we are doing on research and innovation for hydrogen. So to conclude, I would like to thank you all for being here. Thank the Clean Hydrogen Partnership for being such an amazing partner, really supporting the priorities of the European Union. And I'm very much looking forward to learning more about what's in store in the call for 2025. I wish you a lovely day and thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Rosalind. Very enlightening. Let me call now on stage Danica Malkovich. Danica is the chair of the governing board of Clean Hydrogen Partnership. Danica.
Thank you, Valerie. Good morning, all. It's lovely to be here with you today. And it's my honor to be able to open this conference. Today we gather here not just to discuss funding stream and how to apply for them, what are the rules, but to explore more how the industry can work and what are the challenges in order to get the hydrogen in the transition where we want to get it. As it was said before on the opening, you're maybe asking what are the main industry challenges we are identifying today, and we are going to tackle them with this call. These are cost reduction, efficiency improvements, and infrastructure availability. The Clean Hydrogen Partnership is actually a unique collaboration where public and private sectors work together, hand in hand. In 2024 alone, within the partnership, we have launched 29 projects, allocating more than 170 million euros throughout the initiative spanning throughout the whole value chain. This funding opportunity is going to be even larger this year. Industry's collaboration with the research and policymakers have an important role in making operational value changes. Clean Hydrogen Partnership provides a platform for this cooperation to happen. We are here today because we recognize that the funding is the lifeblood of the innovation. Without targeted investments, even the most groundbreaking innovations and technologies can stagnate. We are here to advance hydrogen technologies, infrastructure, and markets at record speed. Role of industry is to bring technology to the market with the responsibility to scale it up within reasonable time, build infrastructure, and ensure market readiness. It was said on the opening by our executive director what are the topics that we will mostly focus on this year's call. In all of these topics, we are looking for the project proposals that focus on practical, scalable, and market-aligned solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, these calls are not just technical checkboxes. They are the foundation of a future hydrogen economy that will power Europe, clean our environment, and secure our energy independence. Calls we present here today are an opportunity for the industry to collaborate on solutions for the real-world development. Europe needs proposals that address commercial, regulatory, and financial challenges we face and to give solutions for those. In these topics, we are looking for the project that will help us reach our goals. But let's be candid. Today, hydrogen does face significant hurdles. Compared to other renewables, like solar and wind, to renewable electricity, investments in hydrogen are lagging. If we are to realize our hydrogen full potential, we must focus on pilot and market deployment stages. Here we need good projects. As a representative of the hydrogen industry, I know firsthand the challenges companies face accessing funding, navigating regulation, and scaling up technologies. That is why the Clean Hydrogen Partnership calls are designed to de-risk innovation and make it easier for companies to take their ideas from lab to the market. So let's talk about what's next. Upcoming funding calls are set to scale up clean hydrogen production, aiming for 10 million tons by a certain day, maybe not 2030 today, but very soon. We will be simultaneously building the infrastructure needed for a functional hydrogen economy and setting corridors, hydrogen valleys, to link production hubs with users across Europe. Additionally, by supporting innovative technologies and end-use applications, we will demonstrate hydrogen's versatility across sectors and drive its demand. Finally, every euro invested through these calls has a multiplier effect. It doesn't just fund the project, it creates jobs, green jobs, through hydrogen breakthrough projects emerging for these 2025 calls. It stimulates local economy, and it strengthens Europe's geopolitical position by reducing our reliance on important fossil fuels. Ladies and gentlemen, the decisions we make today and within this year, how we allocate funds, which projects we prioritize, and how we collaborate will determine whether hydrogen becomes a fringe solution or the backbone of Europe's energy transition. As you engage with the sessions today, I encourage you to think boldly and act decisively. The Clean Hydrogen Partnership is more than a funding body. It is a catalyst for a change. Use this opportunity to explore how your ideas feed into our common goals, and don't hesitate to challenge people in this room. I wish you a good working day here in Brussels today. Thank you.
Now, finally, let me call on stage Luigi Crema. Luigi Crema is the president of Hydrogen Europe Research.
Many thanks, Valerie, for the introduction, and it's really a pleasure for me to be here and the honor and have the chance to have a short speech on the research and innovation and on the role, the important role to create competitiveness in Europe. In Hydrogen Europe Research, we are representing universities, research and technology institutions, and we are working mostly in four main activities. So looking to the necessary low TRL research, looking to the next generation technologies with a push approach from the ideas of excellent scientists and researchers, and looking to bring these ideas into reality in the medium-long term, then to have an impact eventually in the market. The second is working in improving existing technologies, so supporting the industrial sector in reducing the costs, in having better technologies, and in solving specific barriers of competitiveness. The third pillar is to work on the skills. We are supporting at the European level with some initiatives like the European Hydrogen Academy, the establishment of a skilled workforce through even novel education and training programs, but even through activities of upskilling, reskilling the existing workforce in sectors that are very close to the hydrogen sector. And the fourth one is even to work on policies, to support the European Commission on policies, and even to work on the sustainability level of hydrogen technologies with scientific base knowledge and the reputation that we are bringing in giving our support to this. I have a second question for the pool started by Rosalinde. The second question is related: how many of you are coming from universities and research and technology centers? Okay, so we have quite a relevant participation from the research today. Okay, I would like to say a few words on the role of research and how research can support competitiveness. Until a market needs to be built, and until a market even will exist in the hydrogen sector, competitiveness will be one of the key elements for having a successful industrial system in Europe. and with the possibility even to create value in terms of jobs and revenues. But we cannot be competitive in Europe at the global scale with a global competition on the hydrogen sector without investing in research and innovation. Research and innovation is a circular loop to improve technologies, find novel solutions, advance performances, reduce the cost, find the new advanced materials, and so on and on again and again. This was done in Europe since 2007. We had 3 joint undertakings, starting from the fuel cell hydrogen, then fuel cell hydrogen 2 joint undertakings, and now the clean hydrogen partnership. More than this, the partnerships created the conditions for joint collaboration between the European research institutions and the industrial sector. This collaboration improved in time and working together with a lot of discussions, with a lot of people working together, both in projects, but even at the strategic level, in identifying strategic priorities for Europe. Where are the barriers? Where are the indicators to be improved in our technologies? And where the European value should be built. This is not very easy sometimes, even to launch the call 2025 today. We started more than a year ago with a lot of experts from research and industry, and with the joint collaboration with the European Commission and with the excellent support from the program office to be ready today to launch this call. And this call is including some priorities that the experts identified are very important to bring forward the competitiveness in Europe for this technology. Research is in collaboration with the industry, and this is one unique value of the partnership. Research without an industry cannot create impact and value alone, and the industry without the research cannot be competitive as it could be. And so this is a unique here today and ideal place for building the competitive value of Europe in the hydrogen sector. More than this, in the joint undertakings, we work together with the European Commission, with the DG Research, with the DG NR, with the DG Move, with the dedicated support for advancing the readiness level of the technologies and the fundamental role in translating the objective of competitiveness into policies at support of the growth of the sector, and supporting the implementation of the program with the necessary resources. This introduced the concept of the hydrogen valleys. This is probably the most important bottom-up action to create the hydrogen market in Europe, from the realization of local hydrogen ecosystems involving the creation of the whole hydrogen value chain at the local level, from production to distribution, logistics of hydrogen, to the several end uses in mobility and in stationary applications. This ecosystem created the conditions for Europe to be in the forefront of the global competition in hydrogen technologies, and we are continuing to be there even today. Anyway, we probably are a bit suffering from some missing coordination measures that should link our result of the partnership to the industrialization and to the market creation measures. These are synergies today that could be and must be improved between these 3 dimensions that we need to accelerate in bringing our ideas into new and cost-effective products and technologies for our industries, supported by a dedicated European market for them, for our industries, to reduce costs, to justify investments. There are, of course, other measures. These are the IPCEI's projects, This is the European Hydrogen Bank, but indeed, I'm convinced we should create even more synergies that we have today between the JU and the complementary measures, looking to the future and to the next framework program. In Hydrogen Europe Research, we are about 160 members, representing universities and research centers from 29 countries, and we are convinced that the research and the innovation works in this cyclic process, where at the same time today we are in need of fundamental research, of applied research and innovation, looking at the technology transfer in the collaboration with the industrial sector. So we are studying the next generation technologies to reduce critical raw materials, to research more advanced materials, to research more sustainable technologies on the production, distribution, storage, and end uses. And as I said, even improving existing technologies for the industrial sector. We are, even from the research side, creating more and more research and technology infrastructures at the industrial relevant scale, using on one side scientific excellence, but even more and more working with industrial methodologies in terms of priorities and timing. This is supported by innovators that are inside our members, universities, and research and technology centers. The call in 2025 will concentrate on some of these priorities that are related to, for example, hydrogen production. We need a better integrated electrolyzer with improved BOP, for example, better technologies for water and steam electrolysis, some other modes of hydrogen production that could complement the renewable hydrogen production. On hydrogen, on the natural hydrogen, even we will explore the potential of these new findings of underground reservoirs. And even topics looking to improve hydrogen infrastructures, on the regulatory framework, on end users, unlocking the full hydrogen potential. Today, we are here even to encourage the applicants to submit excellent proposals that can be successful and can drive even the European hydrogen sector forward. You are directly contributing to the impact of the hydrogen sector in the European economy and environment. I encourage us all to continuing in supporting innovation and collaboration to create a clean hydrogen future. And with this, I would like even to wish you all the best success with your proposals and projects, and having a lovely, enjoyable day today with a lot of positive discussions. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Rosalinde, thank you, Danica, thank you, Luigi. Really a great honor to have you with us today, which again shows that somehow we are doing a good job, I guess. So, and we always get every year your support for implementing further the budget of the European Union for Research and Innovation. We have a full house. We had to close registration more than a week ago because we were, having oversubscription. And please have a look in, because there are still few seats here and there. So please come to the front if necessary. You can also stand up. I mean, that's okay also, and that's my preferred, if I have to say, my preferred standing up option for me, better than sitting. So I could understand you if you prefer to stand up. On the other hand, back to the agenda, we will have presentations going through the topics, as you got used to us on how we will introduce the call. Then, in the second, if you want, group of presentations, we will guide you through the rules, how to apply, what's good, what's bad, from experience. Also the model grant agreement, the legal aspects. We will also guide you to some aspects of the call that normally scientists, and apologies in advance for me saying that, do not pay a lot of attention, such as dissemination, exploitation of results, communication, data, managing data, which are extremely important when, like Rosalinda said, when we have to show impact of how we implemented this budget. So we will also give you some recommendations there. And of course, we'll take a lunch. And in the afternoon, we'll deep dive a bit more, and we decided to have a separate presentation on the valleys topics. And finally, we'll have some pitches. Really happy to see so many applications for the pitches that we had to select about 21, I believe, in the end pitches. Pitches of either ideas of projects or services offered by companies or by research institutions for you to, at the end of the day, be able to better network, get to know each other, and in the end, like it was also recommended by our board member, collaborate in a new application for our call. Now, I'm not alone, we are not alone, and we cannot, as managers, we cannot exist without our teams. So you will see many of our team members today presenting all the items I mentioned to you. And we are a team of 10 project officers that some of them will guide you through the topics of the call. But we are also here together with the other team of finance and administration, and the head of unit, Philippe Binet, I would like to also introduce him to you, who's heading the other part of the joint undertaking that maybe you don't see very often on the stage, but it's extremely important, and we cannot do the technical job, if I can say that, without the finance and the legal that supports that. Now, I would like to move quickly and introduce to you, because from the participants, we have, and that's good also, we have every year new participants somehow to our calls, and I think it's worth to quickly introduce who we are. I guess if I click, yes, I'm getting my few slides. So you heard already from the introductions, we are the unique public-private partnership, an institutionalized one, meaning autonomous, with a program office that manages the partnership, a partnership between European Commission, of course, representing the Union, and the two associations representing the private members, Hydrogen Europe on one side from the industry, and Hydrogen Europe Research from the research community. And you see here some numbers. I always prefer to say more than 600 because they keep getting new members, so I never get the real number when I have to present, but definitely the industry now is reaching more than 600, close to 700 members. While the research community is having already more than 150. We have not started now, although this is the fourth call of the Clean Hydrogen GU. But we have an existence of more than 15 years with the predecessors, fuel cell and hydrogen joint undertakings. But for this one, as of 2021, we have received a budget from Horizon Europe of 1 billion euro, to which in 2022, European Commission decided to add 200 million from the Repower EU plan and communication, dedicated to speed up the implementation of hydrogen valleys. We have many objectives, and I will leave them here for later, because, by the way, I forgot to say, having such an oversubscribed registration, we decided to record this event, and this event will be later put on our website and on our YouTube channel. So for those that will miss any of this, it's going to be available hopefully next week. So I will leave this slide for later to come back to my presentation, but just to say that we have, of course, many objectives given to us by the legislator. Again, we talk about more than 1 billion euro. And on the left side, they are general, they are linked to the policies of the Union going from contributing to the Green Deal, to the hydrogen strategy, to the entire value chain competitiveness, and to the ambition to become a neutral, climate neutral continent by 2050, to the very specific objectives linked to the technology that we are developing. For example, reducing the cost, we heard, increasing the efficiency, leveraging, why not more investment and working in synergies with the regions and the member states, and ultimately, why not increasing the public awareness. In doing that, and again, I will not go through all this, some of you may know it very, very well. This is our multi-annual plan. It's a very schematic, very simple, we try to show to you, scheme on where we spend the billion plus 200 million. Going from the way I look at it myself, I look from the left to the right, going along the value chain, the supply chain and the value chain, from the production, distribution and storage end uses, and in the end, the cross-cutting issues, and focusing mostly, when we talk production, on renewable hydrogen production, mostly electrolysis, but also some other low TRL routes. Looking at distribution and storage, all modes of transportation. We know very well how to deal with compressed hydrogen, but we have to move into other carriers, such as liquid hydrogen, but even ammonia, even liquid organic carriers. Looking at above ground, underground storage, and of course, continuing to develop the infrastructure for transport application with the refueling stations. And then in the end uses, continuing with the transport, but moving into the heavy duty, and opening our program with this joint undertaking to more heat and power solutions, not only stationary fuel cells, but also turbines, furnaces, boilers, etc. And on the cross-cutting, of course, continuing also for pre-normative research, contribution to the standards, education, safety, and ultimately these innovative business models, how I would like to call them, hydrogen valleys. We don't do only projects. This is our core business, and the call, in fact, it's our core business. But you heard from my director that we also do some other activities such as studies, tenders, where we try to provide roadmaps either to the European Commission or to the private members on how we will implement the different aspects of the program. We also work in synergies, like I said, with other parts of the program, with other partnerships, like our colleagues in Clean Aviation Joint Undertaking, where we work together to develop the hydrogen plane by 2035. That's just an example. Or where we work with the regions and with the member states when we implement the hydrogen valleys locally. These are the type of synergies with other partnerships or programs. I mentioned already the contribution to the codes and standards, to the regulation codes and standards with our pre-normative work, and in particular with the colleagues from the Alliance, from the Clean Hydrogen Alliance, who have a roadmap from the industry side on codes and standards. We contribute with panel of experts to the safety of the sector, of the technologies, but also with sustainability and circularity. We hope to also support the sector with our knowledge management activities with the observatory. We know, I hope, by now everybody knows we have a very good observatory bringing a lot of data, not only data from our projects, but data from the market, and that's where we work with our private members. And of course, I think I don't have to say it, but for sure we contribute to the competitiveness of our industry. We support a lot of SMEs. We know how our industry looks, and our industry has started a long time ago, years ago, with a lot of SMEs. The market we know now is getting mature, more and more mature, and maybe the SMEs are merging or they are acquired by big companies, but a lot of our industry is SMEs based. We support, in particular, our public member, European Commission, with international cooperation. For example, in the mission innovation with our Valley platform, or the International Partnership for Hydrogen into the Economy, again, with the pre-normative research and the education efforts. And finally, with the communication for the sector, for our projects, for the technology, but also in close coordination and cooperation with both private and public members. In doing that, for the past 15 years, we already supported 389 projects, and I hope this is the number today. Because, like I said, we are also continuously working and signing grants, and we signed a lot at the end of last year. We still have few to conclude from last year, from 2024. And of course, we will add those from the call that we will present to you today. The funding, 1.7 billion euro is the funding from the Union, from the European Union. And from our calculation, at least, and monitoring of the in-kind contribution, meaning private investment along these projects, we have at least the same amount of private investment in this project. Now, and with that I come very close to the end of my introduction, just to quickly mention to you the call that we will present to you today, the call of 2025. This is the only call of the year. The Clean Hydrogen Partnership, for those that are used to Horizon Europe or to other calls and programs, we decided, and this is our way of working, we decided to publish one call per year. So this is what we published in 2025. Has a total budget of 184.5 million euro. And we will go through the topics and we will explain to you how the budget is divided. It contains the 80 million dedicated to valleys, where we would like to support at least one big and one small valley, and then we'll go down according to the scoring and support the rest of the valleys. And it contains also additional 20 million from UK contribution. So as you may know, as of last year, UK has become associated to Horizon Europe, including to our program, and they have provided some additional contribution to our program. So in this budget, we also have 20 million coming from UK contribution. It doesn't mean it goes back to UK. Huh? It just comes to the pot of 184.5 million. We published the call a week ago, on the 15th of January, and I have to thank already to my team for being ready so quick to come to you and present it in less than a week, I could say. And it will close on 23rd of April. So that's the closure date. As I always said, if you intend to submit an application, please start developing the application well in advance. Please start working into the system well in advance. It happened in the past, and I don't want that to happen again, due to the lot of application in the last seconds or minutes before 5 o'clock on 23rd of April, for example, some will be kicked out by the system. So please send the application before. You can always reopen it, overwrite with the latest version at any time. But please do not wait for the last minutes, because it happened in the past and we can do nothing. Now, the topic has the call has 19 topics, and you see them a lot distributed again along the value chain, with many of them on renewable production, 3 on storage and distribution, 3 for transport, 1 only for heat and power. And we can explain, I think, in our presentation why. 3 for cross-cutting, and of course the 2 for the valleys, the large and the small. Now, I just want to draw your attention because you will hear it through the different presentations, but this is, I decided with my team that we will put this at the beginning to draw the attention. These are very general conditions of the call, extremely important, in particular when you make your application. And I go from the left. We would like to see in the applications how you demonstrate how the proposal, how the application contributes to the EU competitiveness and industrial leadership. We don't want to see, and our experts will be briefed that will evaluate the proposal accordingly. We don't want to see that you have a bulk of purchase of equipment that you don't tell us from where, you don't have a plan, and we end up acquiring Chinese components. Just to say bluntly, the elephant in the room. So we don't want to see that. This is what we would like to see. We are here developing, and we are putting EU public money, taxpayers' money, to develop intelligence, competence, and even jobs in Europe. So that's what we would like to see, and we will not accept such things. So in any proposal, even if you have not identified all the purchases, please have a plan and please explain how your application will contribute to that. We would also like to see where you don't have 100% funding, we would like to see opportunities for synergies, like for the valleys. For sure, the total investment in the valley will be larger than the funding that we will provide. However, as it is already in the topic, we would like you to come and to tell us how the rest of the investment will come. Why? Because in that way, you will address a risk that the experts will have to assess. The risk that, and we have seen it again in existing projects, you consume our money, the funding from EU, and then you stop the project because you have not secured the rest. And we need to see from the beginning a plan. We don't need to see the rest of the funding or the synergies from other programs, but we need to see at least a plan. We also like to see how you will contribute to the monitoring framework, and that's, I will come with a presentation later, that's how you will achieve the different targets and how you will contribute to the targets of the program in terms of, again, efficiency, durability, whatever targets the program have, including, why not, very horizontal targets, and when showing the impact from environmental, economical, but even social point of view. We would like to see if there are opportunities, or especially there are topics where we encourage international collaboration. We would like to see that you address that in the proposal. The involvement of the private members, you will notice for some of the topics that we have asked, and in particular for the flagship project, where we would like to see continuation of our activities through the membership with the private associations, we would like to see at least a member of Hydrogen Europe or Hydrogen Europe Research involved in the consortium. Please pay attention. As you may notice, I'm going anti-clockwise. Please pay attention to the limited geo contribution. There are topics where we mention a maximum amount of funding. Pay attention to that. Why? It happened also 2 years ago, I believe, not last year, 2 years ago, that we had to reject a proposal. We have not even given it to our experts to look at it for 300 euro more. It's impossible. There is no solution. So if you ask 1 cent more than the limited financial contribution, we will not consider it even eligible. So we will not even give it to the experts. So pay attention where it's a limited funding or contribution. Pay attention to the requirements as regarding the safety plans for the innovation action. From the work of our safety panel experts, we came to the conclusion that there is no innovation action, demonstration project, flagship project that should not have, from the beginning, a safety plan. We would like to avoid any incident or accidents that happen in our projects. Pay attention to the regulation codes and standards. If you are developing during the proposal or provide research for developing input into standards, please address that. And when are you going to do it? Again, to show the impact. We have seen many, many projects where the patents, for example, are coming after the end of the project. We would like to see that plan so that we can track that. Look at the guarantees of origin. We are very proud to say, for example, that at the beginning of this year, end of last year, European Commission has recognized our efforts from 2014 of Certify as one of the models to put in place guarantees of origin. Please use that. Please have a look. It's also on our website. And please, in case you are starting to have that in your project, and in particular in the flagship projects, please link that your efforts to this guarantees of origin methodology. Don't forget, and again I will come later, about dissemination, exploitation of results, and communication. That's a very important sub-criteria of the impact criteria. And the experts really look carefully at that. You may have an excellent idea and proposal, and you may fail in impact, just because the plan for communication, dissemination, exploitation of results is not well elaborated. Testing protocols, again, pay attention. We have developed testing protocols with our colleagues in the Joint Research Center, and we have harmonized testing protocols, so look at that. And finally, the contribution to sustainability and circularity. We have guidelines for LCA, life cycle analysis, developed also with the colleagues in the Joint Research Center. We would like to put that in place. We were discussing yesterday in the panel even to go beyond our program and pay attention to that, because again, that will be evaluated. You see many things here in addition to the real proposal. Please pay attention to this. They are extremely important, and in the end, you will realize how the scoring will happen in the proposal. On the synergies, I will not go through all this, but there are a few topics that will make reference, for example, to Euramet when we talk about metrology. Euramet is another organization, or zero-emission waterborne transport when we talk about maritime. We will have a topic where we will develop fuel cell for maritime, further develop. There is where we would like to continue working with our colleagues in the zero-emission waterborne. So pay attention to what that partnership is doing, and again, synergies with that partnership we would appreciate to see. We would like also to see, for innovation action, exploitation of results from our research projects that could go further to the next step into the innovation fund and into the hydrogen bank later. So that's how we would like to see what we do here, moving to the next step in the innovation fund. And I already mentioned the synergies with the regions and the member states, which we really strongly encourage in seeing your business plan, in particular in the flagship projects and the hydrogen valleys. I would like also to mention a success of this call. You may know that as of this year, we have put in place the STEP call, the STEP seal. The STEP seal, it's a seal that we would like to give to flagship projects. We started from the valleys, but we would like to extend it to the flagship projects whenever our funding is not sufficient, but the proposal has passed the evaluation. We would like to work with the member states and with the regions so that these proposals are not left not funded, being good, but we don't have enough budget, but they will receive a STEP seal in case they are not funded by us, and they can go further to the national programs or to the regional programs to be funded. Then the competitiveness, industrial leadership, I already mentioned it to you, and again, I leave the slide here for reference. Don't forget about the many links. You will see many, many, many links in all the presentations today on Horizon Europe, on our website. Whenever you have questions, please refer to this. I would also like to tell you that like every year, we have received invitations, and we are trying with our team, together with our director even, that we cope with the National Info Days. And in fact, my director goes tomorrow to Hungary. I will go to Italy for Friday. Our colleague Lionel next week will be in France doing the France Info Day. Antonio, one of our project officers, will go to Poland also next week. Alberto will go to Spain. And finally, I will also go to Portugal in February. So we try to further disseminate this call. There will be info days similar to this one. When possible, and when we have the language, we try to send their colleagues that could present the call in the local language. And we hope with that we will have a successful application and a successful call. Now, this is my last slide. Just to show you, like I said, the agenda. We will go directly, so we have no break right now. We will go directly in presenting the calls. Keep in mind your topic, your questions. I will take questions after the presentation of the topics, and then I will aim at 11:15, hopefully, although we are a bit late, I guess. I will aim to have a coffee break together. Use the breaks for networking, and also use the time of having all of us here around to put all your questions, again, for a successful application. I thank you very much, and I thank also all my board members, and have a good day. Thank you. So, I would like to start directly with the first, if you want, block of part of the call, of the topics presentation, and that's going to be on renewable hydrogen production. Nikos Limperopoulos, our senior project officer, will speak on behalf of the others that are contributing, and he will introduce us to the topics. Nikos, the pleasure is mine.
Thank you, Mirela. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, senior officer, senior enough to be retiring this May. This is going to be my last info day. It's been a pleasure to serve this sector for 25 years as a researcher. Thank you. And as a project officer. The sector, I was very fortunate to be working in the sector of renewable hydrogen production as it has been growing and growing. I hope I contributed a tiny bit, but it's mostly thanks to this community that the sector has been so successful. And I would also like to thank, besides the community, my colleagues for creating such an interesting working environment. It's been a pleasure working with them. So, big pillar, renewable hydrogen production, thus many of the project officers are contributing to it. I followed large electrolyzer demonstration projects, Dionysis Tsimis, the high temperature electrolyzers, Claudio Pavel, he's our low TRL man, real researcher, and Miss Eleni Atanasiu, also low TRL projects. Right. This year's call, main focus on electrolyzers. We're going beyond developing the stack to include balance of plant. We're going to be looking at scaling up manufacturing, integration with renewables. 2 years ago, we had a similar topic. Unfortunately, no proposal submitted. So please submit proposals on this very important topic. Also co-electrolysis, putting emphasis on downstream process integration. What is new for us? It's under the alternative route. So we're looking at hydrogen and solid carbon production from renewable gases and biogenic waste. And we are also, for the first time, going to be supporting a project on natural hydrogen. It's been on our radar. Now we want to start fiddling with it. These are brand new for us. We don't have any expertise in-house. We will need to identify experts. We hope to have good proposals. In case you're an expert and not participating in proposal, please declare your interest to evaluate proposals. Quickly, in table view, the 7 topics that we have. Topics 1, 1, 1, 2 can be considered sister projects. So they are improving the lifetime and lowering the cost of low temperature electrolyzers and high temperature electrolyzers, looking also at the balance of plant. 1.1, they're both research and innovation actions. 1.1 will be supporting 1 project with 4 million, and 1.2 we will support up to 2 projects. Topic 1.3 is scaling up of manufacturing. That covers both low and high temperature electrolyzers. It's a research innovation action. We will be able to support 2 projects with an indicative budget of 4 million. So your budget can be around 4 million, could be higher. However, Project 1.4 is an innovation action. It's on the coupling of an electrolyzer with renewables. And this has a maximum budget of 6 million. So if you submit above, your proposal is not going to be assessed. Topic 1.5 is innovative co-electrolysis systems, research innovation action, 4 million. And these are the two very new topics for us. 1.6 is the hydrogen and solid carbon production and innovation action with 8 million. This is something that we have always associated with pyrolysis of natural gas. Natural gas, as you know, for us is out. We're purely renewable. However, work has been done. So we will be supporting a project that will go all the way up to TRL 7 eventually, hence the large budget. Again, 8 million with the asterisk. And the last topic, 1.7, so we're going to test the waters with 2 million for a research and innovation action on natural hydrogen. So rather quickly through these bullet points as we are running late. This slide is the two sister projects on improving the lifetime, reducing degradation basically, and reducing the cost of low temperature electrolyzers, introducing advanced materials components in stacks, and balance of plant. So why balance of plant? They could affect degradation. You could have contamination of feed water, of electrolyzer due to leaching out of ions from piping, ripple effects from power converters. These should all be addressed. TRL 3 to 4, going 5 or 6, depending on the type of electrolyzer, as you can see. And eventually we'd like to see a stack larger than 20 kilowatts being tested for more than 2,000 hours. Accelerated stress testing protocols should be developed. The effects on degradation of dynamic operation should also be covered. And also the topic is asking for development of a numerical model for the lifetime. Similar things for topic 1.2, but for high temperature electrolyzers, we can support 2 projects. As mentioned, degradation there could be from devices like the steam generator. We had a project called Reflex where a droplet formed, crashed into the stacks and destroyed them. So there are issues to be paid attention to. Power electronics, again, important. Similar capacity, similar testing times with the previous one. Solid oxide electrolyzers, a bit more mature than proton-conducting ceramic electrolyzers. Again, accelerated stress testing protocols and modeling. 1.3 is the scaling up of manufacturing. So here you will see, besides the TRL levels, you will see the MRL, manufacturing readiness levels. Last page of our call for proposals has a table of MRLs. You can check those there. We are mega, make Europe great again. So we want to maintain European leadership in the sector, delivering high quality stacks. So it's going to be production scale up of materials, components, and stack, improved circularity, reduction of waste. You will see that mentioned many times, even on this slide. We are aiming for increased production rates. We can look at the experience of the fuel cells industry there and the battery industry. Increased automation to improve throughput and tighten tolerances, reduce scrap. And the validation should be done at the scale relevant to an electrolyzer OEM. You can see the TRLs, and we can support 2 projects from different electrolyzer types, low and high temperature. Use of AI, machine learning is all there. There is a big list of existing projects in the call topic that you can refer to and build on their experiences. and also seek synergies with the Made in Europe partnership and the Zero Defect Manufacturing Platform. And the topic should be relevant to all electrolyzer OEMs, but also to research and technology organizations developing new manufacturing methods. Right. I do hope we're going to be receiving good proposals in topic 1.4, which is the coupling of electrolyzers with renewables. This year, the emphasis is also put on the potential heat integration. So it should be the coupling of the electrolyzers to variable renewable energy generation. Could be both on and off grid, directly or indirectly coupled. In case there is a producer or consumer of heat nearby, it would be great if heat could be used. You could be looking at the smoothing of the ramping up, ramping down through storage of hydrogen, heat, water, and power. Emphasis on BOP, power electronics, grid services. Also to minimize power during hot standby. These parasitic losses are no good for the efficiency of the whole system. Eventually, there should be a demonstration at larger than megawatt scale for more than 6 months. Useful to perhaps look at using an existing electrolyzer as the basis of the plant. And I'm quoting on this slide that we're expecting an electrolyzer manufacturer to be in the consortium to encourage the inclusion of a BOP manufacturer and cooperation with hydrogen production plant operators. It's an innovation action, thus very important to demonstrate the contribution to EU competitiveness flagged by Mirela. Topic 1.5 is on the innovative co-electrolysis systems integration with downstream processes for the production of synthetic e-fuels. So we're looking achieving improvements in efficiency, cost effectiveness. It's solid oxide and proton conducting ceramic electrolyzers, but also molten carbonate electrolyzers that we haven't supported yet. So that's quite interesting. The electrolyzer should operate at short stack for more than 3,000 hours. Now, the costs related to the downstream process unit are not covered. Thus, it's best to couple in a location where such a reactor of relative capacities is already available. Good to have an electrolyzer OEM. It should be involved in this topic. And let's go to topic 1.6. Like I said, we are aiming for TRL 7. We haven't supported this in the past, but work has been done, and we're going to work on this to apply it on renewable gases as the starting point. Now, there are many diverse methods, many different reactor designs, and proposals should, the fourth bullet point, should consider different feedstocks to identify the optimal feedstock, method, and reactor design based on a techno-economic analysis. Eventually, there should be a unit capable of producing 30 kilograms of hydrogen per hour. This is equivalent to 2 megawatt electrolyzer, but here we need just a quarter of the energy to produce the hydrogen. However, also there, we allow a 10th scale prototype to be included in the project to de-risk the actual final prototype. Synergy should be explored with Euramet on metrology and its projects, and again, contribute to European competitiveness. Last but not least, the natural hydrogen. It's basically understanding the exploration, the potential in Europe, whether this is fossil or this is continuously being regenerated. There is a research community out there. So we want to understand better the occurrence of this hydrogen, support the development of new methods for identifying where this hydrogen could be found and how it can be explored, develop relevant tools, and apply them to at least one case study to test the various sensors. There should be experimental simulation of in situ conditions and numerical modeling, LCA, etc. And at the end of the day, we wish to understand whether natural hydrogen can be considered a renewable fuel of non-biological origin for us to think that's renewable hydrogen, and thus we will be supporting it in the future. Now, forget all what I said and go back to the actual text. This is what you should be looking at. This is what your proposals will be evaluated against. This is just a very brief breezing through. And with this, I'd like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Nikos, for the presentation today, but also for your entire work. We will have time to say goodbye until May, but really thank you very much. Like Nikos pointed out, I also wanted to say it. This is a digestion by us, by the project officer, of the topic text. Of course, it helps for you to get a first idea of what do we want to get there, and eventually extract the most important points. But do not forget to go to the text. The text, we have not written 2 pages of a text because we like to write. No, it's because any word there and everything that is in the scope and everywhere in the text, it's important. And the experts will evaluate not against this slide, but again the text of the call. So I would like to introduce now the second speaker. We'll move into the storage and distribution, and I have the pleasure to invite Dionysius Tsimis as presenter for the storage and distribution. Dionysius.
Thank you, Mirela, for the introduction. Hello, everyone. Good morning from my side as well. I will have the pleasure today to go over the topics that we have for you on the hydrogen storage and distribution part, together with my colleague Pietro Caloprisco, who's our compression expert. So I'm gonna green one. Thank you, Mirela. So our situation is much simpler. We only have 3 topics in our case. And starting from hydrogen storage, we have a topic that is completely new to our program. We have covered in the past hydrogen storage in salt caverns, in porous media, but now for the first time in our call, we'll be looking at underground hydrogen storage in mine-lined rock caverns. Then on the hydrogen distribution side of things, we'll be looking at a novel topic on hydrogen compression system. And here the key word is looking at a flexible system that is able to serve a wide variety of applications, from hydrogen refueling stations to pipeline injection to pressure filling terminals, etc., etc. And then the third topic is on scalable ammonia cracking, where we're looking at, this is not the first time that we're looking at it in our program, but it is the first time that we're looking at it at such a large scale of 100 kilograms of hydrogen per day. Yeah, and now in table format, looking at topic 2.1, which is on mine-lined rock caverns. It is a reaction, 100% funding rate, and we have a indicative budget of 5 million euros. For topic 2.2 on hydrogen compression, again, it is a reaction, 100% funding, indicative budget of 5 million euros. Topic 2.3 on the scalable ammonia cracker. This is an innovation action, so it's 70% funding rate with the exceptions of non-profit entities. And there the budget is 6 million euros, and please be very careful, it has an asterisk, so this is a capped amount, you cannot exceed it, otherwise you will be ineligible. Now going into the topics into a little more detail. On the development of mine-lined rock caverns, We're looking at a low TRL. We're looking at concepts, proposals that are starting at TRL of 3 and going up to 5. We're hoping that they will address technical challenges through studies, tests, and a combination of laboratory and field demonstrations. And here I must stress that a physical proof of concept of the proposed improvement is required by the topic, so please pay attention to that. We're looking to address low cycle fatigue and hydrogen embrittlement impacts on the steel liners and concrete buffers and the surrounding rock in such geological formations. We're looking at to study the steel corrosion and hydrogen effects and look to the development of alternative concrete binders to enhance durability of the proposed solution. Additionally, we're looking at simulating and testing the geological and operational impacts and how the proposers can develop monitoring methods to detect early failures. And finally, we hope that the proposal will come up with standardized guidelines and for proposed designs for such solutions, but also for the risk management to support the uptake of such solutions for the storage site operators. Then on topic 2.2, on compression. As I mentioned here, the key word is flexibility. We're looking at a compression solution that can serve a wide variety of applications. The starting point, the TRL, is not defined, but we're looking at something that can reach a TRL of 5 at the end of the project. It should be scalable and flexible to operate in a variety of pressure ranges from 30 to 900 bar. And we're looking at addressing the trifold challenge of improved efficiency, improved durability, and also at a reduced cost of 0.2 euros per kilogram. We hope that the compressor will be tested at real world conditions. And we give you some examples of the expected capacities for the relevant applications: 150 kilograms per hour for hydrogen refueling stations and 5,000 kilograms per hour for the pipeline. Then finally, on the topic on ammonia, the ammonia cracker, here we have the innovation action, as I mentioned before. And we're looking at a scalable technology that can crack ammonia to produce high purity hydrogen. We're looking at a proof of concept, a prototype system that can demonstrate directly in the project more than 100 kilograms per day. But again, the key word is scalability, and we're looking at systems that can show that they can be designed to prove 10 tons per day. We expect that the prototype operation will be tested for more than 5,000 hours, and we expect the consortia to align with other projects working on renewable ammonia, either in the Innovation Fund or any other networks, to facilitate synergies. And that's it from my side, very briefly. I would like to thank you for your attention and give the floor to the next speaker. Oh, give the floor back to Mirela.
Thank you very much, Dionysis, also for the introduction to the 3 topics on the distribution and storage. I would also like to mention here that we developed these topics, it takes us a year. And we developed them together with the Commission and with the 2 associations, with the representatives of Hydrogen Europe and Hydrogen Research. And I'm pleased to see representatives of all here in the room, because like I said, when we develop the text, believe me, takes us a lot of time, and we really go through every single comma. So just to say that this text, it's an effort of, I dare to say, hundreds of people work. And it's very important again, and I attract your attention to every word of it. Now, I would like to introduce the third speaker from my team, Luca Feola. He's one of the team members on the transport side. And Luca, my pleasure, it's mine to have you on the scene.
Good morning, everyone. Also from my side, thank you for being here and the pleasure to be in front of such a big audience. Indeed, I will introduce the three topics on the transport application, but I would also like to thank my colleagues Lionel Boyot and Pietro Caloprisco, who have been contributed to drafting the topics and thinking about the ideas for these three topics. Oops, other way around. Okay. The main focus of the transport application is this year on three different aspects. One is on the non-road mobile machinery applications that comes back into our annual work plan since, I think, 2023. Innovative manufacturing processes for MEA production of membranes and catalysts and gas diffusion layer. We'll see more in details. And finally, there is a continuity with the development of maritime applications, and in this specific case of just a fuel cell system, not stacks. We will see more later. And what is new is that it is foreseen to have a pilot line for production of MEA application in order to prepare for a future industrialization in the years to come. So a renewed focus on manufacturing. And there's also synergy with some specific projects that have started in the previous years in different aspects, standardization or maritime or production. We will see more in details. Already mentioned, we have three topics. There are three research and innovation actions. The first one, these are three indicative budget. The first one is 5 million euros. The second one also 5 million euros. And the third one for maritime, 7 million euros. The first one is called, I'll just mention the name so that we get familiar with the topics. The first one is called the Configurable Fuel Cell Powertrain for Non-Road Mobile Machinery. The second one, Scalable Innovative Processes for the Production of PEM Fuel Cell MEAs. And the third one, Reliable, Efficient, Scalable, and Lower Cost 1 megawatt scale PEM Fuel Cell System for Maritime Applications. Let's see what it means. So for the configurable fuel cell powertrain application, what is the idea behind? The idea is that you will have to develop a fuel cell powertrain for two different applications in the field of non-road mobile machinery. Why? Because usually these applications are more expensive than the regular road applications because of the harsh condition under which they have to work on, and because of the specific power output that they require, and perhaps also specific architectures. So the idea in this case is that with one powertrain developed for one application, you will be able to take that powertrain, readapt it under a different BOP, and use it for another application. Preferably the applications will be either port applications or agriculture applications. And under port application, there is even a mention of a specific project that we have now ongoing, H2 ports, for which we give guidelines on what type of applications you should look at in order to avoid duplications. Among the two applications, there is two different power output expected, one of 200 kilowatt and one of 100 kilowatt for the second demonstrators. But they should have, as I said, they should have the same building blocks, the same balance of plant, just reconfigured under another architecture and another power level. Also, a testing is foreseen for the largest application, minimum 2,000 hours, and for the small application, minimum 1,000 hours. Going to the second topic on the manufacturing, here the idea, as I said, is to develop a pilot manufacturing line for producing MEAs. And the reason is that with today's technology, there is still a high scrap rate, and there is still the need for having a level up of production and to find innovative processes for going toward a more industrial level. Now, we foresee that this pilot line obviously should be far from full industrial capability, and in fact, the topic stops at MRL 5, that is pre-production level. Nevertheless, it should present innovative processes for example, deposition of large-scale catalyst and microporous layer, and also have inline quality control system to prevent scraps. The pilot line should have the capability to switch among different materials for the different composition, for example, of the membrane of the gas diffusion layer, and also they have to demonstrate the operations versus cost, performance, and capability with different KPIs. We provide here two of the main KPIs. One is the capacity of production that should be below 2,000 square meters per year, and the scrap rate is quite high, 40%, but as I said, this is a pre-production line, in fact. We also indicate here synergies with existing projects. In this case, Mamma Mia, Volumetric, and Nymphea, that are projects that have already provided some innovation in the production of MEAs. Some of them are still ongoing, but the topic invites the successful applicant to take the stock of the knowledge found from these three projects. Going to the last topic, this is again a topic on maritime. We have foreseen the development of a 1 megawatt scale powertrain with PEM fuel cells that is, in this case, more focused on reliable, scalable, and cost effective. We have had topics on maritime with different and higher power output in the last years, but again, this year the focus is more on these key aspects. So you are expected to develop a system, not a stack and not integrating, but a system that should be demonstrated in a relevant environment, so with salt marine conditions, for at least 1,000 hours. And a smaller part of it, 200 kilowatt, should be tested for 40,000 hours within accelerated stress test conditions. The architecture should present a plan to be upscaled up to 10 megawatt. But as I said, the development of a stack and the integration within the vessel are not part of the project, so only the assembly in a system. This topic foresees also collaboration with the project H2 Marine. There is a project ongoing that is developing stacks, so this project should build upon the other. And finally, synergies with the zero-emission waterborne transport partnership are also foreseen. This is the overview of the three applications. Again, more details are provided in the text. I hope I was able to convey you the key messages of what these three topics develop, and then if you have questions, we have time until today to discuss. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Luca, for indeed summarizing, digesting, like I like to say, the topics, the three topics aiming for the transport application. I would also like to draw the attention because Stash was mentioned in one of the slides. Stash will have the opportunity to present to you the results at the beginning of the pitches in the afternoon. So don't forget, when we mention some of the projects that we would like the new applications to build on, we have the privilege today to have Stash presenting to you this afternoon at the beginning of the pitches. So don't forget, you will hear more on the Stash. You also see how we are preparing somehow for the next years, and I hope, like Rosalinda was saying, the European Commission, from the European Commission side, that we will have the green industry deal very soon, and we hope to see manufacturing there and scaling up, and we are, like I said, we are preparing for that with our projects. Now, I would like to move into the heat and power end-use applications, and I would like to invite on scene Eleni Atanasiu. She is also one of the members of the team. Eleni.
So good morning also from my side. My name is Eleni Atanasiu and I'm a project officer. And I will try to give you a short overview of what our call 2025 foresees for clean heat and power applications. However, going a step back and building on what Mirela presented also this morning, this pillar has two areas, stationary fuel cells and also gas turbines. Gas turbines was a relatively new area, but in the last 3 calls, we have funded projects in this area from low TRL basic research until innovation action, and this is an area on gas turbines, boilers, and burners that has been managed by my colleague Nikolaos Limperopoulos. However, this year we don't have a specific topic on this, as we already have 7, if I'm not mistaken, projects up and running with a budget of more than 30 million already allocated on this area. Going back on what we do have in the 2025 call, we focus on stationary applications, on stationary fuel cells, and we will have, as you will see, an innovation action with the main focus of demonstrating in real life the added value of fuel cell technologies when they are integrated in a local energy system. As you will see, we will talk about fuel cells with bigger size from 50 to 200 kilowatts. If you are a bit familiar with our work program, maybe you are able to see that in the previous years we have funded many projects on stationary fuel cells, from small, again, research innovation actions on diagnostics, on materials, to bigger innovation actions, the wide deployment, for example, for micro CHP, fuel cells for commercial uses, for critical infrastructure, for data centers, and so on. So this year we will have one more demonstration topic with the overall aim to raise the maturity of hydrogen-based energy system in order to allow their further deployment in other areas of the hydrogen economy. What is new is that the integration this year is related to the renewable energy communities, a term that has been defined in 2018 in the recast of the Renewable Energy Directive, which puts at the center of the clean energy transition the citizens. More specifically, we have one topic, but still we have 5 million euros for this topic, which is the maximum JU contribution. And we talk about an innovation action. The name of the topic, Demonstration of Stationary Fuel Cells in Renewable Energy Communities. Talking about a demonstration action, this means that the starting TRL is expected to be 5, and at the end of the project should reach TRL 7. What we want to showcase to our project, to demonstrate with this topic, is to showcase the advantages of fuel cells being part of an integrated energy system, their high efficiencies, their heat valorization, their ability to participate in a demand response strategy, their ability to act as backup solution and participate in peak saving applications. The system that is expected to be developed is based on a fuel cell power unit with nominal capacity to 50 to 200 kilowatts. Of course, the specific size has to be appropriate for the application that is going to be proposed. And of course, being part of a system, also the balance of plant components, they should be addressed and also funded under the project. Talking about a demonstration action, testing is crucial, and in this topic we talk about 3,000 hours of cumulative operation in a real renewable energy communities, and these 3,000 hours, as you will see also in the topic specification, are expected to cover 2 different seasons, heating and a non-heating one. Talking about the fuel, we always talk about renewable hydrogen or other renewable hydrogen-rich fuels, which can be produced on-site or delivered on-site, depending again on the concept that it will be proposed. And of course, always have in mind when drafting the proposal that we talk about energy communities, which means that the citizens are in the center, so engaging with the renewable energy community is a key aspect that has to be demonstrated already at the proposal stage and be evident, for example, by integrating a letter of intent in the relevant, in Part B. if I may say, a last remark or a last advice to the applicants is, apart from the technical and the economic aspects, which of course are a key for a successful project, don't overlook the other aspects that they are also mentioned in the topic. For example, related to environmental assessment, regulatory barriers, and so on. And with this, I would conclude my presentation and wish you good luck with your applications.
Thank you very much, Eleni, and indeed for the explanation at the beginning of your talk. Like I also tried to hint in the morning, having just one topic on this, it doesn't mean we have less interest. It's just that we have invested heavily in the previous calls. We are waiting now for the projects to proceed, to perform, to have some results, to move to the next step. So we may see more topics, for example, next year. Who knows? Now, last but not least, member of the team, project officer, who will introduce to the, somehow, if you want, technical topics, because the valleys, we will leave them after the lunch. Alberto Garcia. He's also a senior project officer here, and he will introduce you to the cross-cutting, transversal, somehow, topics. Alberto, my pleasure.
Thank you, Mirela, and good morning on my side. Yes, in cross-cutting, we are addressing challenges of horizontal nature. Indeed, and this year, we would like to focus on sustainability aspects. Indeed, we are going to support activities related with the recycling technologies. I will go through the details in a minute. But also, we would like to gain better understanding on the emission of the PFAS, these per and fluoroalkyl substances, which is one of the substances that may be harmful for the system, for the environment. As well, this year we are going to focus on educational activities, and we are going to support projects providing training on particularly key target groups which are essential for the rollout of these technologies, in particular in the permitting or involved in the permitting and licensing process. We have three topics. The first two, they are related with sustainability aspects, recycling and on PFAS emissions. Both are research and innovation actions, indicative budget 3.5 and 2, while the project on educational activities is a coordination and support action, and indicative budget it's 1 million. If we go into the details, the first project, the first topic is focus on the development of recycling technologies for the iridium and the ionomer using PEM electrolysis. We do expect that the technologies start at the TRL3 and they escalate at the end of the project to the TRL ladder up to TRL5. The aim is to recycle iridium and ionomer after the catalyst-coated membrane separation from a PEM-based electrolyzers stack at the end of life, or from scraps or waste. It should build on previous projects. We have been supporting projects like Best for High. Sustancel also has some activities related with this, but I would like to highlight that the focus is on understanding the impact of the separation process on the waste stream, on the ionomer and the PGM. What type of impurities, the type of degradation in the structure, change of properties, and so on. So we can optimize, let's say, the reuse and the quality of these materials for the reuse. No? The topic includes that the project, of course, they need to have access to end-of-life cells, components, materials, and so on, assess what's the degradation state, develop new methods to separate the ionomer or the iridium with certain purity, 99.5 for the ionomer, 99.9 for the iridium, assess the properties in different batches, up to 10 grams and up to 5 grams for the ionomer, perform the life cycle assessment, techno-economical assessment, and more importantly, rebuild or manufacturing new CCMs and membranes with these materials and test them to verify the performance of the new systems using recycled materials. Projects are expected to develop the pre-processing guidelines for others to follow the same practices, and as well as recommendations for the design of the stack so we can improve the recyclability of these technologies. The second one, it's the first time in which we are going to zoom in or try to get a better understanding on what type of emissions are produced during the operation of PEM-based systems, either electrolysis system-based systems or fuel cells. No? The aim is to understand a little bit the potential releases of these compounds during the operation of these systems, not afterwards, it's during the operation. There are PFAS compounds released, that's what we would like to understand. What type of then? Projects, in this sense, should develop standardized, let's say, testing protocols. This is a sort of a pre-normative research type of project. We would like to standardize the way we assess the emission of PFAS from these systems, but also not only for the sampling, but also for the analysis. In terms of the sampling, we would like to know what are the sources of emissions, what type of sampling device should we use to understand the emissions, what type of conditions we should pay attention to when sampling, but also for the analysis, what type of relevant substances, the analytical methodology, limit of detection, limit of quantification. There are plenty of details in the topic description. And as I said, the idea is to understand how much PFAS compounds are released during the operation of these systems, in basically electrolysis and fuel cells. Projects should, of course, develop a representative sample tanking. We would like to validate the results statistically, and so that the projects can develop a solid and scientifically sound standard sampling process with hygiene instructions for PEM and based electrolysis and fuel cells effluents. Projects should include or should be able to quantify the total organic fluorine, total organic carbon, and so on and so forth, in order to develop these standardized methods, which hopefully will pave the way to have a standard or have standardized ways to assess and evaluate the emission of PFAS during the operations. Links with the JRC to the testing protocols, mission innovation, the countries involved in mission innovation, in particularly clean hydrogen mission, and the activities on environments are expected, so please pay attention to those. Last but not least, on educational activities, as I mentioned, we would like to widen a little bit the scope of maybe the last project that we supported in this sense, the Hydrogen Academy, to target as a key group of professionals that are essential in the rollout of the technologies. And those are involved in the permitting and licensing of these technologies. The main focus, although it's quite open, the system, the topic, the main focus I would like to highlight is hydrogen valleys. We would like to help hydrogen valleys, regions with hydrogen valleys, to streamline the permitting and licensing processes. The projects are expected to assess what are the permitting and licensing processes across Europe, not only in the regions or the member states with hydrogen valleys, but also in the Tier 1 and Tier 2 according to the category defined in high law. You have the list of countries in the top description. Yeah, they should assess all this in order to understand what are the best practices so that others can learn from the experiences in the field or from other member states. Projects, they should assess the permitting and legal aspects on, let's say, different member states and associated country, but they should provide and develop training for at least the regions or the member states with hydrogen valleys. As I mentioned, the main focus is on hydrogen valleys. We would like to support the hydrogen valleys in this process. We would like to streamline and reduce the time and reduce the effort that is needed to get the permits. And indeed, we would like to tackle both sides, not only the civil servants, let's say the public authorities giving the permits, but also the professionals asking for them, so they can speak in the same terms, they can refer to the same sources, so that the process are shortened and more efficient. Yes, as I mentioned, the project should develop training and should implement training for public authorities and professionals, at least in the regions or member states with the hydrogen valleys. And of course, in that sense, we do expect a strong link and synergies with the hydrogen valleys projects that are in the field deploying the technologies. That's all from my side. Thank you very much. Good luck with your proposals.
Thank you very much. I would like to just again draw the attention to, like Alberto already did, to our activities on recycling and the PFAS, the polymeric based materials. which follows, in fact, on what we did already last year. We have already ongoing projects. We are signing some more grants on alternatives to PFAS. 3 projects Alberto is showing me. But we will also like to see how dangerous, if I can say that, are the PFAS. I mean, while we are trying to replace them, are they really dangerous? So we are trying to now have a complementary approach, if you want, to this, looking also at recycling critical raw materials such as iridium, and finally doing this training for civil servants, which came from a real need. We continue here or hearing from our valleys that this is something that they need yesterday. So we had to move quicker and do this training for civil servants, because there are countries where permitting, it still can take 4 years. So yeah, this is a bit in a nutshell all the topics, and I thank you very much to the team of the project officers who contributed to that. Like I said, we left on purpose the Hydrogen Valley topics for after lunch. We will have the next block of presentation on legal, financial, and like I already hinted to you, communication, dissemination, knowledge management, data collection, etc. Now, we still have time for questions, and we foreseen some questions. And I would like to open the floor. Don't hesitate to put questions. Don't hesitate to ask anything related to what we presented so far. Like I said, please focus on the technicalities of the topics. The rest will follow in the next session. We will have another Q&A session. So I see a hand raised there. There are mics in the room. Please, your name, affiliation, and the question.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Miriam Schwartz. I'm with the Offshore Renewable Energy Catapult in the UK. We are having electrical expertise in offshore wind, and we are looking into the electrical challenges when electrolyzers connect to offshore wind. So we are particularly interested in the production side of hydrogen and how to optimize, for example, power electronics to reduce degradation. So my question would be, in the first call on extending lifetime of electrolyzers, obviously there is various aspects of how to optimize the balance of plant. Now, are you looking to have all of those components covered, the material optimization, the electrical optimization, or is it okay to focus specifically on, for example, power electronics?
Thank you for your question. So, Nikos, Claudiu?
Yeah, thank you for your question, Claudiu Pavel, another project officer.
Can you stand up, Claudiu? So.
Yeah, I think the topic is not restricting to any type of materials to be used in the components in the balance of plant. It gives some hints. You can see in the topic description some indication, but this is not limited to those indications. So please feel free to make your proposal as best as you can, expand if you consider necessary, and these additions or not will be evaluated by the experts. So again, encourage us, everybody, to read again the topic description. I think it's pretty detailed in some aspects, but you need to identify where the focus is and maybe to understand if what kind of materials, but overall is to work in synergies, advanced materials for the stack components and as well for the balance of plant. So I think there is a kind of flexibility and give you the chance to prepare your proposal as best as you can.
Thank you. Hope we answered your question. Next question. I see the mic is already there. Yeah.
Frank Geusenbroek, Shell in Amsterdam.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question related to the elephant in the room. If you look at certain areas, particularly in renewable integration, we just have to face the fact that the Chinese are ahead of us. And we know that because we are doing projects with them. So isn't that an idea also to join forces and try to incorporate them in areas where they may support us? And that the overall thing is to get the total system available, if that can be accelerated by making use of Chinese knowledge. I think we should do that.
I take your point. and you may think this way. I'm not sure our powers to be, both from the Commission and from the industry, would fully agree to that. They are in our board, and this is what they instructed us to do. So for now, and I think we are hearing, the president of the Commission is in Davos these days, and somehow alluded into that about the competition with the Chinese, and even with the latest statements coming from across the Atlantic. I think it's above my payroll, honestly. Yes, might be a good idea. I could see your point, but for now, I think our industry, European industry, we have invested for the last 15 years in this technology, would like to keep competitive and, yeah, for now, compete with the Chinese. Next question? Yeah. I see a mic already given there, but then, yeah.
Hello, my name is Kaspars, Baltic Hydrogen Group Infrastructure Project. Reflecting a previous question, more direct, is USA, Japan, India equipments, how to say, allowed?
Yeah, we collaborate with these countries.
Okay, thank you.
They are members of the Mission Innovation. The Mission Innovation was mentioned there. They are members of IPAG, International Partnership for Hydrogen into the Economy. And we have certain collaboration, for example, in particular with Japan. We signed last year a memorandum of understanding where we will collaborate, and there are already identified areas where we will work together. Not the same with the Chinese, huh? So, but like I said, this is above my payroll. Next question?
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello, I am Enrico Negro, come from the University of Padova, Italy. Our job as a research institution is to cover the value chain at the research level, from the fundamental materials to the integration in small devices and characterization, just to provide a framework. I actually have two questions. The first, more or less, was stolen by the previous speaker, and I would like to have a little bit anticipated, not stolen, sorry, about the possibility to work with the US. Not with India or with China. And the second, a little bit more technical, concerning the cross-cutting issue. Do we envisage when in recycling the platinum group elements? Do we envisage a specific output? In other words, do we plan to come out with this type of with a proposal coming out with a specific type of reactant for to be later implemented in fabrication of the next electrocatalyst, or is it a more general thing? And specifically, do we need to separate between fuel cells and electrolyzers, or we are just focusing on iridium and electrolyzers? Thank you.
I'll take the first one, and the second one, Alberto, you can take. So for the first question, I'm really surprised by the number of questions on international cooperation, and I really like to see this in the applications. Yes, you can collaborate with US. Again, it's a member of the Mission Innovation, the Clean Hydrogen Mission. And I can tell you that indeed PFAS, for example, it's both concerns here and across the Atlantic. So if we will receive a proposal in which you will have Americans participating, of course we will be more than happy. Keep in mind the rules for international collaboration and international participation. I'm anticipating a bit the next presentation after the break on the conditions, which say, and by the way, in one of the annexes to Horizon Europe program, you have the countries and how they can participate. We are as open as possible, as close as needed. That's how we like to see in the program, meaning we don't mind to collaborate with the Americans, but we also consider them a developed country, so unless they can, it's only them that they can provide this knowledge in the project, we do not fund them. That should be really exceptional. They can participate because you want to work together, but funding, it's limited to developed countries such as US or Japan. But like I said, I'm anticipating a bit the presentation that will follow. So pay attention to that. I would love to see collaboration with US, but like I said, make the case if you also want to ask funding from EU for US. That's another story.
Yes,
Alberto.
and if I may, for the second question, I think that the topic description clearly calls for to recycle iridium from electrolyzers. That's the goal.
Okay, next question. Yeah.
Hi, good morning. My name is Renewable Martin. I'm project manager in INERCO in the Hydrogen Technologies Department. And we have a very specific question regarding the topic of 401, that is a stationary fuel cells application for remote areas. And we would like to confirm is reversible system fuel cell and electrolysis are eligible for this topic?
Eleni?
In short, I would say yes, provided that it is appropriate for the concept. We still talk about stationary applications, so PEM and solid oxide, they are both eligible, and reversible solid oxide could be part, provided that it is part of a sound concept that it will be proposed.
Thank you very much. Good. I see many. Bart.
Bart Wiebeek from Green Energy Park. We are a hydrogen and ammonia producer, and obviously I'm very interested to know a little bit more about the ammonia cracking topic. I was wondering what kind of technologies could be supported, or what technologies of the cracking is excluded. If you can elaborate a little bit more on what you're looking for, and also in the room, if there are others who are interested in the topic, let's team up, I would say.
Thank you, Bart, for the question. Dionysi?
Thank you for the question. We are open in terms of the technologies we are requesting. There is no prescription in the topic, as you will see. So feel free to propose your concept. What we're clearly looking at is scalable solutions, and that is the main aspect. Meaning that they can meet the KPIs that we have set out in the call at the same time as being scalable.
Meaning that we look for a demonstrator already. We are scaling a bit. We are going in pushing the TRL because we already had in previous calls the concepts for cracking. Other question? Yes, please.
Hi, I'm Himesh from LETAT. It's a research center in Spain. 2 short questions. One for 104. Does the topic need to cover the whole value chain, materials, cells, and stacks? Because the content of the call says also stacks, but the topic says or stacks. The next question is on 106. In this case, the techno-economic analysis and LCA needs to be done before the project is granted or at the proposal stage, or can be done during the project. Thank you.
Nikos?
Thank you for the questions. Starting from the second one, I understand that it should be part of the project. And you could work then on this. And on the topic 1.4, I think it's the complete value chain, but please also consider the TRL levels and the innovation action aspect. So don't start doing research work from very basic stuff.
Other questions? There in the back,
Yes.
I see a hand raised. What? Okay. Sorry.
Sorry to interrupt. So my name is Erhard Brechelmacher, coming from Beyond Gravity Austria in Vienna. My question is, what I miss a bit is storage and distribution of liquefied hydrogen. Is there a reason behind why no liquefied gases are discussed or presented today?
No, there is no reason. We supported them in the previous years. So that's why they are missing,
it's
if you want this year.
ongoing
There are
developments.
ongoing projects looking at that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other question? Yeah, in the back
Yes,
there.
thank you for all the information. Jörg Fouke from TNO in the Netherlands. I had a question about the budget, and maybe I misunderstood that from your presentation, but you clearly said that certain topics, they have a maximum budget. So if you go over a cent, it's not eligible. But others that were in the table did not have the asterisks. Does it mean that that budget maximum is not so strict? And is it...
That's a correct interpretation.
And how
It's
much
an
can you go over
estimated,
it?
yeah. So for those where we have capped, let's use that word, where we cap the budget is where we anticipate that the total cost of the project goes beyond our funding. So that's why we didn't want to go free and to end up with no available budget for everything we're publishing. So that's why for valleys, for example, for a big valley, I take an example of a valley, we anticipate a total cost of around 100 million. We said the capping for a big valley is 20 million. If we don't do that, and we say we estimate 20 million, we may end up with a request of 100. We don't have this money. So that's why for some we cap, where we again anticipate that the total will go higher. And for the others, we estimate that that will be the total, which is also the indicative of the funding. So we hope that we can go up to 100% funding there. Now, it happened. It happened in the past, very exceptional, that we receive applications where we estimated 4 million and we receive an application requesting 5. That has to be, and it can happen, because it's our estimation, it's our best estimation. And it's acceptable if it's not capped. But you have to justify to the experts why you need 5 instead of our estimation of 4, okay? And it happened, and we accepted, and we funded that project, requesting more than we estimated, okay? I hope I answered to your question and I clarify. Good. Yes? Let's take 1, 2 more questions.
Thank you for the presentations. I'm Christopher Nahed from the French Atomic Energy Commission. My question is regarding the TC201, so lined
the rock
caverns. Yeah. So a TRL of 3 to 5, would that be implying the need to have basic demonstrators? And would the demonstrators have to be field demonstrators, or can it simply be laboratory demonstrators? Thank you.
Dionysus?
Yes. Thank you for the question. A physical demonstrator is required by the topic. This does not mean that we require you to have a mined rock cavern ready to be demonstrated, but I think we also give you a couple of examples in the topic. So it can be an above-ground test where you test the steel liner, or a series of tests in laboratory conditions that you test different aspects of the proposed solution. So it's just to say that it's not only desk research or experiments, but we need something concretely to be demonstrated.
Thank you. Yeah.
So, yeah, Attila Yildiz from Siemens Energy. I just want to come back to the previous question with regard to the budget. So did I understand right? So the total budget, project budget has to be the same as the funded or funding?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
So the project budget can be still higher?
Yeah.
But requested funded has to be.
You look at the topic and you have 2 cases. Either where we say it is estimated that this is the funding that you need, and that's when you do your total cost of the project and you come with a request, and you can go up to 100% in that case. Or you have another type of topics where you say the funding cannot go higher than this. And that's when we expected other types of investments, which normally we also ask that you make a plan for. If you still have, don't hesitate that we can further clarify.
I think I got it. Thank you.
Good. Last question. No? Everybody, I think there were more, there were more than 2 hours of presentations, but we have a lot of info to, is there on the second row. A lot of info to share with you. Yeah.
Thank you. Rafael van der Velde, Witteven en Bos, the Netherlands. Is it possible if you make a new call for a hydrogen valley and at the same time have this cross-cutting issues with knowledge transfer to employees from municipalities or whatever? is it possible to do it from the same partners, region?
Of course, of course. We had cases in previous calls where we had more or less the same consortium applying in multiple topics. And they explain, of course, because as you can imagine, the experts will see that. And they explain how we will avoid that. They ask money for, or twice the money for the same thing, but they were also working together. So yes. Good, let's stop here because I think everybody is at least thirsty. And let's have a break for coffee, and we come back here 11:45 because there's another block of heavy presentations and we need to finish in time. Thank you. Hello? Could I kindly ask you to take your seats? It's already 11:51, in fact. But I wanted to give a bit more time for you to have a coffee and, of course, the networking, which is extremely important today. So please take your seat. And would like to move into the next, if you want, block of presentations. Like I explained already in the morning, the first one was on the technicalities of the topics, and we presented the topics one by one to you. Now I would like to look at the other aspects that you have to pay attention when you prepare your application. And I would like to start with the call conditions. And would like to invite on stage Lionel Bayo. He is not only a project officer, but he is also our call coordinator. So he coordinates everything related from the publication to the end of the evaluations. And he will guide us through the call condition. Lionel, please.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It seems Pulse Pool feedback surveys have been trendy, at least this morning. Let's start with one. In this room, how many of you have been or are familiar with the rules, the condition of Horizon Europe program? Please raise your hands. Okay, quite a lot. So the presentation you're about to see will remind few of them. The presentation is divided in two branches. First one, it will be about the Horizon Europe rules, the call conditions, and the second branches will be about the proposal submission and the evaluation of the call. Durad lex sed lex. Last year, at the closure of the call, 11 proposals out of 152 were found either ineligible or inadmissible. That's quite a lot of proposals, 7% of the total number of the ones we have received. It's a lot of money, a lot of time spent in vain, and a lot of courage for the coordinator of this proposal to go back to the consortium and say, guess what, the proposal is not eligible, not admissible. It's dramatic. So my goal today is to make sure you're not in this position, and you'll submit proposals that are not only admissible and eligible, but as well of good quality. So the Call 2025 is governed by two sets of rules. The one on the top are Horizon Europe rules, and I will do a tour of all these different annexes on financial and operational capacity, on the award criterion, the procedure, things like these. And the second set of rules are the one imposed, stipulated in our annual work plan. And in fact, there are two conditions, the maximum contribution per topic and the consortium composition. So let's go for the tour. Admissibility. A proposal is considered admissible when it is submitted on time within the portal. You will not be able to submit a proposal after the call closure. That makes a lot of sense. But my advice would be submit it beforehand. It will spare you a lot of sweat. A case that happened last year, a coordinator put the proposal in the wrong topic. So at the last moment, tried to shift it, put it back on the correct topic, Guess what? 5 o'clock at the date of the call closure, she did not manage to finalize the submission, out. So it's a loss. Take your time. Do your proposal. It's an iterative process. Do it well in advance. Proposal must be readable, accessible, and printable in line with the instruction and the format. There are also templates of the part B that will explain you what you have to describe where, and sometimes even with a page indication per section. The proposal has to be complete, meaning all data about the budget, the partners, the operational capacity of the partners, and so on and so forth. It must include a draft plan for exploitation and dissemination of the result. If it's not there, proposal not admissible. And by complete, it consists of 3 parts. Part A, a lot of administrative data if you want. Part B, technical description, illustration, graph, what your project will do, what will be the activities in the lifetime of your project. And the third part, it's an Excel file, a detailed budget table. There are some page limits to be respected. RIA 33 pages, RIA 50, and CSA 33, RIA 50, and Innovation Action IA 70 pages. I'll come back about this acronym later on. Then we move to eligibility. A proposal is eligible when it is addressing the topics that have been published, and it is in line with the core condition, without any military applications. Then the consortium composition must be, depending on the type of action, in line with these requirements. So for RIA and IA, it's at least one independent legal entity established in a member state, and at least 2 other independent legal entities, each established in a different member state or an associated country. So you could imagine a large group having different branches in different countries. No, that does not make the consortium eligible because these branches of the large group are not independent one from the other. Then, a subject of question in the earlier session, international participation. Horizon Europe is a welcoming program. It allows any legal entity established everywhere on this planet to participate, except entities that are subject to EU restrictive measures, or sanction of the EU, or Chinese entities in innovation actions, or the legal entity established in Belarus, Russia, or non-governmental control area of Ukraine. Now, this was for participation. To get the money, to get the funding, it's slightly different. Entities are receiving automatically this funding if they are established in a member state or in an associated countries to Horizon Europe, and the number of these countries being associated is increasing. For example, Switzerland from 1st of January can participate. South Korea can participate. UK, it was subject of many questions in the past. Now it's clear, it's associated to Horizon Europe. Canada as well. And there are a lot of others, Israel, Norway, plenty of these. Then funding is automatically given if the entity is established in low or medium income countries, a long list of them, starting from Afghanistan, finishing in Zimbabwe, they'll get the funding. And then for the rest, what? The funding could be given exceptionally, provided that the Clean Hydrogen Joint Undertaking considers the participation of this entity essential for the activities of the project. It means what? In case you have a Japanese research center, so the Japanese research center has to own something, IP, infrastructure, the stuff, which does not exist anywhere else in Europe. So how would you place the Japanese participation in your project? In this way, either you ask for the funding and you build your case, why is it essential? And in any case, if you want, following the evaluation, don't know if this will be accepted or not, explain how the contribution, participation of the Japanese entity will be financially supported, maybe through own private fund, maybe through a Japanese program. So this has to be explained. Another element of eligibility that apply at entity level is the gender equality plan. What is this? It's a plan which enroll As a content, you see on the right, for example, gender balance in the leadership or gender equality in recruitment, and as a process, as you see on the left. These gender equality plans apply only to public bodies, research organizations, and higher education establishments from the member state and associated countries. This is checked, is declared by entities within a consortium at the moment of the proposal, when you submit it, and it's verified later, assuming the proposal is successful. At the grant agreement preparation, we'll look at it. So better to comply with it now. Other element of eligibility, exclusive focus on civil application, nothing on military in the call. You've seen the different topics. No human cloning, nothing in these topics. And comply with the EU policy interest and priorities. Right. Few acronyms. RIA, IA, CSA. RIA stands for Research and Innovation Action. It means what? A development of processes, technologies, services that will be demonstrated, validated at a lab scale, close to the research. Innovation, and in a RIA, the funding is automatically 100% for all entities participating. Innovation action, in the middle, in blue, more or less the same, but the piloting, the prototyping, the demonstration part will be done in a large, real industrial environment, for example, closer to the market. There, the funding is 70% with an asterisk. Entities that are non-profit making will get 100% of funding. CSAs, coordination and support action, relate to the rest of activities. Nothing to do with research, nothing to do with innovation. These are different. I think it's on the IONMER, topic 5.3 this year. Funding rate, 100%. TRL level. Colleagues, I've explained for each topic, you have a TRL at start of the project, and a TRL at the end, which is planned to be achieved at the end of your project. Make sure your proposal is in line with these. Experts severely and rightly penalize proposals that are outside the scope of this TRL. You don't start where it should be, or you do not deliver what was planned at start. This is a span of all the TRL level across the RIA, so from 2 to 6, but individually in each topic you have a different range. Right. Annex C, financial and operational capacity and exclusion. So these projects and activities are supported by public funding. It's public money. So we have to make sure that the entity coordinating the project has the financial robustness to receive the money and redistribute it to the other member of the consortium. It means what in practice? At the proposal stage, there is a self-check to be done. So the coordinating entity will have to put different ratio in there, and it will return a score, an appreciation, a word, good, very good, insufficient, weak, and so on. If the coordinating entity is weak or insufficient, it cannot be. So you have to change the entity coordinating the project. Voilà. Keep in mind as well the financial capacity in case you are participating in several projects. You don't generate profit in participating in projects. We reimburse cost only. So if you apply through different proposals at different topics, and you win all of them, you must have the means to comply, deliver the activities you committed to in all the future projects. The description of the applicant's operational capacity in terms of infrastructure, their knowledge in the field, demonstrated by a list of publications or a list of previous projects, is scrutinized by the expert. If it's not aligned, let's say there is no previous knowledge, no know-how, nothing, then the expert can even consider one of the entity of the consortium does not have the operational capacity, and therefore it will be taken out, and then the proposal is scored. So choose your partner in your proposal. Exclusion, well, this applies to entities if they are subject to EU administrative sanction or in exclusion situation. You should not misrepresent the information in the proposal, and if you were involved in the call preparation, you cannot apply, you are excluded to apply, otherwise it creates distortion of the competition. How are the proposals scored? According to 3 criterion: excellence, impact, efficiency and quality of the implementation. Each of these is scored from 0 to 5. 0, you miss the point, out. 5, excellent. You need at least a 3 per criterion to be considered passing the quality threshold. And we add an overall quality threshold of 10 points. So that means you need a 3, 3, and a 4 somewhere. But that will be a bare minimum. With a 10, you pass, okay, you'll get the step seal, but you're far from being funded by the Clean Hydrogen GU. Last year, for example, in some topic, we received 20 proposals. It's very competitive. Shoot for the best quality, best explanation in your proposal. One recommendation as well is to download the evaluation grid from the evaluator and respond to the question that the evaluator later on will have to answer. Make their job easier. Then second set of rules, the work program 2025. We have introduced for the 6 innovation topics 2 additional eligibility criterion. The maximum contribution per topic, Mirela mentioned it, not a cent more, not 302 euro more, no, nada. Otherwise, out. We don't look at it, not negotiable. Consortium composition, for the same 6 innovation topics, within the consortium, there must be a member of 1 or 2 of the association, Hydrogen Europe Research or Hydrogen Europe Industry. That was it for the rules. And now move to the process itself. Call closure 23rd April. The next day, project officer at the Clean Hydrogen GU will look at the eligibility and admissibility of the proposal and assign expert to all of them. Then, beginning of May, expert will start individual work. They will put a score, they will put comment on impact, excellence, and implementation. Then, virtually, beginning of June, we'll invite the expert, having looked at the same proposal, to come to a conclusion, to agree on the scores, and agree on the comments. Later, we do a panel review, meaning a subset of the evaluators, called the rapporteur, will be put within the same virtual room, and they will look at the consistencies across the evaluation of different topics, plus resolve case of minority view, in case there were, and rank the proposal with the same score. Then, Clean Hydrogen GU will finalize a rank list. What we do, I mean, we look at the budget available, we look at per topic, the rank of the proposal, we draw a line when the budget is no longer available. Application process, I mentioned it earlier, 3 documents, part A, B, and a detailed budget table on Excel. All this upload to the system. Additional annex only for the Hydrogen Valley proposals. And speaking of the quality of the proposal, why you should target the sky is because what you will present will be what will be funded at the end. There is no time to adjust a bit the budget, introduce a new partner, put a new work package. No. It has to be clean, this proposal. Why? Because there is a requirement from Horizon Europe, 8 months, from the closure of the call to the signature of the grant agreement. And we aim to be, and we are, online with this time to grant of 8 months. Last slide. Evaluation are done with the help of experts. Assuming you don't find any topic, or in the end you don't apply with your proposal, a golden opportunity to see what is a good or a bad proposal is to become an expert and witness it for yourself. We recruit roughly 60, 70 expert evaluators per year. We need good technical expertise, that's number 1 criterion, and experience and knowledge. We need you to be available at the time of the calendar of the evaluation. You to be absent of any conflict of interest. And then, second level, we apply a bit of a statistic-based guidance in terms of geographical diversity, gender, mixture between private and public sector, and a rotation. We integrate new experts. It's very, let's say, healthy to have new experts in this system. Each proposal is looked at by at least 3 experts. We do have an overall expert called the independent observer looking at the process and providing comment, feedback to the entire program and to the governing board of the Clean Hydrogen JU. So I encourage you to apply. Register clicking on the link and send back your registration number to this last email, project@cleanhydrogenjoint.eu. Why? Because there are thousands and thousands of experts in this database, and we need to identify you easily in there. That's it from my side, and make good proposal, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lionel, for the tremendous work that is needed to coordinate all this, because we know it's not easy from encoding all this text into the IT system to follow up that everything it's perfect. And by the way, that reminds me to tell you that we hope by the end of the month to also open the system for submission, because the system for submission is not yet open. There are still few bugs that came over the Christmas that we will try to fix, but I guess nobody's ready to submit today. Yeah? So I hope to have it open by the end of this month. So thank you, Lionel, very much. We will send news, of course. I realize I have to say it more often. Don't forget to register and become one of our subscribers to our news and newsletter, because I realize people are complaining we are not telling them about things. Just by subscribing to our news and newsletter, you will hear everything from us. Which also reminds me to tell you that my colleagues here in charge of the organization of today are telling me that even tonight you will have all presentations online. So, with that, I would like to move to the second presentation in this, if you want, group of rules. And I would like to invite on the scene first our lawyer to present the legal aspects, and then she will be followed by one of the financial officers to dive a bit more into the lump sum, which is a new cost model that we have implemented as of last year. So first, Georgiana Busnosu, she is our lawyer, and she will guide you through the legal aspects. Georgiana, my pleasure.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Still morning. I have a short introduction into the presentation of the legal model grant agreement that will be applicable to those of you who will be successful in the application you will submit to the call for proposals 2025. So first of all, to explain to you the grant agreement concept, because as a result of a successful application, you will have to sign a contract with the joint undertaking as granting authority. This contract already sets out your rights, your obligations, and how much money you will get. So what is the funding applicable? What is the maximum grant amount? What is the distribution? You will find out, of course, a little bit more about how the lump sum is built in terms of the grant amount. And it also sets out for example, additional aspects such as intellectual property, access rights, distribution of payments, pre-financing, reporting, and so on and so forth. It's already a very good idea to have a look at the grant, even though you are not at the stage of signing, but just to give you an overview of what is the minimum required in the grant agreement. I've decided to give you an overview of the types of participation because in terms of consortia, this is the moment that you build it. So you normally have the coordinator and the beneficiaries. The coordinator represents the beneficiaries. However, in addition to the beneficiaries and the coordinator who sign the grant agreement, have all the rights and obligations, you have additional entities who could participate, such as associated partners, subcontractors, in-kind contributors against payment or free of charge, and affiliated entities. Affiliated entities, for example, if you have a company with which you have a capital or a legal link, meaning you are under the same control of a company, you control the company or you are being controlled by that company, it's 3 possibilities. With a link that goes beyond the grant agreement, you can call upon the affiliated entity to participate together with you. They have their own costs that they will charge to the project, the share of the lump sum, and you need to already set out in the proposals the tasks that you envisage your sister, mother company will do, any other entity with which you have a legal or a capital link. So this is a possibility, you can envisage them. They will need a PIC number, so you can already start the process for PIC validation. Associated partners. Now, these are entities who will not charge contributions to the grant. They will implement tasks. So you can choose, for example, international partners to be associated partners, to repeat the term. They can be linked to one beneficiary or to the entire consortium if not a specific link with a beneficiary exists. The automatic, let's say, associated partner characteristic is that the system will not even allow you to put the contributions to charge them at cost. So it's automatically taken out of the grant. You can also include subcontractors or purchase. So you can have contracts for the purchase of equipment, of other goods and services as it was in the actual costs grant agreement. What is very important at this stage is that you list your subcontractors in the Part B as explained by my colleague Lionel, and in the detailed budget table that will be presented in detail in the next presentation by my colleague Nora. This will be taken into consideration at evaluation stage by the experts. Because of the lump sum model, later on we will not verify best value for money and additional conditions that were applicable in the actual cost. So we look at your subcontracting costs and to see if they comply with the conditions at the evaluation stage. So experts will look at these costs. Same for purchases. Please include all your purchase costs and explain them, both in the Part B and in the detailed budget table. Make sure they are consistent, that what you put in one paper is consistent with what you put in the other paper. And in case you use equipment, please explain already in the detailed budget table if that equipment is depreciated or if it is full cost. If it is full cost, this is possible only for specific topics. So as repeated previously by my colleagues, always read the topic and the call conditions that apply to that topic. It's very important. Always go back to the call topic. Now, in terms of valleys, there was also a reference before on synergies between forms of funding. This is a strictly let's say, regulatory slide, because when you match funding and when you have synergies, you always have some rules and regulations that you have to verify. First is also compliance with national state aid rules, which are different from country to country. So have a look at that if you apply for national funding. On the accumulation of funding, if you apply to 2 EU-funded programs or 2 parts of the same EU-funded program, let's say Horizon Europe under the Clean Hydrogen JU and another part of Horizon Europe implemented by another funding body, you cannot charge the same cost item in both grants. So, for example, I'll take something that is quite prominent from the beginning of the presentation. For example, an electrolyzer, that is a big cost item. Should you decide to put it in the topics that we presented, that same electrolyzer cannot be put in an application for another EU funding program, because double funding is prohibited by the financial regulation. It's quite simple. And the third point I wanted to briefly mention, but it was also mentioned before, is the STEP, the sovereignty seal that is applicable to I believe 6 of the topics, and will be awarded for those that pass the threshold assessment in the evaluation. Now, this being said, this is in short the legal framework that you need to be aware at this time for writing your proposal. I encourage you to have a look at the model grant agreement for lump sums. And for more details on the lump sum characteristics, we have the next presentation by my colleague Nora.
Thank you very much, Georgiana. And to be complimented, I would like to have the pleasure to invite her on stage, Nora Ovcharova. She's a financial officer, and she will present to you the characteristics of the lump sum cost models. Nora.
Thank you, the green, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mirela. Good morning, everybody, again. I think it's still morning. I do have the pleasure to present the lump sum grant agreement type of funding, and I'm tempted to ask how many of you have already participated in lump sum projects, being coordinators or beneficiaries. Well, the number is not that high, but I can still assure you that this novelty of the lump sum grant and the lump sum funding is easy to manage, as we have seen from our last year. So far, so good. We would like to say this because there were no real challenges, and the expectations were more or less met. So, lump sum characteristics. Before that, as Mirela said, I'm one of the financial officers of the GU. I've started years ago, so I have some experience of FP7, Horizon 2020, and now Horizon Europe, and Horizon Europe being actual cost and lump sum funding. And I can see the logic or the philosophy or the reason for introducing the lump sum as going forward with the simplifications. This more or less is the next slide. Why using lump sum funding? We have been considering for a few years to go that way. One of the reasons was the reporting burden with the actual costs and all the related supporting documents, and the other reason was that no matter how much we simplified the instructions in each and every next program, there was still quite a lot of errors found by the auditors, and the reporting burden, again, for you as beneficiaries and for us checking the reports was not to be underestimated. So last year we went for lump sum, as many of you know. We still consider it a novelty because we had only one call in the lump sums. Why go for the lump sum? It removes the reporting burden for you, which in practicalities means you're not supposed to keep timesheets, invoices, and other cost details. Then we also say that the lump sum grant model basically allows for equal treatment or level playing field for small enterprises and bigger companies which have high administrative costs, huge administrative departments, and so on. And then in terms of flexibility, how the grant is run, the lump sum is the same as the actual cost model. It allows the same flexibility. The main difference is that the focus is on performance and not that much on actual cost reporting. How does it look in practice? This is just one slide to show you how the budget in a lump sum grant looks. Basically, it is fixed amount, lump sum, per beneficiary per work package. And this way, each beneficiary has a share in each work package. The lump sum is the total maximum grant amount. How do you define the lump sum? Through the proposal, you are free to define the amount necessary for implementing the grant and for completing all those work packages that you put into the grant. And I'll show a bit more details about this budgeting. For writing the lump sum proposal, there are not that many differences from the actual cost grant if you were applying in the past. Basically, you use the same submission system with the necessary parts. You use the Part B template that is available in the system and upload it. Yet, for the cost element, for the cost part, you have the additional detailed budget table where you give your cost estimations. As mentioned already, you declare costs only once, basically in this detailed budget table. That's where it is assessed. So I'll have 5-6 slides in my second part of the presentation on the detailed budget table. Now, the detailed budget table is Excel file that you have to download, complete, and submit in the system. Only with fully completed detailed budget table with all the elements, your proposal is a complete one. And I'd like to emphasize this, that the detailed budget table has to be completed properly with all the details of the costs and deviations in types of costs, if you have such, with comments on where you deviate and what type of equipment cost, for example, you budgeted. Why? Because that helps the evaluators really to properly assess your proposal and to understand the costs, to understand the cost deviations that you may have. For example, the cost estimations are per category, and the categories are the same. The estimations, however, have to be based on your actual costs, meaning your normal, usual accounting practices with maybe a hint or a bit for inflation here and there. The cost estimations generate the detailed budget as breakdown per beneficiary and the shares per work package. The experts, after you submit the proposal, the experts look into your total submission, including the detailed budget table. And there, the experts have the task to ensure that your costs are reasonable and non-excessive, meaning that these costs are really needed for the proposal, justified, and to be incurred during the implementation of the proposal. And also to allow that the split of the lump sum shares between the beneficiaries is reasonable and allows for the completion of the activities in each and every work package that you do. Completion of activities is the prerequisite for payment of a work package, as you'll see in my next slides. Now, if the experts find totally overestimated costs, they also have the right to comment and to suggest reductions. So please make sure that your estimations and your budgeting really meet the needs of the project and are based on normal practices, actual market prices. Even more, cost estimations that are very overestimated or totally underestimated might even need to a reduction in the implementation criteria, because that's where the experts put their comments about the detailed budget table. You remember Lionel spoke about the 3 sections or the 3 criteria of evaluation. Under implementation, that's where we also look for the experts' comments on the budgeting. What comes next? Just an idea. How does it work further on the lump sum grant? Well, lump sum payments are based on completed work packages. completed work packages means completion of all the activities that are foreseen under that work package. And given that payment is based on a completed work package, in the interim payments, if you declare in this case only 2 completed work packages, you may expect the payment of only those 2 work packages. The rest remains for next interim or maybe for the final payment. Exceptionally, under final payment, there is a room for partial payment of not fully completed work packages. Meaning, at final stage, if something is not totally completed, you may justify a percentage of completion. We look and assess, but that's exceptionally for final payment. Now, in defining your proposal and considering that payment is based on completed work packages, we also wanted to draw your attention to the work package structure of your proposal. A work package, it's a major subdivision of your proposal. It's not a simple single task, definitely. Payments are based on work packages. The reporting periods usually set up in the grant are 18, maybe 12 months here and there. Considering those 2 criteria, we would like to draw your attention that a work package should not be broken down into reporting periods just to ensure payment. It should be a complete set of activities. The exception that is provided is basically for the work packages that run from the very beginning until the very end. And the good examples are management or dissemination and communication. In those cases, for these work packages, you may consider splitting them into several, 1 or 2, to ensure your cash flow or to better foresee enough cash flow for the project implementation. Now, a bit more details about the detailed budget table per se. Here my starting point, or our starting point, is that there are wonderful instructions on how to fill in, how to construct. There are also videos, and I'll give you the links in the last page. The detailed budget table is a must. It should be included in your proposal. Otherwise, the proposal is considered incomplete. Your cost estimations, they have to meet 4 criteria, basically. They should meet the same eligibility criteria as in actual cost grants, meaning needed, incurred during the project life. Must be in line with your normal practices, must be reasonable, non-excessive, and experts explicitly check that. And then must be in line with the needs of the project or the legal needs of the type of proposal, for example. And here an example is audits are not needed because there are no financial reports, no financial checks. So any audit certificate should not be included in your budget. For the detailed instructions, again, our advice is follow the instructions, how to create the parts of the detailed budget table, list all beneficiaries, list the work packages, apply the changes, and then you get into the beneficiary sheet or beneficiary and affiliated entity sheet. This is an example of how it looks. A beneficiary sheet of a beneficiary with affiliated entity. The main point we would like to emphasize here is that the costs are budgeted per number of items multiplied by the average cost of any of those items. If we look at the personnel cost, for example, which is always existing in grants, the personnel costs are budgeted as number of man-months in each and every category, be it senior scientist, junior scientist, and so on. And then you have number of units, meaning number of man-months, multiplied by the average cost of this category. If you have 2, 3 scientists, of course, you take the average for them. Same for the other types of costs. Before that, Horizon dashboard for lump sum personnel costs. This is a tool that is available on the website. It was initially meant especially for experts to be able to assess the reasonability of the costs of different personnel types in the grants. What does it mean? It's a tool made by DG Budget, taking the personnel costs of the grants from the last 2-3 years. The last update of the tool was in November 24, and it gives the average cost per personnel category for each and every country. So that's where the experts would check whether your personnel costs are reasonable. And our advice is, if you have higher personnel costs, please add comments why you need higher personnel costs or more qualified people. This dashboard is available for you also to consult. We recommend it, and we are sure that the experts use it heavily in their assessments, so please have a look. In terms of subcontracting and purchase costs, the general advice is, again, please detail them in the respective sections, and please also take note that these are budgeted in the detailed budget table as number of items multiplied by the average cost. So this all you will find in the instructions. Again, the instructions are very detailed and self-explanatory and will guide you to the next steps. In terms of equipment, same story here. Equipment is number of items of equipment by the average cost of the equipment. However, you can declare or budget foresee equipment costs in our grants in 2 ways. The usual depreciation method, which has to be explained as date of purchase, percentage of use, how many months, and so on. And this is the yellow table that you see to the right. Or full purchase cost. Full purchase cost does not need to be explained as depreciation, obviously, but the depreciation costs that you include in your detailed budget table have to come from the depreciation table cost, where you see all the columns that you fill in, complete for all the pieces of equipment, get the number of units of equipment and the average cost, and that's how you complete it. And then the famous any comments table, an example below, that's the place where you should put all the details about something that is proposal specific, cost specific, about this and that type of cost and what you foresee. Please make sure you explain the cost details sufficiently. This will help the experts in the evaluation. They'll find the answers, they'll have less questions, and of course, unexplained costs may lead to further complications. So our advice is, please make sure you follow the instructions, explain the costs well, and provide sufficiently detailed comments in all the parts to have a complete proposal. And yeah. Last but not least, consistency. You have the detailed budget table where you get the costs from per partner, and then in part A you are supposed to put the requested grant amount. Make sure again that these amounts are consistent between the detailed budget table and what you request from us. If any difference, usually it's attributable to your own resources, so make sure you explain the own resources are in the any comment section mentioned, and also that the requested EU grant is maximally equal or less than the costs in the detailed budget table. If it's otherwise, then there is something very wrong in your detailed budget table. So that is it from me. And you may find all the answers, I guess, in addition to this presentation in all the sources that you see. A lot of guidance, videos, presentations. I think submitting a lump sum proposal should not be difficult. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nora, for the details on the lump sum model. I hope, like I said, for those already involved with us last year, you see the simplification there. That's the meaning of using lump sum, and like Nora correctly said, to also avoid errors. There is a lot of guidelines, so we leave with you all the links. We leave with you also the presentation. We said it's going to be recorded, so we will put it on YouTube. The explanation of Nora, of course, and the presentation itself will be available tonight. Pay attention to this. It's extremely important that you pay attention to how you structure the costs of your proposal. Like I think both Nora and Georgiana, but even Lionel explain, when we talk about budget, that's the entire implementation criteria of the proposal. Again, we've seen very good proposals, excellent in terms of science, methodology, but then failing in implementation because the costs were not explained. That we've seen costs, big costs that were just put there without any explanation of how the cost structure is going to happen. So please pay attention to all this, because it's extremely important, and I can guarantee to you our experts will not give us the okay to go to fund a proposal, an application, if the costs are not clear to them and they see a big risk. Questions. We are a bit behind schedule, so I would like to open now for questions on these three presentations. So the call conditions, the model grant agreement, and the lump sum. Any questions? Because then we change somehow angle. Yes, I have a question here.
Good afternoon, Mirela, Federico Zenit from Sintef and coordinator of STASH. And I'm not sure I'm the European champion of amendments. I got 8 in STASH. And the question was about what happens with the lump sum method for amendments in case of subcontract. One of the amendments in STASH was because one linked third party was bought by another company, and from a partner of the project became a subcontractor. We had to send an amendment because stuff happens, so we had to introduce a subcontract. That's the typical situation when you have to have an amendment if you introduce a subcontract. Now, with this lump sum, I have a fear that partners say, okay, nobody's looking, we don't tell anyone. Can we just keep working and just introduce subcontracts freely? I suspect not. Or how should we handle it?
Okay. Georgiana, would you like to answer to that? Of course, I have the answer. But I prefer the experts to do it.
You should make the changes. It is an amendment because it's the same. Okay, we don't audit you, but that does mean that you can go under the radar. So you should do it. The only thing to remember is that the initial Excel table that you put to the proposal, you should keep it because it will be handy in the future. If you are successful and sign the grant, it will be handy to do the lump sum contributions whenever you need an amendment and there are budget shifts. So just that, to keep that in the background, because the Excel table doesn't stay with the grant.
If I allow myself to go a bit into the philosophy, if you are externalizing, because going to a subcontractor means you go to somebody external to the consortium because you cannot do the job yourself with the partners. If you are doing changes into that, we would like to know, because we don't want that the work is done outside the consortium. Normally, the capacity of the consortium to do the job was assessed. That's a big change for us, even if we work in lump shares. So what I want to say here, there is some common sense behind the lump sum. It's not simple, but in the end, like I said, you have to inform us if there are changes, and then we'll see how big are the changes, how important, and then if we go for an amendment. But yeah, normally it should not change with lump sum. Yes, in the back there.
Thank you, and thank you for a great presentation. My name is Helen O'Connell. I'm with Gas Networks Ireland, and I suppose my question is about if there is a partnership that has applied for the Hydrogen Valley Fund and a partner changes either its role or leaves the partnership altogether, how does that impact the application?
Later on in the implementation of the project, you mean?
So if the application has actually been made to you for the project as it stands, how would that, we obviously have to notify you, and I suppose how would that impact it?
Yeah, that's a very, if I can say, philosophical question for me. Why I'm saying that? We deal with that on a daily basis in our projects. We have partners leaving projects, and the coordinator normally with a consortium have to assess what's the implication of somebody leaving. Sometimes the consortium decides to absorb the role, the budget and everything, and to say, listen, we have this partner leaving, but we can still do the job between ourselves. Sometimes we look for a replacement, and that's what happens through amendments. We amend the initial grant agreement that we sign, again, following an assessment by the consortium with the coordinator of what happens if somebody leaves, and then we look for solutions, either, like I said, to continue one way or another. It may even happen that it's so important that we terminate the grant, that we don't go further, and that can even, as I said, it's a philosophical question, and we deal with that every day, and there are solutions depending on the implications. Other question? Yeah, there. I'm very aware of the time, and I'm very talkative, and I'm following.
Hello, Simona Biziano from north of Norway, Green Age and Copa B. Question regarding the consortium composition, especially for hydrogen valleys. Is that mandatory to be as Horizon Europe 1+2, or can that be only national? In my case, only from Norway. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I could give the floor to Lionel, but I will quickly answer. The rules are Horizon Europe rules, like Lionel guided you through the different general annexes. So yes, we have to have 3 countries, or 3 independent, we say, independent organizations. We cannot have 3 organizations, mother, sister companies seated in 3 different countries. That doesn't work either. So 3 independent beneficiaries or applicants from at least 3 different member states and associated countries. It has to be a European project. Otherwise, if you have a national project, you go and apply to national funding. Other question? One more? No? Would be very, okay.
Thank you very much for the excellent presentations. I just had a very small addition to make to the first one, which is to add New Zealand as a example of an associated country to Horizon Europe that is very, very interested in participating in the Clean Hydrogen Partnership and the calls. So I'm Mary Mulholland. I'm from the New Zealand mission to the European Union, and just a small plug. Bit shameless, sorry.
Interesting. Thank you. Thank you for that point. Of course, we know that. I was not aware. New Zealand is so interesting in our call, but that's the interest I noticed. So thank you. Thank you very much for that addition. Good. So I will stop here. We have another slot for Q&A later after the next 2 presentations. And if you still have some questions, hold them until there. Therefore, I would like to move now into the communication, mostly communication activities, and I will follow with dissemination and exploitation of results activities. And I would like to invite one of my communication officers, Lelia Rotaru, to introduce you to communication and how you should address communication activities in your application. Lelia, please.
Thank you. So hello, and I hope that everybody is still well awake after the previous two presentations, because they were very heavy. I'm going to touch upon the communication aspects of the proposals. My colleague Lionel had mentioned already that there will be in the criteria, you have to submit this dissemination and exploitation plan. What he didn't mention is that it should include as well some communication activities. So communication is an important part of the proposal, and I hope that everybody here is thinking the same way. We have three strands: communication, dissemination, and exploitation. Communication is, let's say, the most generous and the most general one, as it involves reaching out to varied audiences with varied messages. Dissemination is really focused on how projects can make their knowledge and their results known. And the last one, the exploitation, is at the core of, let's say, impact aspect, how you make use of these results, how are you going to use them. They are all related to the impact award strand that was mentioned before, and it's something that comes up in all the elements of communication. Really think about impact. So what is communication and how it is differentiated from the others? It promotes and informs about your activities, about your results, and about let's say, the life of the project in general. And it touches various audiences, from the non-specialist ones to the citizens, the stakeholders, the media. So it's really, as I said, more generous in terms of options. When does it take place? Definitely from the very start, so from the proposal stage and until the end of the project, and we would like to say even beyond that, because we don't want let's say, the legacy of the project to stay within the years that the project is functioning. We want it to go beyond that. And why? Of course, for transparency reasons, because we are funding also with public money, so we need to be transparent about how this money are used. For showing the benefits of research, so it's ultimately in your benefit. It's to engage with the key stakeholders who are always looking at how and what you are doing, and to obtain acceptance of technologies. So as a program, our objective is also to raise awareness about the technology, and we cannot do this without the project. So the projects are our ambassadors in this respect, and we are really keen to take this forward. And last, but also very important, of course, it's a legal obligation. You've seen that there are these articles of the Horizon Europe Grant Agreement and annexes. And what does it say? So all the EU beneficiaries are expected to actively engage in communication activities, to promote the project to a specialist, but also to a non-specialist audience, and to publicly acknowledge EU support. They must promote the action, its results, providing targeted information to multiple audiences in a strategic, coherent, and effective manner. So how does this translate in practice? We have to see that the project plans communication, it allows for a good budget for it, and it implements it accordingly. So as an admissibility condition, we are looking at how the project is going to communicate and disseminate and exploit its results. You must submit a first draft of this big communication plan. And we want to see how you dedicate a budget for all these aspects. And my colleague Nora mentioned that it's good to split them, so communication, dissemination, exploitation, and how you are going to promote the project throughout its lifespan. Afterwards, if of course the project is successful, this will be followed with a bigger and more detailed plan of communication. But it's always good to always have in the first stage this first overview of how you will communicate and disseminate your project results. Think about, impact. Which are the stakeholders that that are key for the projects and you must reach out to. Think of how you are sharing knowledge among yourselves and with the others. Think of how the outputs of the projects can be made available and communicated to as many people as possible so that we encourage innovation and also, we set a good ground for future funding opportunities. Because we mentioned that the communication must be strategic, they have to have clear objective. You have to see how what is your ultimate goal in terms of communication, how you are planning to get there, but also take into account the proportion. So we are looking, of course, at how it reflects the project itself. If it's a small project, if it's a big project, so it must be proportionate to the scale of the action. And it must be inclusive in that you have to reach out to various audiences and to really go beyond the project community. Of course, communication is not always coming very easily in a technical environment, but think about what others would like to know about the project. Think about how you would like the project to be seen from the outside. And of course, be coherent always, so we don't want to see partners who have different messages. You have to align when you define these. So these are just a few recommendations. I know that there are many of you here who have been already through these, but there's always new faces, so I'm mostly reaching out to those now. Set out a description and timing for each activity. Define the main messages accordingly, define very well your target groups, and use a mix of tools and channels. Be creative. There's new things coming out. They don't have to be the most expensive ones. Don't think that you have to put enormous amount of money into a huge campaign, but you will have to have a website and you will have to have a presence online, on social media, on participating in events, show the project, and if everything is going according to the plan, of course, you might become a success story. So what I encourage everyone is to think their project as a success story from the very beginning. We like to reward those that are very good at communicating, and we have this very nice outreach award. We organize the Clean Hydrogen Partnership Awards every year during the Hydrogen Week. And one of the awards is dedicated to those projects that take communication seriously and they have a very good outreach. So thank you, and really hope to have raised your interest in this topic. And Mirela will follow up with the other two, with the dissemination and exploitation aspects. And of course, here are the resources. You will get the presentations. And just one more thing, because everybody was keen on surveys, we do plan to send out a survey after the event just to find out a bit more about you, how you found out about the event, and it's really useful to get your impression on this. So thanks in advance to those who will fill it out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lelia, for introducing already into the communication. I will try to, I'm very aware of the time. I will try to not to take too much of your time with the remaining issues, which is a bit digging more into dissemination exploitation, which is more, if you want, linked to the project results, less to the communication. And then, of course, on the knowledge management, data, technology monitoring, and all the other aspects. I'm putting now my other hat, because I'm the head of operations, but also of communications. So, and now you will hear me as a head of as a head of communication, and to remind you about the impact. We heard even from Rosalinde several times this morning from the European Commission that we have to show more of the results of our projects. And when we say we, it's not just us here in Brussels. I think the project themselves, they have also to acknowledge and to communicate more, to show more the results, and also to acknowledge our support. I'm suffering, for those that know me, I'm in this business for 20 years. Last year, in fact, I'm in my 21st year. And I'm still suffering from our projects not being very proud of our support. I see there are some other continents where when the people get even $1, they're very proud to say who gave them that dollar. Here we are talking millions, hundreds, billions. And we see projects that are communicating and forget to say this is a project from where we receive the money from the GU. We don't see acknowledgements. We have ways to correct that. We can even cut money from those grants. We didn't go so far, and we are trying and repeating every time, and you will see me extremely passionate about that, trying to repeat. I would like to see projects really in Europe communicating more and being proud more about the public support. That's my aim, if you want. Now, the European Commission is doing it very, of course, very bureaucratically, if I can say that, having a lot of articles in the model grant agreement. There are a lot of articles which we can use, and like I said, request things, or even cut funding if these activities are not done. So, what I would like to say is to reiterate the fact that there is an obligation. There is an obligation not only to do research and innovation, to increase efficiency of I don't know what technology or increase durability, but there is an obligation, because it's public money, taxpayers' money, there is an obligation to communicate about this money, how this money are used, about the results, and even to share ultimately the results. And this is what we would like to see. In projects, for example, funded up to 100%, our experts have an issue with when they discover half of the deliverables confidential. It's 100% funded. In that one, our experts would like to see eventually 100% public deliverables, so that everything is shared with the community. We understand sometimes we deal with competition, with knowledge, intelligence, whatever is developed in that project. But to have in 100% funded project, more than half of the deliverables confidential, be sure the score for the impact will be below 3. That proposal may not pass. Just because of that. I have seen discussions between experts. So please pay attention to all these aspects of the proposal, because then we get complaints from proposals who did not understand why they were not passing, for just minor things like that, including not showing the impact or keeping everything secret for the consortium when we give 100% funding. So of course I don't have to go through all this because, as I said, we will make available to you all the slides, but I just want to transmit these messages, which I have the feeling that they are not equally important like the excellence in a proposal. What I wanted to show here is when do you start to communicate and when do you start to disseminate? I know we like these words, but we also have to clarify. You communicate from the day 0. And you can communicate, they say you got funding and you are proud, and we have seen many projects now lately at the kickoff meetings, maybe sending press releases that they won this funding, etc. That's communication. When do you start disseminating? And it's when you start getting first results. And that's when you go to a conference, you present the results of the project with an article in a scientific community. That's different than communication. So once you start getting results, you start also disseminating, not only communicating. And we need both types of actions in a proposal, in this draft plan for communication, dissemination, exploitation of results. And then finally is the exploitation of results. That's the last aspect, which is sometimes, again, not paid attention to it sufficiently. Why? Because we would like, and this is the beauty of this GU. I insist, I'm in this business for a long time, and I'm a truly believer that the way we have put emphasis on these aspects, we have built on results of projects. And you have seen in the topics this morning presented, we recommend to build on previous funded projects. We don't do a project, and after we finish the project, everything gets down the drain. The consortium does something else. No, we want to see exploitation of results. That's why we need industry to be in the proposal, because we would like to see that somebody is interested in the results of this project to further exploit them. Further maybe coming to additional funding from us, or maybe to another program like the Innovation Fund, or maybe ready to sell, make it commercially available. But that's exploitation of results. We don't want to see that we just put millions in something that when the project finishes, nobody is interested in, because there is no exploitation of results. There are, of course, a lot of measures, and I will not go through that, because Lelia already explained them. You have to see what, how, with whom, identify the target group. I also want to mention that we are not the only one. As I said, I think it's a cultural thing. And this is my personal view. I think here in Europe, the way we are educated, like I said, we are not used to communicate or to, like I said, be proud of what we do. I think it's cultural, in my opinion. Therefore, we are not the only program that we are suffering from somehow not sufficient showing the impact of the EU money. Therefore, the Commission put in place a lot of tools at the level of the bigger program, the Horizon Europe program, to a bit maximize the impact, show the impact of our project. And you have the Innovation Radar on the left side. That's what we do at the midterm of the project, for example. With our experts, we look at identifying innovations and innovators, because we would like, if there are startups really innovative, to bring them, identify them, get them, put them available for further investment, for investors, for example. Also identify new market opportunities through our projects. But finally, the Horizon Result Booster, which is European Commission paying, for example, consultants to help, and you can apply during the lifetime of the project, you can apply to get support for making a plan for exploitation of results, for example. Now, on the monitoring, and I don't want to scare you, and I will not stay too much on this slide, we have a lot of indicators that we have to report, we as a program. If we have to do it here, the projects have to do it, because we cannot do it alone. And we need to track them. We need to track them in 7 years, but also every year, and how are we getting closer to the targets of already 2024, last year, there are no targets anymore, but to the targets of 2030, for example. And we have different sources, the grants, the projects, you see them there, but we also put in place an annual data collection exercise that will impact the projects. And why to do that? Because we would like to put in place, and we are working on it, to have a knowledge hub where we can find information for the sector, from the research organization to the industry, market information, technology development information, and we have developed already some of the tools, you see them here. We are doing our program review. We have already in place our observatory. We are collecting data annually about performance of technology, efficiencies of electrolyzers, for example, in the different projects. But we would like to put that together so that the tools talk to each other, so that the same data collected in the different tools, it is the same data, and we have a data when we report, for example, of number of refueling stations available today. Do you know that number? We have it. Are you aware we collect that, for example? So all this we would like to put in the Knowledge Hub, and our projects will have to report into it. For that reason, every year we ask the projects to report. Of course, we can do a data mining through the reports, but that's extremely difficult, as you can imagine, through PDF files. So therefore, we have built a structured form to collect the performance of the technology in our projects, and we will continue to collect it. And in fact, tomorrow, we have our workshop with data providers in the running projects, because we will start the data collection of this year on the 1st of February. All this data are collected, validated by the team. We work with the Joint Research Center, which is the Joint Research Center, the Research Center of the European Commission, independently to assess this data, clean the data, and then we report them in our Hydrogen Week. As I said, I will not go through all the details, but just to show you a bit how we work with each other, and that's our ambition. That's how the hub is going to work. I thought about to share with you this slide or not, but I think it's good to stay as reference to see how ambitious we are, because all these boxes are tools that are collecting data, which now we have them in different places, on our website, linked to our website, hosted, developed by some of our contractors, and we would like to put them all together. And when you would like to find the data about one of our projects or even about the sector, you should be able to do that. And finally, I would like to make publicity to this tool that we have developed for some time. I find it extremely helpful. I am surprised sometimes that not many people know about it, although we do a lot of communication about it and they do it. It's still running for another 2 years. Please have a look at it. For example, I'll go tomorrow to Italy. We'll discuss about hydrogen in Italy, taking into account the recent developed strategy. And I was surprised that even the organizers were not aware that you can find a lot of data about the demand of hydrogen in Italy, about the cost of hydrogen in Italy in our observatory already. So have a look into this one. It has even a place for policies and regulations. You can see the policies existing in every country. And even a list of training and education available material. So I think we have a good start, and our projects will contribute to that successfully, hopefully. I stop here with this communication, dissemination, exploitation, and knowledge management. And I would like to give the floor for the last presentation of the morning, and then we can take still questions, to Luis Mazurkiewicz. He is going to speak on behalf of the two associations, Hydrogen Europe Research, he is representing that one, but we'll speak also on behalf of Hydrogen Europe about our private members, how they work, and yeah, some recommendations for you. Luis.
Thank you, Mirela. Good morning, everybody. So as mentioned, I'll give you a presentation on the two private members of the Clean Hydrogen Partnership, so Hydrogen Europe and Hydrogen Europe Research. To go to the next slide, the green one. Perfect. Thank you. So first of all, starting off with Hydrogen Europe. Hydrogen Europe are the European association representing the industrial hydrogen sector with, as you can see, over 600 members, all spread out along the hydrogen value chain. And they comprise companies, non-profit organizations, regions, but also national associations and international global partners. They are quite big association in Brussels with over 45 employees. And they, within their membership, they comprise over 40 countries in Europe and beyond. On our side, so for Hydrogen Europe Research, we're the EU association representing the research community. So our members are universities and research centers in Europe, but also beyond. We have a member in Morocco and also one in Canada now recently. And we have over 150 members and overall close to 1,000 scientists that are involved in our activities in defining the priorities, but also the research topics and projects in Europe for the hydrogen sector. So within the Clean Hydrogen Partnership, so Hydrogen Europe and Hydrogen Europe Research collaborate together, but also with the Programme Office and the European Commission in all the annual work that we do to develop the topics that you have been presented today. So it starts off with the identification of the priorities, and then this leads after various iterations to the drafting of the topics that you saw, which again goes through various iteration loops until it's the finalization and the final call that you can see each year. So this is, let's say, one of our main historical activities, activity within the Clean Hydrogen Partnership, and also was the case in the previous partnerships on fuel cells and hydrogen. And in addition to this, with our experts, so researchers and engineers and companies, we also organize and participate to various technical workshops when there is a topic of relevance to be discussed. So as you know, the Clean Hydrogen Partnership is funded by the European Union, but there are also financial obligations on the private side where our associations, via our members, have to match this funding via different types of contributions. So overall, as you know, there is 1 billion euros of funding available from the European Union that was complemented by an extra 200 million from the Repower EU plan for hydrogen valleys. And so as associations, we also need to leverage this equivalent amount through in-kind contributions in operational activities, which is more or less calculated directly. There's nothing much to do, but also in-kind contributions to additional activities, and that's basically members of Hydrogen Europe and Hydrogen Europe Research that report on projects that they undertake on hydrogen technologies that are not funded by the Clean Hydrogen Partnership, and that can showcase also that they are also investing in research projects in different areas, showcasing the leverage effect as well that the partnership can have on other projects on hydrogen. In addition, Hydrogen Europe and Hydrogen Europe Research are liable to participate to the administrative costs of the running of the partnership, as this is established in the Single Basic Act, which enshrines all the joint undertakings in EU law. And for this, this contribution towards the administrative cost, this is also included in our statutes, in our bylaws, and this is covered by Hydrogen Europe and Hydrogen Europe Research members only, via the funding they received in the projects that they are awarded. So this contribution to the administrative costs is, as I said, only for Hydrogen Europe and Hydrogen Europe Research members. It's enshrined in the statutes of our associations that members agree to when joining, and they enable to make this partnership function and contribute on the private sector to the running costs of this partnership. So basically, this project contribution amounts to 3.5% of the grants received by each consortium, and this can only be covered by members. So if you have a consortium with members and non-members, either the non-members can decide to join either one of the associations, and there are different membership types, and therefore everybody would be able to contribute. If they don't, non-members don't join, then the members would have to contribute on their behalf, meaning that maybe they would contribute a bit more than what initially they should. And of course, you can mix both options. There is discussions on having a threshold, not to have an overly big program contribution to contribute to. This is still under discussions, but this is a bit the situation that you should have in mind as well when preparing your proposals, forming your consortia, and you should be aware of in this elaboration of proposals. Of course, we always remain available to answer any questions that consortia may have in order to make it as clear as possible and not have a surprise when the grant is when the proposals is awarded and then the grant agreement is signed. For this, in terms of the membership overview of Hydrogen Europe, there are different types of categories and different types of services as well proposed by Hydrogen Europe that you can see on the screen here. So on advocacy, funding, knowledge, networking, and communication. You have the address here if you have any questions or queries to the association or if you want to join them. And in parallel to this, there's also a new service called the Funding Committee that will just be launched. That's still under elaboration, but will help also foster matchmaking and networking within the association. In addition, for Hydrogen Europe Research, so you can join at any time. Basically, to be a member of Hydrogen Europe Research, you have to be a university or a research center that's established either in the EU or an associated country to Horizon Europe. And then you have access to all our activities, such as what we do within the Clean Hydrogen Partnership, participation to the identification of priorities and elaboration of topics, but also our activities related to skills, lower TRL activities, research and technology infrastructures, policy as well, and also the networking and communication activities that we undertake. So this is it in a nutshell. If you wish to contact us, you'll be able to find the addresses here that will be available online. And I don't know if there's any questions, we'll be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Louis, for presenting these specificities of our partnership, because, yeah, we only said Horizon Europe so far, so we know the budget comes from there, but it's still a partnership. So, of course, our projects are touched by the specificity of being implemented in a partnership between EU, represented by the Commission, and the two associations. So thank you very much. I think we still have, according to my watch, 6 minutes, but we can go to 10 for questions. So any questions in the room regarding the previous presentations, but even all of the morning? Don't hesitate, my colleagues are still here to answer to them. No? Everybody's hungry? Clear. Good, but then I'm very happy. That means it's also everything clear for the latest presentations. And I would like to invite you now for lunch. The lunch is where the coffee was served outside. And I think, just let me check so that to be sure. We are coming back here at 2:30 sharp because we have also a busy afternoon. So, bon appétit. Good afternoon. I would kindly ask you to, again, take your seats. Let's hope we can continue to keep you awake. Normally after I eat, I tend to get sleepy. So let's hope we will keep being interesting. And for that reason, we kept the hydrogen valleys after the lunch to see how awake you are, and knowing that a lot of you are interested by the subject. Of course, I'm joking. Anyway, happy to see still many of you in the room. And I would have the pleasure now to give the floor to two other members of my team, Pietro Caloprisco and Antonio Aguilo. They are the, how can I say, the brains of the valleys and supporting us with these activities. You will notice that once they start talking. And really feel free to put questions, also to intervene, because we know that this year is the last year when we still have additional money from REPowerEU, so we have 80 million for valleys. We will continue supporting valleys next year and the year after, but we will have much less money than this year. So it's an opportunity this year to fund multiple valleys. With that, I would like to give indeed the stage to Pietro first, and then Antonio. My pleasure.
Thank you very much, Mirela. Well, I'm sure that 20 million grant will keep everybody awake. So, question, because we did it also before to see who was interested in this or that. How many people here are actually interested on Hydrogen Valley? Just to do a, oh la la. Okay, so other question, who is interested in the other topics? Okay, good. You got me scared there for a moment. Okay, so it's very nice to see all of you and so much interest on these last two topics on the hydrogen valleys. As Mirela said, we wanted to keep it at the end because there are slightly different type of projects compared to what we heard this morning, where you are trying to develop specific items. Here we are more trying to prove that the ecosystem, which are based on our technology, can work, not only from a technical point of view, but also that you can start to create the first regional economy. This is the pinnacle of all of our efforts. We are here to sell our technology, to show how we can decarbonize with the hydrogen valleys. Now, I'm afraid that for some of you that have been interested in a hydrogen valley for the past years, that presentation could be slightly boring because, as you will see, there are not too many novelties compared to the past. But at the same time, I think this is also an added value. It gives you stability, long-term vision. So maybe there is some among you that were interested on the hydrogen valleys already in the past years, but they were not quite there yet. They were still working on developing the idea, or they still were working to put together the consortium. Now you are there, you're ready to go. We have plenty of funds which are available. And at the end of this call, we would like to be left without 1 cent. So let's start to dive in and look a little bit what are the key features. So let's start with a little bit what is the overall rationale. And I introduced a little bit earlier already. This is about demonstrating an ecosystem that can be built on our technologies, on hydrogen. So we are not only focusing on the technical aspects itself, but also on the business cases that can be built. We want to see that these valleys are born with our projects, but they can remain sustainable afterwards, once the project has finished. This is the beginning of a journey. It's not just about the project. Another important thing is when you read the topic, and you saw at the beginning we provide what you could define as a definition of the hydrogen valley. As you can see, we have not been very prescriptive. It's quite large, so that each one of you can still fit your needs, your valley in it, and can be supported. So some of you will be more interested on transport application, road transport application. Some of you will be more interested on decarbonizing hydrogen hubs, or you will have fluvial port applications. All of that is very welcome. We are very much welcome variety of these hydrogen valleys. And another important thing, we are not here with this code trying to test the latest components, the latest HRS with super high flow rates and huge capacity, or a cutting edge electrolyzer with very low TRL that has never been tested before. We want to use components which are state of the art. We are talking TRL from 6 to 8. The innovation, the focus is really how all of these things are working together from a technical point of view and an economic point of view. So that's the rationale, and that will always keep it in mind also when you're putting together your ideas and drafting the proposal. That should be your guiding principle. Novelties, yes, as I said earlier, not too many novelties. There is just something that Alberto highlighted quite clearly earlier on. So we would like to see a link with topic 5.3, which is dedicated, let's say, to the education, let's call it, of the civil servants, so how to foster the permitting for hydrogen technologies. And then I will also highlight, and I say something a little bit later about the FAQ, which is also available for valleys, which is quite interesting. Let's talk budget. That was already mentioned earlier. Let's just recall the key, most interesting points. So the overall envelope is 80 million euros. This is coming from the REPowerEU. These are ring-fenced funds which are available only for hydrogen valleys. And as I said earlier, our ambition is really to be left without anything after this call. We will start, obviously, by supporting one large hydrogen valley, that's the topic 6.1, and one small hydrogen valley. And then we will follow the ranking list, and the final configuration will pretty much depend on the proposal that we will receive. So please put forward good proposals so that we can go through the whole list and use all of our funds. Another item which is also quite important to remember here, 20 million and 9 million is the maximum budget. It was said several times. I will repeat it once more. Put it in your checklist. Don't ask for €1 more, because if you do that, your proposal is ineligible. The experts will not even see it. It will not reach them. Putting together a hydrogen valley, it's a lot of work. You know it better than us. Come up with the idea, prepare the consortium, prepare the proposal, and it's really a pity that then we are missing something so important because of an administrative issue, which at the end, still we cannot control. So that's on you. Please put it in your checklist before you push submit. How much am I asking? How much they're giving me? Okay, submit. Now, let's look a little bit closer to what are the demands. Again, no novelties. Large hydrogen valley, 6.1. And 6.2, the big difference is about the volumes. So for the large valley, we would like to see that on an annual basis, you will produce and consume 4,000 tons of clean hydrogen on a yearly basis. For the large valley, we would like to see at least 2 hydrogen applications from 2 different sectors have to be involved. And by the end of the project, they have to be operated, so the whole valley has to be operational for at least 2 years. So to check that everything is working fine, collect the data. Pay attention also to the cost. Some costs are eligible, some are not. So you will be able to claim costs that are related directly to the setting up of the valley and the hydrogen-related elements, so the setting up of the infrastructure of the electrolyzers, but you will not be able to claim other costs, such as the cost of the electricity for running of the electrolyzers. Here you think that the logic of what you can claim is pretty clear. So these are the key features for the 6.1, the large valley, and the structure of the small valley, 6.2, is pretty much the same. What changes, obviously, is the volumes. In this case, we are talking about 500 tons of clean hydrogen that needs to be produced and consumed within 1 year. And then, of course, there are also the requirements in terms of how many sectors have to be involved is also lower. There is then a set of additional elements that you do need to take into consideration when you're putting together the proposal. Don't treat these asks that you see listed here as secondary items which are not important. These are as important as demonstrating that you can produce that much hydrogen and consume it. So a clear implementation plan. You're starting now with your ideas for the hydrogen valley. You can be more or less advanced, but pretty much there's nothing on the ground. And by the end of the project, you had 2 years of operation of this valley. You have to clearly explain how you're going to go from where you are now, point A, to point B. Do not assume that things are clear. And you also have only 70 pages, so you have to be smart about it. Don't over-describe the electrolyzer and neglect the infrastructure. Explain what are your milestones, how you're going to get there, what are the risks, what are the role of the different partners, organize well the work packages, the whole spiel. Funding plan. 20 millions and 9 millions, it's a lot of funds, but it's a fraction of what you will need. We have valleys that are 200 millions that will request of CapEx. So of course, most likely you will have to do some financial engineering. You will look for other European funds, maybe there are some programs at national level, maybe you will complement with your own resources. Make that clear. Clearly and coherently present the whole hydrogen valley. And this is linked to the point that I have just explained. And this will be also covered and well explained by Antonio later on. I will be just very brief here to say, let's imagine that you have the infrastructure of your valley, which is already supported by the CEF, another European program. Even though you're not going to request directly to us funds for some parts of the valley, such as the infrastructure in this example, that doesn't mean that then you do not have to describe it when you're describing your valley. You still need to put all the pieces of the puzzle, allow the experts to understand how you're shaping the valleys, regardless of where some of the funds will come from. Evidence of commitment. Valleys will require also a lot of participation, industry, research centers, local administrations. Some of you will choose to have very large consortia with all of them included. Some of you will go with a lean, smaller consortium. Maybe you have only 10 partners. Well, still, there are additional stakeholders that even if they're not involved in your consortium, will be key in the implementation of your valley. So for example, it's very nice, it's a very smart idea to include your letter, the letter of intent, for example, from your regional authorities to show that they are aware of what you want to do and that you have your support. The good news here is that you can put as annexes all these letters so they will not eat in your 70 pages in where you're describing the valleys. Replicability, cooperation, scalability, and contribution to the EU competitiveness. These are also important aspects that you need to cover, and I think that we covered some of them also for example, the EU competitiveness earlier. And the scalability and the replicability, you know, we want to see that the blueprint that you're developing with your valley could be used as a source of inspiration in other areas in Europe. And scalability, again, these projects are the beginning of your hydrogen. The idea is not that you do a project with us, it lasts 5 years, and then we all go home. This is the beginning of the hydrogen valley. So what is the long-term vision? How this valley will grow? How it will also become financially sustainable? These are things that need to be in the proposal. It has to be very well thought through. And I think that's pretty much the key items that you will find directly relevant for the topic. Then they will be complemented by Antonio with some additional elements. And I just wanted to mention finally about the FAQ. Since 2020, we have pretty much the same topic. And as you can imagine, we had a lot of discussions. We received a lot of questions. We tried to condensate the most important one in these FAQs, so that you can go there and see what other people that are trying to do the same thing as you already asked before you, and that will be a very useful document to complement and to guide you in drafting the proposal. So that's it from my side, and I would like to invite Antonio to continue with some lessons learned.
Hello and good afternoon to everyone. We've been supporting valleys for quite a long time now. I mean, we started back in 2015 with what we call the hydrogen territories, the big hit project, probably some of you know. We then moved towards two big flagship projects, Heaven, North Netherlands, Green Highland in Mallorca, with limited budget. Since the call 22, we have significant funding, a lot of it coming from REPowerEU, and we have, of course, built up on lessons learned, mainly referring here not so much on the valleys, on the implementation of the project, but from the evaluation, submission of proposals point of view. My aim now is really to share with you 5 slides, to share with all of you what it is that we have seen, what it is that experts see in the proposals, what are the things that maybe are not sufficiently addressed in the proposals, to allow you to improve your proposals, to allow you to build them, to decide whether this is the year you want to apply, and if not, of course, to encourage all of you that may think in applying and may not apply to become experts with us. We also need people to evaluate proposals, so that's another thing that I would like to raise. Very quick journey, and this is going to be a quick slide, but just to let you know that that's a bit how we've grown sequentially in time and geographically in Europe. One of the objectives of REPowerEU was really to try to cover as much as we could in the European geography with hydrogen valleys, and I think these slides illustrate that quite well. You can have details of this project in our website. This is not the purpose of this presentation, but I think it shows you 2 things. First, that we have really a good coverage on funded projects, but also that these things are happening. I mean, projects are being supported. And more info on a dedicated part on our website. Okay, that is good. Now, it's fine. We have received, I think it was 28 eligible proposals in the call 24, okay? Call 23, we had around 26. Call 22, we had slightly less. And we went up from 6 in 2019 up to 28. Of course, we have observed different things, and I just wanted to flag here that while in the earlier calls, 22, 23, we could see a focus on a smaller scale, maybe people were more ready to put small-sized projects, already in the call 24, you could see that we more or less are leveraged. The large-scale valleys became more popular, and we have had many more applications looking at the large scale. I think the quality has improved. Last year, for the first time, we did this type of lessons learned session. We have 3 out of 10 proposals above the threshold. We had half and half. And we have really received applications pretty much from all over Europe. Now, if we go to the point of today, which is the evaluation, Lionel has very clearly explained the criteria. It's the same for all the proposals, and I'm going to focus on 2. Why? Because what we see is that proposals usually may have a good idea, but not sufficiently elaborated. It's not yet mature enough. That would be excellence if you want. But then we have proposals that are mature in their ideas, but then you have to show how you will reach the objectives, how the value will be implemented. This is about implementation. And we see also that proposals fail on that aspects. So this is the standard definition of excellence in Horizon Europe, the objectives, the methodology. When it translates to a valley, I think it's important, and this is again coming from bottom-up lessons learned throughout the evaluations, well, is hydrogen making sense for your territory? Maybe sounds an obvious question, but you have to evidence that. There may be some pre-feasibility study. There has to be some backup that says, well, hydrogen makes sense in here. This is the right way to go about the supply of energy, the carbonization of the transport sector. Don't give it for granted, because those things are looked at. Technology maturity, Pietro has mentioned. We don't want research and a big fraction of development in the valleys. You have to develop and deploy technologies within 2-3 years. So you cannot really start with technologies that are not mature enough. Explain the methodology. Do we have a valley here? Is everything interconnected? Are you covering the whole value chain, irrespectively of where the funding is coming from? Pay attention to the governance. You will have to organize your project, so don't underestimate that you have to explain how you will bring together the different stakeholders. Probably some of them are part of the consortia, some are not, but you need to make sure that we do have a valley, not only technically, but also when it becomes to bringing the stakeholders together, when bringing all the funding together. And again, the techno-economic consideration is the starting point that experts will look at. And if this is not good, the rest doesn't matter. So you have to convince that there has been some background work that justify that hydrogen as a proposed solution is going to fit all the objectives of the call topic. Quantify the hydrogen. We do not need off-takers agreement, hydrogen off-take agreements signed already, but you need to give some reassurance that you know where the hydrogen will be used, that there are some already advances in conversations, in commitments of off-takers, and that the numbers add up to the 500 for the smaller scale, 4,000 for the larger scale, letters of interest, head of terms, whatever, but it has to come up, because if you don't show that, I can tell you that experts will say, well, this proposal falls short of demonstrating 4,000 tons of hydrogen uptake in the project, and that is not going to be evaluated positively. Now, if we look at the implementation, and we do a bit of a similar journey, here is about the work plan. Okay, here is about put the activities that will bring all these elements together, that will bring the people together, the replicability activities together as well. And here we see that many times the work plans do not demonstrate that the value will be implemented. Pietro has mentioned an example. If you have a production plan supported by national funding, you still have to bring that part to the work plan. We need to be able to monitor when is this coming in time. Yes, we won't pay for the infrastructure, but you have to bring that part of the valley, even if you don't ask funding for that part from the joint undertaking, because it has all to be making sense. Clear calendar, and I think whenever experts say, well, it's not clear when things will come in time, probably it's because it's not known, because at the end of the day, what we want is a calendar, summary. Probably there will be a phased approach for large-scale valleys, some production coming at some point, additional production coming later, where are the off-takers coming in terms of the phasing of the project, together with the different end uses. That is something that has to be presented. The tasks have to be meaningful. At the end, when you think about the implementation, there will be a lot of engineering type of tasks, so make sure that makes sense from that point of view, that is not theoretical, that we can understand how the things will come together, and this has to come in the work plan mentioned before. We need to be able to monitor everything in the valley, even if we don't finance that part. And very important, the risks. Eventually, things may go wrong. Eventually, maybe we believe there will be an off-taker coming in your project, there will be something happening down the line, this off-taker may be lost, but you need to account for all these things. Funding that you may think you have secured may not be secured in 1 year. All those risks that relate to the project have to be included in the section of the proposal that deals with risks. Why we say that? Because that's a very, very recurrent also observation that sometimes we are used to have risk plans that are not very customized to the projects. They are very general, sometimes even not related to the different interventions that the project is proposing. So I think it's worth that you pay attention to the risk, because this is something very critical for this type of projects. And for the big items related to cost, make sure that you explain. We work on lump sum, which is going to simplify a lot of things throughout the implementation of the project. But if now you put big cost items, electrolyzers, infrastructure, stations, whatever, explain and justify that you put 10 million and not 5. And that is something that is looked at during the evaluations as well. Funding plans strategy. Again, we may not have all the funding secure. Sometimes we have parts of the funding secure. We are calling for for new production capacity, but there is no reason why a funding plan could not come with already some funding secure. Sometimes funding is not yet secure, but you have to explain where do you think this is going to come from, which type of programs, own sources. Why do I say that? Because this is something that adds to the credibility of the proposal, and is linked to what I've mentioned before. There are risks if you don't have the funding secure, but we need to know which are those risks. So this is an important element together, of course, with all what I've mentioned. Now, to illustrate a little bit what could be conceptual, how to build up a bit the proposal, we need much more investments than what we have available. And at the end, we may think about renewable production of hydrogen. You need your renewable energy plan. Sometimes it will be grid connected, fine. But you have then the distribution, the infrastructure, storage, whatever you need, end uses. And the valley has to cover it all. We have to put what it is that you are going to be asking funding for to the JU, and that has to be included. But you have to also include investments that are not going to be supported by us. And you have to tell the whole story, including all the elements. from the organizational aspects to the technical aspects to the funding aspects. And this may seem redundant, but we see, and we repeatedly mention that this is not the case. Sometimes when we think about a large-scale valley and production capacity secured by national funding, all we see is a table, and that's it. And it's a pity, because conceptually the valley makes sense, but we do not have information about that other part. So pay attention to this approach on your proposal, because it makes the difference in many cases. And as I mentioned, the funding plan has to cover everything. And just to be clear that the cost of the renewable energy plants or the cost for the operation of the valley are not in the scope of our funding. We can support with cost the commissioning of the different equipment infrastructure, the electricity for the commissioning of the electrolyzer, for instance, but not for the operation of the valley. Okay, so don't put electricity, hydrogen cost as a cost to be asking funding for. So maybe takeaways. Pay attention to the starting point. If you have pre-feasibility studies that you have done, refer to them. Techno and economic, because there is an element of business case that has to make sense. Be concrete on the implementations plans. If you have a Gantt chart or equivalent, make it elaborate. Show where things, main items in the valley are coming in time, when, amount of hydrogen that will be taken by the off-takers through maybe different timelines in the project. The same with the production capacity. And at the end, what we want is a coherent concept for the valley. We are aware that it's 70 pages limit, but we believe it's enough. We've seen that it's not so much about the amount of information, but about what it's included in there. So if you have to summarize certain things, do it. If you have an annex that we will make available for letters of support or for evidence of support, maybe you have a short table where you say, who are those actors? What are the role in the project? If you have partners in the number of 55, maybe explains which are the key partners, what is their commitment to the project. So I think we can use these 70 pages in a wise manner so that you draw the attention on the key elements to the evaluation of your proposal. So I think with this I cover. We will be available, I think, for questions, and also during the drinks later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much to both of you, and not to forget Renata. I saw her name on the slide, and I realized I tend always to forget one of you. So Renata has joined last year also the team, and the three of them are managing almost all the valleys. Questions? I know I'm very aware of the time, and normally now we should have started the pitches, the brokerage session. But still, I think 5-10 minutes we can allow ourselves for the valleys. Questions there? No, really? Looking at the interest about the valleys, I am surprised. Everything is so clear.
Hello.
Yeah.
My name is Richard O'Shea. I'm with University College Cork, and we're looking at a small hydrogen valley with a number of industrial partners. And you called out that the valley plan has to include information on funding sources that aren't covered by the JU. And my question is, I suppose, when you're looking at applying for the Hydrogen Valley application, you have to give details on cost elements for your lump sum. For the additional funding that's non-JU funding, do you need to give that same level of breakdown, or is it just what funding you expect to come online and when?
I mean, at the end of the day, one thing is the funding, how you are planning to finance your project. There is also an element of the business plan, and we make it in the call now about the viability financially of the project. So I think you will need, in one way or the other, to refer to the cost of all the elements on the valley. Then you can build your proposals in different ways, and that is how it's done. You build up your budget by putting all the costs, and then you come up with the 20 million euros funding. And that we see, proposals with 200 million euros, then you apply, of course, a reduction on the funding you get, up to the 20 or 9 million euros. Some people will put as the cost to the joint undertaking only the cost related to the valley that you are asking money for. Okay, both of them are fine. Probably in the first approach, you will be naturally paying attention to explaining the breakdown of those costs, and you may think, I'm not going to pay attention to the other costs that are not covered if you simply put the cost. I encourage you to put all the cost in the narrative part of the proposal, because you will have to come up with a total investment value. So if you put things there that do not match with what should be in terms of the amount of capex for the electrolyzer or for the whatever end uses you may have, then whatever you talk about the business plan of the valley is not going to make sense. So I think you have to really include those breakdowns there. Now, when we were asking, or we were saying before, you have to provide enough information, what I want to say is that do not put in one single item everything. Some projects will go through an EPC approach, and it's like, okay, 50 million euros for construction, electrolyzer, this. It's a black box. That's a bit. We don't want to go to the level of how much the valve will cost or how much the compressor, etc. So I think you have to find a balance, but end of the day, what I would say is that whatever you need for a viable business plan, you have to put the cost there and try to break things down at least in the main items of your valley, so that you don't do a big black box of every single thing in the valley, which will be then very difficult to assess. Okay?
Thank you. Put yourself into the shoes of the experts. Evaluating a proposal and having visibility just on the 20% where you ask for the money from us. As I said, I'm saying 20% because we're expecting a big valley around 100 million with 20 million support, and requesting for 20 million, you may feel like for that you have to justify, for the rest, it's not our business. Incorrect. And put yourself in their shoes, because if they don't understand the whole picture, the proposal will not pass. That we can guarantee to you. That's what we've seen. So provide as much as you can information at this stage, keeping in mind that you don't have to secure all the rest of the other money, but at least to have a credible plan with all the risks addressed. Yeah. Where is the...
It's here.
Yeah, okay.
Amy Adelberger, Wien Energie. I just wanted to ask if you could just provide some more details about the shared infrastructure criterion as part of the call.
Can you come in front here? I don't think it's about the shared infrastructure.
Is it what the shared...
I think you mean in the large scale in particular.
Yeah.
I think there is this wording that says they have to have a common infrastructure.
That's the one.
What this clearly attempts to say is that you need to have a valley. It can be a physical pipeline, it can be a virtual pipeline, it can be some small corridor between cross-border, but it all has to be connected. But what we want to avoid is that you have a production plant here, end use far away, which is not connected to that plant, so different ecosystems. So there has to be a common infrastructure, whether it is virtual, again, whether it's physical, that has to show that everything is interlinked. And with that, it comes all the trade of the hydrogen, but also everything that you have to do in relation to the skills, in relation to the investments, in relation to all the actors that you will need. So that's a little bit what we mean, because in some cases, we've seen like 4 projects together, even together geographically, but not interconnected. And this is a bit what then I was trying to explain before. Then we don't have a coherent valley. Maybe there are 4 nicely genuine individual projects, and you don't need to set up or to start up a hydrogen economy in a region with a valley. I mean, we have cases in other programs and in other cases where you have a big off-taker, that's it, and then you grow it. But we offer a concrete way of growing a hydrogen economy regionally through a valley, where you need to come up with different end uses. Sometimes it's right for a context, sometimes it's not. So that's a little bit what we wanted to convey with that. I hope it's clear.
Thank you. Yeah.
You have already the mic.
Yes, hello. My name is Mario Renish. I'm from Exogen. We are advising Hydrogen Valley projects in the call phase and also later on during implementation. So I have 2 very concrete questions from one client assignment we are working on. Number 1 is if you have renewable energy sources, such like a solar field, even if it's not part of the funding budget, does it still count towards the overall investment volume that you're looking for? So that would be my first question. And the second question is with regards to EPC, engineering, procurement, and construction. I appreciate the comment around the shared infrastructure. I think that's very important also to consider. But once you go into the implementation phase, there will be always a significant part that needs to be done around engineering. And what I've seen so far in various proposals, that seems to be sometimes missing a little bit. So it would be great for us to understand and get a little bit of transparency of how important that element is to you. Yes, I understand there's the various elements that have to go into the valley itself, but the engineering that is actually required, especially also on the shared infrastructure, and as all hangs together, how is that evaluated and how important is that element to you?
On the last part, because the first one, you mean how important it is to show that engineering, it is, I mean, part of it, but you do not need to go to the engineering details in the proposal. You just need to have an approach that will secure that you have, I don't know, maybe you go out there to procure the different things to an EPC company, but sometimes we have valleys where the technology providers are in the consortia already. Both approaches are fine, and you don't need to explain us your criteria for the launch in the call for tenders. We don't need that. Okay, so an EPC approach is fine for these projects, and we have it in many aspects. It's just that whenever it becomes to the details of the implementation, and also on the budget, that you try to break things down so that you can follow the different stages on the project, that you don't have just really a black box that says, for EPC of this is the budget, and my task is EPC. So basically you have everything in a black box without detailing how you plan to implement things. So I'm not sure if I understood fully the question, but that's a bit...
Maybe just to complement with one example. For example, in HRS, you're describing your valley. It would be added value to know that you already have secured the site, the permitting is well advanced, things are going well. But it wouldn't be extremely added value then to waste further space in your proposal to describe the nitty-gritty details of the engineering, the technical work that you're going to do for the HRS. Again, we want to see the valley. How are you going to get there? Is it credible? Will you do it within the reasonable timeline? So you have to look at it from that perspective and then sell your valley from that point of view. Okay, we already have the site, we know who's going to do it. Then, again, it's not about the HRS itself, the proposal, and how you're going to build it up and all of that.
I'm not sure we answered to your first question. And can you please repeat it?
The first one was about... Yeah, I mean, look, at the end, I think, indeed, thank you. The topic calls for clean hydrogen, and the way it's defined very clear in the call is hydrogen produced with renewable energy, and then we refer to all the relevant directives. So you need to have, in some cases you don't, a dedicated renewable energy plan. Some cases will be grid connected, there are different criteria, maybe the grid is decarbonized already. So I think there are two comments on that. If that renewable energy plan is necessary so that by the end of your project you have a valley that works on renewable energy, because you could have less at the beginning as long as you end up with renewable hydrogen at the end or clean hydrogen, then you have to factor that in and making sure that it is convincing. You don't need to explain everything, but you need to convince the experts that this hydrogen can eventually be clean. In terms of the investments, I mean, we won't support it. I don't think it harms, and I think it's advisable, if you ask me, that if your project depends on that you have also a clear plan of how you will deliver this plant. Because then the experts will say, okay, you're telling me I need so much PV, wind installation to reach one of the objectives of the valley, which is to have clean hydrogen / renewable hydrogen. I rely on this type of renewable plant that I have to finance, that I have to build, that I have to... So try to explain those elements so that the whole thing is convincing. Okay, I don't know if that explains, but one of the things we see also is like, okay, actually we don't really see where and how this valley is eventually going to decarbonize anything in this region. So if you rely on dedicated plan, go. If finally you do, the plant is there and you rely on PPA, explain that part. So I think it's very difficult to say for each case, but you have to convince the experts that you will end up with clean renewable hydrogen by the end of your valley. And if you need to explain investments to make this credible, then you have to factor that in. That would be my opinion.
3 more minutes I'm going to take. And then the two of them plus Renata will be here at the end for the networking drink. So feel free to put more questions in that. Yes.
Thank you. Isabel Abel, Port of Kristiansand. You're asking for a complete budget, and they're going to be quite extensively also concerning all of the costs. You're also addressing the need for other co-funding schemes. We know it's high risk with these schemes, and a lot of the work packages and a lot of the cost will be quite extensive. What kind of dialogue are we going to have due to that high risk? And if we're not able to secure that funding that would have been a part of the project proposal, how would that dialogue go?
We like to believe we are pretty open to dialogue, right? But we would like first that you convince, like I said, the experts. It's not us evaluating the proposal, and you have to come with a plan for the additional funding that is credible, like I said to them. Then if you don't secure it, I hope I got right your comment or question. Then if you don't secure it later on during the implementation of the project, we will have to see. Because for sure, you will probably not reach the objectives. There are different ways to go, and I'm not going to anticipate them because it depends on a case by case. But we may accept what it is. We may have partial achievement of the objectives, or we may terminate the grant, which it happens in some cases. There are many, many other cases, but for sure, trying to answer to your question, we are pretty open to a dialogue to save any project that we are funding. But
Maybe
Pietro,
also
would you like to add?
Yeah, no, just if I still got it right, your question. I would also say that make it very clear in your risk table, because it will, because we know that for all the other programs, not all ours, it's a competitive process. So you may get it, you may not get it. So what's your plan B? Try again the following year, somebody will step in with their own resources. So this is during the proposal, when you're preparing the proposal. Then once the project is up and running, it's 5 years' time, many things can happen. Indeed, we will have the famous amendments, if need be, within reason. Because if the core of your valley is not delivered anymore, then we have an issue. But when you're writing the proposal, put it in your risk. What you're going to do if this doesn't fly?
Last question. Yeah.
Yes, Anaïs from Vera Energy. I have a question regarding the cumulative rules of aids. May technology funded under JABER be part of a hydrogen valley? Because today the JABER rules only allow the production of RFNBO only, while the hydrogen valley will give some flexibility. So I don't know if you're...
Combination of funds, you mean?
Yes. Because today there is some inconsistency between the stated rules and EU funding, the scope, and the JABER. We might expect that the JABER rules will evolve towards a more balanced approach between RFNBO and low-carbon production for electrolyzers. But at the moment, it creates some issue if you want to include some electrolyzers as part of a hydrogen valley if they already have received some subsidies under JABER. So it's one question.
Maybe it was some slide this morning, touching that slightly. From a practical implementation or from a practical point of view of preparing the proposal, I think these are issues that will come in any project, but things are evolving very quickly. I mean, this year we will have the step seal. The step seal has a lot of implications. It's just something relatively new, but to ease how you can combine funding, it has some effects on the rules related to state aid. So I think from the proposal point of view, let's try to separate what you put and what it may bring in the future in terms of compatibility of funding and how you explain it. And again, some proposals feel more comfortable with putting all the costs in our budget and to then claim a fraction of that to us. Others feel more comfortable with putting in our costs a fraction of the investments of the valley, and then they explain the rest in the narrative part of the proposal. In both cases, you need to have all the information. And this is really up to you. But we have cases, once the project has started, that we have had to do some grant engineering where you redistribute a little bit which funding is coming from where, because the different rules that affect the combination of funding. And I think I wouldn't go too much on the proposal. If you have a clear idea of how you want to do it, fine. But irrespectively of whether you put all the costs in our budget, in the formal part of the budget or not, the narrative part of the proposal has to explain all those costs. Okay?
We are aware. We are aware of the challenges, yes. Yeah. We are aware of the challenges, and yeah, we are following that up with our colleagues in the Commission. That's why we try to put this step seal, etc., in place so that we allow combination of the different funds. But we are aware, and we'll keep in touch with you whenever you get to the point where you cannot combine different funds. I would like to stop here with this part of the presentation and move into the last one, and to really thank again to Pietro and to Antonio. Thank you very much. And to the entire team, in case I don't say it enough, I would like to thank everybody for from the beginning, from the morning until now, including Ines. Ines, who's there behind, our angel, preparing all the logistics. And finally, would like to give the floor to Lara Orlandi. She is the other communication officer in my team, and she takes pleasure. That's what she told me in moderating the next speeches session. We gave it a try last year. It was extremely successful. And she will guide you through the pitches session. And like I said, I kindly recommend it. I learned myself, for example, last year a lot from that. You will find opportunities for collaboration. You will see other companies or other organizations with ideas, with products that you may look for in your application. So I will kindly recommend to look at that, and then kindly recommend that at 4:30 or maybe 4:45, depending on the delay we are experiencing now, stay for the drinks. And try to network with each other, try to get to know each other, and make excellent proposals. So I wish you good luck, and I hand it to Lara.
Yes, hello everybody. So before we go to the pitches themselves, Mirela, we still have 10 minutes of stash, which is one of our running projects. And we have Federico Zenit, who is the project coordinator from SINTEF, who is gonna present the standards that they have developed for fuel cells in heavy duty. And then we go to the pitches. So Federico, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Lara. So yeah, it's a sort of a pitch in a wider sense. Oh, yeah, there are so many. Yes, so STASH is a project about development of heavy-duty standard fuel cell modules. And the idea is that when you start writing your proposals, you'll be using this, because we invested quite a few millions in here. So quickly go through motivation, why we did it. About how STASH is built, what the standard itself, which is an important part, and a bit about the results and impact that we have achieved until now. For the motivation, I'm preaching here a bit to the choir, but you know that hydrogen has an advantage over batteries, at least in the heavy-duty sector. There's a lot of battery cars, not so many battery trucks. And in particular, a company, VDL in Netherlands, had experienced a lot of problems when implementing different generation of fuel cells. Every time there was a new fuel cell from the same producer, they had to rebuild the chassis, which itself took like a year of work, and started demotivating the management, say, why do we have to reinvent the wheel every few years? Why can't we just have something standard? And that's what we did. So STASH itself has significant funding, 7.5 million. Total budget was 14 million, so yeah, the industry contributed a lot. It's closing now, next month. I'm in the process of badgering all the partners to send in the deliverables, as usual. We didn't just define the standard, we also built prototypes and tested them. All prototypes have been built, and the last one is being tested right now in the Netherlands, so should be finished next week. We submitted standard to ICTC 105, and there is a new work item proposal, number 1077, anybody wants to check,
has been recently approved, 10 votes against 3. We had a very large consortium. I'm not going to read the whole list, but probably you recognize a lot of names over there, especially among the fuel cell manufacturers. We, of course, didn't have all the OEMs of every possible sort of heavy-duty vehicle, but we have a cross-section with some very recognizable names. So we said that this standard applies to anything that moves on the surface, either on road, off-road, or on water. So no submarines, no planes, even though we had an Airbus in the advisory board. So the concept, the general idea is that we join the multiple heavy-duty markets. So we don't have one market for trucks, one for buses, one for ships, and so on. We try to have modules that can be used everywhere. These will then increase the production volumes at the fuel cell manufacturers. They get bigger production lines. They're able to automate and achieve economies of scale and ideally reduce costs. This will also enable a fair competition. If you are buying your fuel cells from a manufacturer that isn't delivering good fuel cells anymore, or they have been bought by one of your competitors, or they're simply too busy to follow up, you can just swap in the fuel cells of another competitor. It's pretty difficult to do today, but Stash enables this. Also, one thing that I noticed very much in Norway, there's a lot of small shipyards that are interested, for example, in developing fuel cell fishing boats. But these shipyards are generally pretty small, and they don't really have the capacity to set up a fuel cell department. So they say, yes, it's very interesting, but we're not going to do it. We cannot simply hire 5 PhDs for hydrogen. And this would help them a lot. They have an interface. They know where hydrogen goes in, power goes out, and that's all they have to worry about. So, standard itself, quickly some definitions. We deliver a black box. What's inside the black box is not your or my business. Inside, you gotta have the stack, you gotta have a balance of plant. Outside is gonna be hydrogen storage, air filters, and coolers. The DC-DC converter is the only thing that can be inside or outside, depending on specification. Otherwise, power rating is not part of the standard, typically about 30 kilowatts, but nobody's telling you. Depends on the manufacturer. Definition of what continuous power is what it can be obviously maintained indefinitely. Peak power has to be held for at least 60 seconds, could be used for some spikes. And we have a lot of discussion of what end of life is. I don't think we have finished with that discussion ever. But this is what the boxes look like. So there's a first part of the standard, the size. The unit length is 340 millimeters. That's about this, like this. And the height of one of these units is 340 millimeters, so 1. The width is not 2, it's 2 plus, or 700 millimeters, because these are the units of measurements that we got from a very important application, European trucks. Their fuel tanks have this size, and we copied this because they're a very important application. The lengths A, B, and C are given by 3, 4, and 5 times the basic length. So it's 1,020, 1,360, or 1,700 millimeters. You get these 3 basic units, and then they can be composed in double A and double B. So stacking 2 on top is quite popular. It's in the size that fits in the side tanks of trucks. Triple B fits fairly well in the engine bay of European trucks. For some reason, AAA is interesting for America. Usually provided in line position. You can also provide them installed sideways, tilted, if it's part of a specification from the manufacturer. So these are the general sizes. Second part is the interface, where things do connect, and it's a fairly loose specification. Nobody wanted to have exactly the specification of this connector exactly at these coordinates, but it's a general area that is fixed where you are supposed to be able to connect the various pipes. There is a requirement of this not to be aligned, so that you can draw pipes along several units in a row, so that the pipes don't interfere with each other. There are some exceptions. For example, the drain has to be at the bottom for gravity reasons, and power, both high and low voltage, can be anywhere because it's a lot easier to just move a cable around the box. Moving a pipe is a lot more problematic. So that's why they want to know roughly where the pipe has to go. There is also a digital interface. It's actually the beefiest part of the standard. There's a lot more to write about this. It's defined on top of CAN bus, following the signals defined by SAE J1939, so we use a pre-existing standard. There were also, just by random coincidence, Cummins in America proposed something in this direction. While we executed the project, we tried to integrate as much as possible what they did, as not to have around two standards. Define on top of CAN bus, but you can also define on top of Ethernet. That was requested especially by shipbuilders. And of course, this can be implemented both as multiple independent fuel cell modules, or you can set up a fuel cell module hierarchy with the primary one controlling other units. This was delivered to the Hydrogen Week. It was a gold standard, as we call it. It's downloadable from stash.eu, of course, for free. That's your taxonomy at work. And quickly about the results, I'll just skip through it quickly. Well, we did build 2 custom rigs for testing, developed test protocols that should be also published on our website. There was a partly confidential document, but we made it public ever since. On our website, there's also a very extensive overview of RCS for heavy duty. I think it's almost 600 pages. That's work of CEA, great work they did. For some best practice for OEMs, courtesy of Damen in Netherlands. And from my company, Sintef, we have an X-in-the-loop library based on Modelica, if anybody is interested. That's especially popular in the automotive sector. As I said, we built 8 modules from 7 FC partners. Nuvera built actually 2. There are some deviation in the first iteration as the standard was being defined. The final designs are going to be published. They're not going to build a second prototype, but they will provide designs. They will be public. And I think I received the first one today while I was sitting there. That was from Toyota. And they're supposed to arrive within the next month. So you can actually download them from the website. You will be able to. And you can go to the value producer, say, yep, you declare you can build this. Now sell it to me. They cannot deny, they cannot pretend they have not been in the project. We had tests run at VDL Aachen, TNO Helmond, and CA Grenoble, and the last one is being done right now at VDL in the Netherlands. Power ratings were from 36 to 125 kilowatt. VDL also did a swap test, so they had this truck used in a H2O project, I believe. They installed 2 A-type modules by Plastic Omnium, and then they swapped with Toyota modules. And within, I think, a week or something, or 2 weeks, everything was done. Before this kind of operation would have taken a year with commissioning and everything. This is also applied on genset, and VDL has decided to go the extra mile. This is a bit of already exploitation. They try to extend this to SOFCs as well for gensets. Yeah, can skip this, but basically the idea is that we get more people to use fuel cell and start the famous virtuous cycle that we all want to see, with more people using it, more people picking it up, and so on. Yep, I think I used enough of the time, so thank you for your attention. If there are any questions, I'm here, and I'll be here until the end.
Thank you, Federico, for this technical but very interesting presentation on standards, which are, of course, essential for the advancement of the technology. So now I think you've heard really a lot from us. We touched upon so many topics. And yeah, I think this will be very helpful for the planning of your project, and it's time to hear from you, basically. So we would really like in this brokerage session now to hear from you who you are, what you do, what type of service you can provide, project idea, and so on. We had a tough selection. We have chosen 21 pitches, and basically the rules of the game are pretty simple. You will have 3 minutes, and for this I have a very fancy kitchen timer here who will help you to stick to the time, because if we cannot always stick to the time, we actually really force you to stick to it. And yeah, you will have 1 slide, and basically that's it, and otherwise I will stop you. So let me call on stage the first person to pitch. So this is Miss Isabel Louise Abel from the Port of Kristiansand in Norway. Can you please come here? Ah, yeah, you're here. You have a laptop as well? Because I think we have your presentation, so you're good. You will have your slide. So, yeah. And you will also see it, but because I'm not sure you will have space for this. It's okay. It's okay? So, I will put the time, and then, yes, I'm just a second, because now it's a bit, okay. Please.
Okay, good. Thank you so much. So, welcome to the Southern Norway Hydrogen Valley. It's a large-scale hydrogen gateway between Norway and Europe, presenting a fully integrated and scalable hydrogen ecosystem. The Southern Norway Hydrogen Valley is a large-scale initiative designed to integrate the entire hydrogen value chain from renewable production to offtake and end users. Powered by 100% clean hydropower, it provides a scalable model for the deployment of hydrogen solutions across multiple sectors, ensuring significant impact on decarbonization efforts at both regional, national, and international level. Our hydrogen valley utilizes clean hydropower, as you can see at point 1, to produce green hydrogen, as you can see in other point 1 at the top of our slide. It's going to be distributed to 3 different hubs. You have aviation, you have logistics in the middle, and you have the maritime sector in the bottom, each with relevant market use cases and a subsea storage facility, and number 3 in the bottom of our slide. Our strategic answer to the project creates an initiative that directly addresses the goals of a large-scale hydrogen valley project by delivering high-impact hydrogen distribution, innovative technologies, and cross-sector integration that involves industries like maritime, aviation, heavy transport, and the process industry, allowing the project to maximize hydrogen adoption across diverse applications. The Southern Norway hydrogen value chain brings together a strong consortium of industrial partners representing the complete value chain from hydrogen producers to the end users, and an ecosystem of support industries. In addition, we actively invite you, stakeholders, to join our learning circles, fostering the collaboration, the information exchange, and the dissemination of best practices, which is critical for scaling hydrogen solutions across Europe. Thanks to our unique geographical position on Norway's southern coast, our hydrogen valley is strategically located to serve as a hydrogen gateway between Norway and Europe, enabling future large-scale hydrogen exports while decarbonizing regional industries. The scalable design ensures replicability and adaptability across other regions, comprehensively addressing EU's hydrogen goals. This project embodies the essence of a large-scale hydrogen valley by delivering clean, scalable, and complete hydrogen ecosystem, greening the maritime, aviation, and logistics industries, while setting a benchmark for innovation and collaboration. Our valley got an investment decision last year for a 20-megawatt production facility, and our green hydrogen will be ready for delivery by mid to end next year. Thank you.
Slide slightly annoying sound, but we know it from the morning. So thanks a lot. I mean, this was impressive and really nice visual, I have to say. We might have to steal it from you because it's really, it shows very how everything is interconnected. So jumping from Norway to the UK, I would like to invite Dr. David Armstrong from Fraunhofer UK Institute here. And yes, the same rules apply. So let me put the timer. And the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, there is a Fraunhofer in the UK. We are in Scotland, in Glasgow. We've been running for 12 years or so. We are an RTO, Research and Technology Organisation, a not-for-profit, and a legally independent affiliate of the Fraunhofer Gesellschaft. And what we're offering is a solution we've been working on for a few years on detecting and sensing hydrogen from a distance. So this is different from, say, a point sensor, which detects the hydrogen in that location. This is a device that might scan this room and tell you the hydrogen concentration in space. So not just is there hydrogen present, how much hydrogen, and what is the location. In fact, we believe we can extend this beyond hydrogen, for example, ammonia, other hydrocarbon species as well. The history of some of this work is in the nuclear sector. We work with the nuclear sector in the UK. We have deployed these sensors in one of the nuclear power locations, a location for storage of nuclear waste in Sellafield, if you're familiar. And we demonstrated this device in November, essentially in the picnic area of BP headquarters in London, because we are involved in a project currently with BP on hydrogen sensing. They have a desire to ensure safety in the future hydrogen economy for more wide energy applications. We plan to commit to field trials later on this year in a location in the UK, and beyond that in a BP facility, perhaps in the next year or two. Our desire is to, if you like, join a consortium that has a requirement for hydrogen sensing. That might be for safety, that might be for efficiency, for detection of fugitive emissions, or indeed even, I don't know, prospecting and looking for naturally occurring hydrogen. So we are available as a consortium member. My contact details are here. I will possibly disappear quite quickly to go to the airport, but please feel free to drop me an email or grab me before I go. Thank you.
So you were actually too quick, 24 seconds left, but perfect. Don't worry about the contact details because we will share all the presentations later on, so you will have them, but in case, of course, you can also take notes. So let's go from UK, Scotland to Slovenia, and I'd like to invite Professor Uroš Svelbar from Joseph Stefan Institute to the stage, and here you are.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. My name is Uroš Svelbar. I come from Joseph Stefan Institute, which is RTO in Slovenia, actually the largest one. What I'm presenting is an interesting project proposal, which we call effectively Juno, and it's actually based on joint upgrade for hydrogen permeation for optimized storage and transportation. What do we offer? We offer, to in situ gas treatments and nano coatings on demand, which means that actually all the hydrogen-facing materials and components can then be built to superior performance, especially in pipelines, storage tanks, shipping containers, or infrastructure. The key advantages of this technologies are free. Basically, the first one and the most important is the exceptional hydrogen permeation resistance, even super blocking. Many of you know that this is one of the biggest problem is basically hydrogen embrittlement. This can actually prolong material lifespan. It can work at the high temperatures as well as enhances the safety. One of the most important things is actually a cost effectiveness and in situ application, which means that the treatments and coatings can be applied to existing infrastructure, can be done repeatedly, and are not constrained to the manufacturing time in the processing, but that can be done over the processing, which means that we are avoiding costly replacements of material, and thirdly, the adaptability to industrial standards, which means it's compatible with steel and other common hydrogen-facing components. What we are looking for is especially partners to partner with us, pipeline operators, hydrogen storage and transport companies, shipping and infrastructure providers, especially the organization which deal with especially steel for hydrogen applications. Thank you very much. By the way, I will be rushing to the airport as well as my previous, so if you can try to catch me up or send me email. Thank you.
So lessons learned from next year, we have to be stricter with the time. So I have here some change because I think we have another speaker, I was told by my colleague Ines. So I would like to call onto this stage somebody from Portugal, so we are really jumping around. Mr. Ricardo Rato from HiLab. Is he here? Yes.
Hi, excited to be here. My name is Ricardo Rato. I'm the Executive Director of HiLab. HiLab is a green hydrogen collaborative laboratory. Where I'm replacing my colleague Jorge Diniz because he's without voice today. And as I was mentioned, HiLab is the Green Hydrogen Collaborative Laboratory, a center that was created between the main energy companies in Portugal together with research and academia partners. Our mission is to develop applied research, develop technology, test technology, and do the upscale and promoting the implementation of hydrogen projects in Portugal. We are strategically based in Sines, which is the largest hydrogen hub in Portugal and also the largest petrochemical park and deep water port in Portugal. What we bring us to you today is an idea that we are developing together with some German, French and Italian partners since some months ago, devoted to the storage of hydrogen in rock caverns. And we, together with these partners, are trying to address the different challenge of the intermittent storage in these caverns. Namely, we are working on the geological, mechanical, and microbiology aspects to the hydrogen to be accommodated in the rock caverns. We are already covering a lot of competences. We have a demo site in Portugal which is more devoted to salt caverns, and we have also other demo sites from TSOs from other countries. But we would like to, if you are interested in this topic and interested in joint efforts in this topic, we are happy to collaborate, and you can find also in the last part of the slide a QR code with more information about HiLab, our projects, and also our priorities to the Clean Hydrogen Partnership Call. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ricardo, for jumping in for your colleague who has lost his voice. And now from Sines, with its beautiful castles, I remember them, to Spain, to Guillermo Figueruelo. Apologize my pronunciation, from the Hydrogen Foundation of Aragon. So let's see if you use up all the time.
Thank you. No worries for the pronunciation. 33 projects in the Clean Hydrogen Partnership. This is the amount of projects that we have been participating or even coordinating on not only the Clean Hydrogen Partnership, but also in the fuel cells and hydrogen undertaking, number 1 and number 2, for the last almost 2 decades. Aragon Hydrogen Foundation, located on the north of Spain, is a private, non-profit research center, and we have grown together with the Clean Hydrogen Partnership funding in terms of capacity and staff during the last 20 years. From all that I can tell you and all the whole value chain projects that we can cover, today I would like to highlight some of them. We can be your perfect partner for communication, dissemination, and exploitation activities. We can also perform all the impact studies, social and life cycle assessment, but also training activities at all levels. There are topics in the 2025 call on these issues. Obviously, hydrogen valleys. I'm also here with a second hat. I'm the technical committee leader of hydrogen valleys in Hydrogen Europe Research, and Aragon Hydrogen Foundation is the most successful entity in this call. We started everything with the Big Hit project in the Orkney Islands in 2015, and from that we are partners in 7 more hydrogen valleys, more on the research side, not on the coordination side as we were at the beginning. There we can perform these replication activities, these synergies and connections with other hydrogen valleys, existing or potential hydrogen valleys. And we have strong facilities that I urge you to visit us in the north of Spain. We can be your perfect partner for validating and testing your innovations in your proposals and in your projects at component and assistant level. Validations from TRL 4 to TRL 6. You may see some familiar pictures on the screen. We have several alkaline test benches, but also low temperature commercial electrolyzers, and we complete the whole value chain of the hydrogen economy with purification systems and with storage, also with a couple of hydrogen refilling stations. We produce our own hydrogen with around 800 kilowatts of renewable power. 33 projects in the Clean Hydrogen Partnership. We are the most successful Spanish entity in the call and top 20 in Europe. Thank you.
So just on time and an impressive track record. So if you want to be successful, team up with him. So no, let me call on stage our next presenter, which is Laurence Grand-Clément. Yes, you're here. Perfect. From Hegel, you'll tell me how? Hegel? Hegel. Okay.
Perfect. So hi everyone, I'm the CEO and co-founder of Hegel. So Hegel is the play on words for Hydrogen Google. So we're a software company. We're a startup, a French startup company that was created 18 months ago. What we are building is a digital platform for green hydrogen infrastructure that are operational. So once investment decisions have been made, the challenge remains how to make green hydrogen cost-effective. And so there is a matter of striking the right content of RFNBO, accessing power, a mix of power in a cost-effective manner and managing the imbalances, reducing the cost of maintenance as well. So all these topics, this is what we address. Our platform is like Google. It's made of services, and you navigate from one service to the other through a pad. So you remember you're in Google, you go to your agenda, you go to Gmail, you go to Photos. Our services are called Hypervision, Power Purchase Management, Hydrogen Energy Management, but that's the same logic. We connect directly infrastructure in real time. We get real-time data from hydrogen infrastructure, renewable, power markets, weather, and we feed the different services that are needed for hydrogen infrastructure operator. So an idea of a work package rather than project is we're working today on networks of hydrogen refueling station or hydrogen production unit, but we are still keen to get into more complex and larger infrastructure problems, somehow like valleys. So a work package could be demonstrating in a relevant environment the tangible benefits of next-gen digital solutions like the one we are building. And we are keen to take stretch challenges like achieving a 25% improvement in RFNBO output, reducing operational costs by 15 to 20%, or extending infrastructure life. So this is what we are keen to take as tangible objectives in a dedicated work package.
Thanks so much, Laurence. And yes, I'm a little bit disappointed because you're all too quick. Next year, definitely we're gonna, Ines, make a note, 2 minutes. So now we go outside of Europe for once. And I'd like to invite on stage Dr. Kim from the Korean Institute for Science and Technology. Ah, yes, super. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you for giving a great opportunity to have present. Actually, we are located in Europe, in Germany. So KIST is the Korean Institute of Science and Technology. And KIST Europe is a European branch of KIST. Located in, you can see that the map over there, so borderline between Germany and France. We thought about the Saarland, that area is the center of Europe. Maybe many of you does not agree about that. So we located there. So we were established 30 years ago, and in Saarland. But we are a legally German entity, so we can participate in EU project. But as I mentioned, that Korea became the associate member country from this year. So many of the Korean institute and Korean industry can join the EU project and getting funded by EU. So that was the reason why many of the Korean institute and also research companies, they would like to join that EU project. KISS Europe, actually, we are currently working on with many of the joint project with Forschungszentrum Jülich and also Karlsruhe Institute of Technology and so Saarland University, where we are located in. So currently, we are working on the renewable energy, combine the PEM electrolyzer project with Forschungszentrum Jülich and also high temperature PEM fuel cell using ionic liquid. We are expert in the ionic liquid synthesis and also electrolytes project. So we're doing for electrochemistry-based research. That's what we are doing. However, we can cover many of the fields of the hydrogen productions and also fuel cell and storage. So that was the reason why, as I mentioned, that Korea is very strong in the hydrogen industry and also the researches. As you know that Hyundai and Kia, they are producing for hydrogen vehicle. And also the Hyundai, there's many big shipbuilding companies and also agriculture, tractor producing companies. So I thought of many of ideas that we can do work together. So you see that the KIST Seoul, you can see those researchers are representing Korean researchers in Korea and also in KIST Europe. So you can see that Dr. Nam and Professor Lee, they belongs to KIST Seoul, but they got a 70 million euro project last year for 5 years. So this means that the Korea has a lot of interest and also a lot of the willingness to realize the hydrogen economies and so on. So I would like to, any of you have interest? Actually, I brought the 200 business cards, many of left. So I will stay here until the last of the time. So please give me and give my card. Thank you so much.
So So thank you, Mr. Kim. So you heard, Mr. Kim, if you want a business card, he will be still here. And we will have a lot of opportunities to exchange business card now after the drink, which is not so far away. So let me invite Mr. John Kier. It's okay. Apologies from the Danish Technological Institute on stage.
Thank you very much. Great stuff. All right. Great. Thanks a lot, and thanks also for putting together this great event. I come from the Danish RTO, DTI. We are more than 1,300 colleagues based in Denmark in 5 different offices. We're the biggest RTO in Denmark. And our basic role in the Danish industry is to close the gap between research and industry. So we work a lot together with the universities on their research, and then we try to apply it into the industry. When we talk about hydrogen, we work throughout the entire value chain. So we help both to develop, we help to validate, and when we also help to integrate the solutions into commercialization. So that also means that we work with everything from technology providers like electrolyzers into developers who's applying this for producing obviously hydrogen or methanol or any of the other derivatives. Yeah, basically we are very much interested in cooperation with of course both private companies. We do a lot of funded projects. We also do commercial assignments, but also with other RTOs and other test facilities throughout Europe and out the world on these subjects you see up on the left here. So electrolysis, synthesis, food production. You know, we have a large biogas sector in Denmark, which we are also applying into the hydrogen economy. So there's a lot of interesting potentials there. Industrial decarbonization, recovery of excess heat, as well as oxygen utilization, water technology, and obviously material development. So my message from here is we really like to cooperate with all of you, even like other RTOs, but of course also private companies, unless you are working for Donald Trump, and we are not selling off Greenland. So, but other than that, you're most welcome. Thank you.
Yes, on that very serious note, let's go. I would like to call on stage Lucas Marcon. Oops, the watch from INEGI or INEGI from Portugal. So
I can put here just first I kick notes. This clock is terrible.
No, you have a lot of time.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. It's a great honor to be back here and see some familiar faces again. My name is Lucas Marcon, and I'm a researcher at INEGI, a Portuguese RTO institution with strong expertise in mechanical engineering. Sorry. At this time, we are over 300 employees from 12 different nationalities. And on the left, you can see an image of our institute, and below you can find some our areas of expertise. Sorry. And today, I would like to share our interest in 2 specific points and demonstrate how we can contribute to advance these areas. The first topic is 104, that we have a strong interest in related to renewable resource forecasting, wind and solar, and the tools for thermal management in hydrogen production plants. We believe the potential of these topics related to, to improve the flexibility in hydrogen production plants and also reduce some operational costs. Regarding our previous experience in the project Ambers, online, free, and user-friendly platform capable to analyze and find a solution to waste heating in the integrated way. And now we aim to expand the application in hydrogen production plants. Also, the moving to neutrality projects led by Galp Portugal, and you are developing hydrogen production tools to operate these hydrogen plants with short and long-term resource forecasting provisions. The second topic of our interest is 401, which focuses on integrate hydrogen in energy communities. I'd like to mention two projects. The first was CAMHAS project that we conducted extensive analysis of the social, financial, economical, and difficulties to implement energy communities in Portugal, and compare these factors with several other European countries. The other project was Agerar, that we have studied how we can implement hydrogen in energy communities. Based on these projects, we expect to believe it's possible to expand and make some models that serve to implement energy communities across Europe and make the integration a reality. I would like to discuss other topics, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucas. At least this clock is being used, you know? And thank you also for covering quite a wide range of areas. So, after Portugal, as before, we have a Spanish company, Inerco, and I call on stage Marianela Betancourt. Please.
Oh, full room. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marianela Martin. I am project manager in Inerco. We are an international company with headquarters in Seville, in Spain, the south of Spain, and we have presence in more than 10 countries. We are specialized in providing technological advanced solutions and services for the industry decarbonization. Particularly, our capabilities in the hydrogen area are focused in two main areas. One of them is the engineering, construction, and testing of integrated systems for electrolysis and fuel cell, mainly based on solid oxide technology and its heat, including its heat integration as well. The second area that we work are in the developing of industrial projects for the production of green hydrogen, ammonia, and methanol, where we cover from the conceptual design to the EPC activities. We have developed more than 55 projects for the industry. In Inerco, we are an engineering and consulting company, but we are fully committed to the innovation. That is why we have participated in more than 100 R&D projects, which of them 30 are European projects. Currently, we are working in two exciting projects that are based on solid oxide technology. One of them is a Spanish-founded project that is called Atmosphere for testing and modeling solid oxide stacks in different operation modes. And the second one is a particular special project for us that is for the Clean Hydrogen Europe call from 2022, that is a 24/7 SAM. That is the design and validation of a high-performer reversible solid oxide system for the coupling of the gas and electrical grid. The role of Inerco in this project is crucial because we are the responsible of the BOP and the system integration for the design, construction, and containerization, as well as the testing of the prototype. Okay? Looking ahead, we are very interested in the new call of proposal, particularly in two topics, not limited to, but at least two topics, where we believe that the solid oxide technology is a perfect match. These are the TC105 for co-electrolysis system and the TC401 for stationary fuel cell for remote energy communities. We believe that from INERCO we can participate in activities as the system integration, and we have done in other projects, and also in the life cycle analysis and safety analysis. We strongly believe that we can be useful as a partner because our expertise lies in an extensive product portfolio to the industry, and we bring this to the table in every project, and this allows us to create prototype solutions that are scalable and close to the commercialization, because we base our designs in the leading engineering standards and the best industry practices. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Marianella, for this very relevant presentation, and also with lots of European project management experience already. So in case any of you are wondering, we are halfway through. And yes, on this note, I call to the stage an Irish citizen, I'm missing the word, Brendan McDonald from IDA. Is he here? Here. I wanted to say pitcher, pitchy, I'm not sure. You tell me, because you are the only one of the few native speakers here, huh?
Yeah, so thank you very much. So yeah, my name is Brendan MacDonald and I'm from IDA Ireland. So we are the government agency tasked with attracting foreign direct investment into Ireland. So if any of you have ever been to Ireland, you'll probably have seen that we're quite successful at it, and we've got quite a large number of multinationals, which means that they are quite large energy guzzlers, as you may be aware. Lots of data centers, lots of pharmaceuticals, lots of chemical companies. So we are on a mission in Ireland to help decarbonize the entire economy. So I suppose my ask today is that if you haven't looked at Ireland from the hydrogen perspective, to I suppose to look at us and to connect in with me. If you want to pop on the QR code, that's a link to my LinkedIn profile, and I'd be happy to send you some materials on how Ireland is looking to not only decarbonise but to innovate from a research and development perspective and from a talent perspective. So we've lots going on. We've finalised our national hydrogen strategy, so we're on that journey. We've lots of multinationals in Ireland who are active in various different renewables, including wind. So you might be aware that Ireland's quite a small country, but our maritime area is actually 10 times the size. So we have huge wind resources in the Atlantic Ocean that we're going to harness over the next number of decades. And we've very lofty ambitions to have 37 gigawatts of offshore renewable energy by 2050. So to achieve that, we can't do that on our own. We need partners, and we need people like you to come to Ireland and help us build those kind of renewable pieces of infrastructure that we need. So I'll leave it at that, very short and sweet. I know it's been a long day, but thank you very much to Clean Hydrogen Partnership. I think we're all learning stuff today that we may not have known yesterday. So thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Brendan. And yes, Ireland is definitely not that small. Huh? I've been, it's so beautiful. So now let me call on stage Dr. Christopher Nahed from the CEA. Yes, I see him here. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. It's good. So hello everyone. I'm Dr. Christopher Nahed, the research engineer at the French Atomic Energy Commission, and I'm representing our department's efforts today with my colleague Ludovic Jazon. Our department's efforts in this particular call for project. And so more specifically, we're representing our laboratory's implication in this call for projects, and we are made up of 17 research engineers. Most of us are specialized and have PhDs in engineering. And so we are specialists in finite element method development and physics, of course. And so we're quite proud of our multi-physics capabilities where we are able to couple many different sub-problems that exist in extreme environments for structures. And so we're able to couple many different physics together and solve them simultaneously. We do this mainly for structures under extreme environments in the nuclear industry, but these environments are very similar to what occurs in underground storage structures for hydrogen, because there's low cycle fatigue, heat cycling, etc. All of these, hydrogen embrittlement, etc. So all these phenomena are similar. And so we're building a consortium today with multiple partners, and we're looking to tackle the development of mined-lined rock caverns for gaseous hydrogen storage. And we're looking for people who have mines or who are working with mines. And that's it for me today. Don't hesitate to contact us, please. We are looking for people who are either industrials or are conducting research in mines and or like gas cylinders and stuff like that. Thank you so much.
Okay, so if there are any mining experts here, this is your chance to connect. Then let me call on stage, actually the name changed. So yes, Mr. Dimitris Sobolevskis. Exactly, see, not that difficult. From Latvia, yeah, the floor is yours. I'll just still put the timer.
Thank you very much.
Even though it's just pro forma, you know.
Sure.
There you go.
Yeah. First of all, it's a great pleasure to be on this stage today. Thank you very much. My name is Dmitry Sobolevsky, and I am the deputy head of production department of joint stock company Regal Siltoms. The Regal Siltoms company was founded in 1996, and we are engaged in heat production, transmission, distribution, and sales. Simultaneously, we produce an electricity in our cogeneration plants, and as a fuel, we are using biomass, it's wood and chips, and natural gas. We produce heat in our own 44 heating source, and as well as this, our company is the biggest in the Baltic states, and we have approximately 814 kilometers of district heating system. So, and briefly about our new project, just now we are investigating two scenarios. We are planning to install electrolyzers, bigger or smaller, we'll see. So, using the green electricity from solar or wind, or both, we are planning to produce hydrogen. Because of we are using the biomass, also we are planning to install CO2 capture equipment, and then using the CO2 and hydrogen, we are planning to make to produce e-methane that will be possible to store in underground gas storage, which is also situated in Latvia, in Čakalns area. And then it will be possible to transmit to industries, transport, and other consumers. As well as this, the waste heat, this so-called waste heat, which will be produced during the methanization process, we are planning used in our district heating, and by means of this, achieve the decarbonization aim. So, the main goals of this project is the vital decarbonization, of course, waste heat using in district heating, and energy independence. So we will be able use less natural gas value. So I think this is it from my side. Thank you very much.
thank you as well to you for this very nice presentation. And yes, let me hand over, I think I see her here in the corner of my eyes, to Marta Rubio Martinez from Leitat. Yeah, it's not the German way to say it, so it's the Spanish way. So please, the floor is yours. A lot.
Yeah, sorry, I will not go into all this. So, yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marta Rubio, and I'm from Leitat, a Spanish technological center based in Barcelona. We are around 500 employees from 22 different nationalities, and we have an annual revenue of 48 million euros. At the moment, we have 104 research European projects distributed across the 5 key areas of Leitat. So we have the health area, digital industry, applied chemistry and materials, circular economy and decarbonization, and technological services. So yeah, so these are so I would like to present in this speech the capacities that Leitat has for these 4 different topics that we would like to join as a consortium. So the first topic is the TC101, so it's the low temperature electrolyzers. And what can offer here Leitat is the development of membranes, catalysts, and electrodes or based on carbon nanofibers. Also, we can support the development of cell and stack components via additive manufacturing. Also, we can perform electrochemical characterization and stability tests of electrodes and membranes. Also, we can support an EM cell and stack design, operation and characterization, and as well, we can perform the LCA and social analysis. So for this topic, we have a very well experience. So for example, we have the H2 upscale and promisers, which are 2 projects that will start now, just start now, but we have a lot of projects that can show our experience. The second topic that we would like to participate is the TC102, so it's high temperature electrolyzers. And what are Leitat's capacities here for this topic is the protective coatings for BOP components and sealing materials. Also, we would like to consolidate the stainless steel metallic interconnected plates through additive manufacturing. Development, cost-efficient, high-performance catalysis by integrating recycling materials. And also, we are able to do the LCA analysis. For this topic also, we have quite experience. We have many projects also related to this topic, like Exit H2 Henry, which is a national project also. The third topic is the TC105. So it's about the co-electrolysis system and integration with downstream processes. What can we do here is basically develop lightweight and high-performance components. Also, we can do research into hydrogen barrier coatings for prevention of hydrogen enrichment and leakage. And also catalyst research for optimizing electrolyzer performance, focusing on achieving the desired ratio of H2CO. And, oh, wow. Yeah. Well, I was thinking, yeah. Well, the last thing will be the hydrogen valley, also with the LCA and water purification. And we have the, wait, sorry. Yeah, we are one of the partners in the H2 Hamrock, which is the island valley. Yeah, that's it, sorry.
Thank you, Marta. Well, I will have to say, considering your slide, you did really amazingly to summarize all of this. So well done. Okay, so I already saw him before here. Then let me welcome Ian Russell from Oxford Nanosystems on stage.
3 minutes or 2?
Actually, 3. You had prepared for 2.
No, so I prepared for 3.
You prepared for anything, you know, so let me see if I get this still to work. It does.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Ian Russell. It's great to be here. I'd just like to say 3/4 of the way through now, so not much longer to go. I'm here to talk about nanoflux. Research and development into materials for electrodes aimed at improving the performance of electrolyzers has typically focused on catalytic activity and electrocatalytic surface area. Mass transport characteristics of materials have often been neglected. The bubbles that are released during electrolysis that build up on the surface of an electrode prevent contact between the electrolyte and the electrode itself, reducing the sort of effective surface area available to continue the reaction. This bubble resistance, which arises at both the anode and the cathode, is a major cause of inefficiency within an electrolyzer. Our proposed solution to this is nanoflux. Nanoflux is a surface coating technology with high porosity and a surface area that is similar to rainy nickel. Importantly, it has a spiky dendritic structure, and this morphology promotes the formation and rapid release of gas bubbles. Nanoflux is an alloy of non-precious metals. It is applied via a low-cost and highly scalable electrodeposition process, it can be applied to a range of different substrates, including flat surfaces, meshes, felts, and foam. So it can form part of a hierarchical structure that enhances surface area further. Despite the name, nanoflux is the dendritic spiky structures in nanoflux are of the order of 5 to 10 microns in height. So it is compatible with sort of nanoscale catalysts that can be put down on top of the structure. And in terms of what does it do, well, we've got some great results that show reduction in anode and cathode over potential when nanofluxes have been combined with our own proprietary catalysts. But just to illustrate the effect, I've got a couple of videos here that provided, you can see, and provided, no good? No good. Okay, well, that's a shame. Well, on the right-hand side of the slide here, you can see two electrode cells in a beaker. One of them is rainy nickel, the other is nanoflux with a catalyst on top. And if I were able to show them, you would see very fine bubbles being produced from the nanoflux sample on the right, whereas the rainy nickel, you see a build-up of large bubbles. Anyway, we are interested in partnering people with R&D partners who have catalysts, substrates, and electrolyzers, whether that is within Horizon or outside. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Apologies for the videos. I don't know, maybe there was a technical mistake, or I don't know. But in any case, if you need any coating, Ian is your guy. So now let me invite on stage Jasmin Schiefer from Wien Energie, please. So from beautiful Vienna, where I studied. Not very relevant, but still. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So hello, welcome everybody to our hydrogen valley located in the heart of Europe. We try to evaluate a hydrogen valley in the eastern part of Austria and the western part of Slovakia and Hungary. Why do we want to do this in this region? Well, first of all, it's one region. Although it are 3 countries involved, 3 different languages and 3 different cultures, it's still that this region really has a lot in common. One of the most important things that we have in common is that we have really great renewable energy potential for the production of green hydrogen. And we can not only produce green hydrogen, we also have a lot of industrial off-takers in this region who have a strong need for green hydrogen. And unfortunately, the region also has something different in common, which is that we are the region in Europe which has really a strong dependency on natural gas, especially on Russian natural gas. So we have a high pressure on us to find alternatives for natural gas, especially from Russia, and also for a green alternative on this. And here the solution for us is green hydrogen. So what we would like to do in our hydrogen valley is to change this disadvantage of the dependency of natural gas and use our historical role from natural gas hub for Europe and change it into the future valley hub for Europe. So we believe that the hydrogen valley in this region does not only have a benefit in our region, but for the whole of Europe. And this is why we would like to combine all different companies along the value chain in our region, and in order to accelerate the hydrogen economy in our region and the whole Europe. So, of course, here it's also important to stay connected to other hydrogen valleys in Europe and to other companies and regions in Europe in order to really put this into action. So thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Yasmin. Actually very quick. And thank you also for bringing in the geopolitical importance of advancing hydrogen technologies. So now I would like to invite on stage, I don't see anybody prepared. Yes. So Mr. Gerd Schumacher from the Research Institute Jülich, the floor is all yours.
Yeah, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity here. My name is Gerd Schumacher. I'm the EU Affairs Manager, Energy and Climate in Jülich. So you can approach me regarding various topics that are related to energy research in Jülich. I will talk about sustainable hydrogen production today because we're very interested in this one. And there are various topics. First of all, let me give you a little introduction to Jülich. We are active in 3 research areas. Mainly, it's information, energy, and bioeconomy. And in energy, we have 1,500 research staff on site working in these fields in 5 institutes. We have 93 patents, 2,500 publications. I just want to show you this because we work from low TRL to high TRL. We can cover everything. And we are very much involved in EU projects. We have over 180 projects that we are involved in and 34 projects that we are coordinating. These are numbers from 2 years ago. So what would we offer and what are we interested in? We offer a consortium that we are just building for simultaneous ionomer and iridium recycling. So this is TC501. And we are still looking for industrial partners. The academic side is pretty much set up, but even if you're interested in that one, approach us and we see if there's still room for complementary competences. We would like to get involved in various projects, of course. And let me say, we are active in many fields in energy, so from PV to batteries to hydrogen to simulation. And in the hydrogen field, we do everything. We do everything, fuel cells, electrolyzers, distribution also, and storage. And so we do all concepts of electrolyzers, PEM-EL, AEM, SOC, PCCEL. We are active in all of them. And we can offer materials competences, for example, in the low temperature electrolyzers, high temperature electrolyzers. We have a testing site, high resolution characterization. We have world-class modeling and simulation groups. We are also interested in hydrogen safety. We can offer infrastructure on site where we can test stuff. And Power to X, so the innovative hydrogen production that was mentioned this morning, we are interested in that with our brand new Institute for Sustainable Hydrogen Production, INW. So happy to get in touch with you during the drinks.
Thank you, Gerd, and also, I mean, lots of experience here in European project management. So, yeah, the drinks are all waiting for us. And now I call on stage Jitka Spolkova from ETN Global, a Belgian company, actually. So, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello. Thanks for the opportunity. I think I'm quite small, but I hope that you see me. I'm totally stressed about the time, I have to say. So I'm here to present my company that is called, as was already mentioned, ETN Global. ETN stands for Energy and Turbomachinery Network, and our vision is safe, secure, affordable, and dispatchable carbon-neutral energy solutions. So I will present two elements only, because I don't have the time for more. So the first thing, who are we? Who is my company? So we are an international non-profit membership organization, but we are also a strategic platform for collaboration across the whole value chain of the energy and turbomachinery technology. I thought that for the further introduction, I'll give you a few numbers that represent pretty well the company. So the first number is 140, which is the number of members that we have at the moment. They are coming from 22 different countries and stretching over 4 continents. And obviously now the question is, what are we doing? Well, I guess you can imagine that we are doing quite a few things, but I will focus on one activity only, which is the most relevant to this event. And this is ETN as a communication and dissemination partner for these sort of projects that we are talking about. So our biggest assets are obviously our members, so our network. To give you a little hint about what I mean is, well, the first bullet point speaks about working group, so we have a few within ETN, but obviously the most relevant to this session is the Hydrogen Working Group, which has as such 300 members that of course recruit from our member organizations. Another number is 2,000, which represents the number of subscribers of our newsletter that are coming from our membership base, but also non-members. So this is quite an outreach. Every information we drop comes to 2,000 letterboxes. At the moment, we work on 5 EU-funded projects. Out of them, 3 are hydrogen-related, and all 3 are funded by the Clean Hydrogen Joint Undertaking. And they are Flex4H2, High Power GT, and Insight. Last but not least, I would like to mention that during the evaluation procedure in the process of evaluation, we are getting constantly very good results from the evaluators that see our strategies for communication and dissemination as very relevant, appropriate, convincing, and very impactful. So this is all I wanted to say. I'll call it a day for myself right now. If you want to talk to me about these activities, I'll be here. I also have tons of business cards. I didn't include any contact details, but you have my name. I'm on LinkedIn, so you can get in touch. Thank you.
So, thanks a lot, Jitka. And yeah, after hearing a lot on scientific and technological companies, let's say, of course, communication-based companies are also very important because, as we know, communication is the basis for any good relationship. They say so, at least. So get in touch with ETN Global. And we have 3 to go. I hope we're not we're not running over time too much. But yes, let me invite to the stage Paola Tavella from Baker Hughes. Paolo? Ah, yeah, see? I cannot read anymore. This is how it is.
Thank you. So I'm here to introduce you to Baker Hughes. We are an energy technology company, and we count for around 58,000 employees. We operate in more than 120 countries, and we generate around $25 billion in revenue. And we reinvest around $600 million in R&D activities. So we want to leverage our assets and values to deliver to the hydrogen economy our best products and technologies. And here you can see a few examples of what Baker Hughes accomplished in the hydrogen sectors. So together with SNAM, Baker Hughes completed the testing of the world's first hybrid hydrogen turbine designed for a gas network. We provided advanced hydrogen compression technology to the NEOM project in Saudi Arabia, and one of the largest green hydrogen plants in the world. And also we provided our 100% hydrogen-fueled Nova LT16 gas turbine plus compressors to the Blue Hydrogen project in Edmonton, Canada. And I want to take the opportunity to thank Clean Hydrogen Partnership for funding many of projects where we are already involved. For example, like High Power GT project that It's a project that aims to enable gas turbines to run up to 100% hydrogen with low emission of NOx, with no use of catalyst or diluents. So our company is keeping searching for partners and projects to invest and enable the hydrogen economy. And for this reason, we already invested in technologies like turquoise hydrogen production, for example, like plasma and pyrolysis. And about green hydrogen production, we are investing in anion exchange membrane and solid oxide electrolyzers technologies. While about compression, we are still investing and developing our legacy products like reciprocating compressors but also we invested in breakthrough technologies like electrochemical compression. So yeah, almost finished my time. So Baker Hughes is okay, it's finished. I just want to say that me and my colleagues will be available to answer all the questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Paolo. And yes, perfect closure, let's say. And okay, then I would like to, I wasn't sure. I would like to call in on stage Sam van der Linden. He will talk about a cross-border hydrogen valley, as I understand. Please, the floor is all yours.
Yes, it's...
No, there is a mistake, huh?
They have extra time now. Or,
I don't want to give you a competitive advantage, you know?
Okay, thank you first of all for the opportunity of speaking here today. My name is Sam van der Linden and I work for the Regional Development Agency of the eastern part of the Netherlands. And we are one of the leading partners in developing the first, hopefully the first Northwest European cross-border hydrogen valley between Germany and the Netherlands, which we named HART. And the reason why we chose this name is also one of the reasons we started this development of trying to become a hydrogen valley. And that is because if you look at the locations of the 4 different regions who are all participating in this valley, which are Overijssel and Gelderland from the Netherlands and Eemsche-Lippe and Münsterland from Germany, you will see that we are actually in the heart of several transport networks. First of all, of European transport corridors, of a European transport network, and also of the future hydrogen backbone. And what we try to illustrate, we still have to work on the graphics to make it a bit fancier, but what we try to illustrate here is that if you look at the heart, then the veins will be the transport corridors in the valley, and just as like the heart, you need something to be pumped around to let also other parts in Europe function well, especially if you also look at hydrogen. And because of this philosophy behind it, we started our Hydrogen Valley adventure together with all the 4 regions. And if you more look at the regional aspect, you will see that in the eastern part of the Netherlands, we have a very successful Smart Energy Hub program, which is about developing decentralized energy networks for industry parks or business parks, in which there are multiple energy flows. So it can be biogas, it can be electricity, it can be heat, but it can also be hydrogen. And within this hydrogen valley, we want to scale up this kind of more local deployment into a regional ecosystem, and in the end in an inter-regional ecosystem, to also scale up our hydrogen development in all of our regions. And then I'm perfectly in time. So that's perfect.
Oops. Thanks so much, Sam, and also for the nice acronym. I really like it. I think we had a very nice geographical spread and lots of interesting companies, consultancies, and so on, research institutes. But now, please concentrate, because this is the very last presentation, and then we can go and have some drinks. So I invite on stage, he's already here, Emad Jama Yahmai. Yeah, it's better you present it yourself.
Yes.
Okay, please, the floor is yours.
Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is, thank you for your invitation, Emad Yahmai. I'm from Yakma. We are SME based in Delft, Netherlands. I think what we are providing is a bit different than what I could hear. So we are, in principle, we are a company that basically, in a nutshell, we are monitoring technologies against non-technological aspects, social, ethical, environmental governance. One, maybe some of you heard about ESG. ESG is part, but okay, it's also other activities. LCA could be included, or social LCA or sustainability reporting and stuff. And that is basically one of the area of the sustainability circularity groups that we have. But at the same time, we are also do the impact analysis and also risk analysis. It can go down to like a social ethical impact. And for that, we need the stakeholder analysis to understand what is the risk around this ecosystem, in particular in hydrogen. In the case, but then we also run it in like a mobility sector, in transport sector, manufacturing. But this is can be. I mean, we do it. We do also for hydrogen. And then this can be done basically because at the same time we have also have an AI department that basically communicate and work with the energy department. So we do it more data-driven. We also develop a tool, like an AI-based tool, in order to help us to the risk analysis and impact analysis on basically identify what is actually missing in the ecosystem of the hydrogen. That is what the first part. And the second part is go down to what we also do, and we have done previously in other projects, is resilience assessment. So if disruption comes to the chain, to the value chain, or disturbances, so we basically try to optimize the system. So it depends. It depends which value system that we talk. Is it production, storage, or distribution, or all of it? So that is what we do. And then again, another assessment, I think is similar, I already told about trustworthiness assessment, is basically goes down to, because most of this hydrogen and also because of the movement in data-driven activities and AI, so there are AI or data-driven systems for running the plant or anything. So that is the safety, security, and other principles, accuracy, robustness, and this kind of thing. We can help for the assessment of the, like a digitalization that helps for the running the hydrogen ecosystem. And then we, at the end, basically we also have a data-driven scenario building. So basically, not basically do it one by one, but maybe we can make a kind of the more generative, have a lot of scenario, and then basically test it. Why we do it? Because of system optimization, because then we want to avoid the disturbances. Okay, thank you.
Thank you again on my side, and thank you very much, Lara, for conducting this session in such a pleasant way. I think it really completes very nicely the info day, and to everyone that has presented today. So before we go to the drinks, just a few words before we end. The sessions, the presentations, the webinar, it's all going to be available in our website. The webinar will be ready next week. The presentations that you saw this morning are or will be available already today, and the pitches will be available as of tomorrow. So we really, I think, have heard very positive things on the setup, also on the location. Last year, I think it was the first time we did an in-person info day after the pandemic, if I remember well. We did it in our offices, which is not far from here. But I think it really changes as well, no? Which is the setup, which is the location. And I think it was very, at least for me, not as intense, or it didn't feel as intense as other years. So really hope that next year we can continue the same. And don't forget to read well the topics that presented my colleagues this morning, to make sure that you pay attention to all the deadlines, to all the procedures, but also, of course, that you pay attention to the content of the proposals. We have a dedicated part in our website to the call. It includes frequently asked questions. Some of them are already included from the last call, administrative type of questions. We have a set of questions on hydrogen valleys, and if we get recurrent questions on certain topics, we will be adding them regularly in our website as well. So I think all is to say is first to say thank you again, and I know Mirela mentioned, but to the call coordinators, which is Lionel and Dionysis, which is really, as we say, it's very pleasant to see everyone here. We know a lot of work is coming. I mean, only started, but thanks a lot for all the organization of the day, to colleagues that have presented as well, to Hydrogen Europe Research that have come this morning to present, and to all the people that have also done the pitches. And on the logistics of today, of course, to Ines for putting everything together, and many other colleagues that have been involved. For us, it really closes a cycle. We just published the call 25, and we are already starting to work in the call 26. So I think it's really nice to see that all the work comes together with so much interest generated. And I think that's all. So thank you finally, of course, to you for the time to come and for really making this event successful, which requires, of course, everyone here attending, active, and now we can just go to the drinks. So thank you very much on behalf of the UU. Thank you. Drinks will be just outside for the next hour, I understand.